Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Okay, so so did you make a Canva or presentation or anything very briefly for this?
I did not make a presentation. I figured the best way to do this actually would be for me to show you how I like window shop online.
Oh my god, so
And
am I
then,
sharing your screen?
yeah, let me do
Okay.
that. Let me just
Just
pull
make
up
sure, do you
some
want to just
tabs really
open
quickly.
maybe make sure that you open like a different browser so that it doesn't have any of your
Yeah, I have
logins?
everything on.
Oh my god, you're
No,
amazing.
it's all
Okay.
good.
So,
I have it all in private.
the point of this segment is like Yubi is going to teach you. Even on private, sometimes it'll pop up with your information, so just be careful. I would actually like completely open a different browser if I were you. It's happened to me before.
No,
Let's
we should
see.
be good. It's on
Okay,
Safari. I'd use Safari, so it's not like Google.
okay. How to buy clothing as a leftist. Buy clothing as a leftist. Um, at with UB. I think this is just very beneficial because I think it's two U's, two I's, and then two underscores, right? Two U's, two I's, two underscores. Yes, okay, that's the correct one. Okay. I think this is gonna be great because I learned wait, what the fuck? Did I disconnect? How to buy
No.
clothing as a leftist. Go live. Oh no, I just wanna did it change the okay, there we go. For some reason Twitch is doing this weird thing where like if you update your information, it's like the go live notification failed, and I'm like, what, that's new. Anyway, okay. So
Oh, interesting.
so the point of this chat is to learn how to buy clothing as a leftist. There we go. Like Yubi for some reason is very good at a lot of things and getting and buying clothing and knowing where it comes from is one of those. And I thought when I was watching Yubi on Beetle stream, I found it very interesting. Like for example, the one thing I spoke about yesterday was how the idea of like that greenwashing of like recycled fibers, how that's actually really bad. And so but Yubi has like a whole process that she goes through when she buys. And so yeah, I'll let you take over. You can share your screen. I'll put it on the screen as soon as you done it. This is your stream now. Take over.
Oh my god. No. Okay. Let me share my screen. Oh wait, no.
That's good
Hold
going to
up.
the closest secondhand shop. But this is like also I guess the main thing is just to get people away from fast fashion and into buying. Like it's about being able to determine like quality. You know what I mean? So that's Yubi is going to help you for this. With
Yeah,
this,
give me one. I
take
gotta
your
move
time, no
Discord
stress.
from one desktop to the other. There we go.
Okay, let
Sick.
me pop this out. Okay, let's go. So,
Can everyone see?
so I guess one thing just to sort of say is like this is going to be a more American like thing, but the main thing is just to listen to like what Yubi is saying
Yeah,
about how to analyze what's happening. Everyone can see.
but Cezanne is a French brand, so they do have shipping in all over the EU. The
Okay.
EU. So you can actually buy from Cezanne here. Nope, Jack's back. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. So Cezanne's one of my favorite brands actually. I love Cezanne. So what I typically do is like I'll figure out what exactly it is I'm looking for. Like for right now, I'm really in like I need tops. That's what
Mm-hmm.
I've been like focusing on, right? Or the first thing you do when you go shopping, I should preface, right? The way I go about it and personally like the way I think other people should go about it is you should first figure out like what it is that you're missing in your wardrobe, right? If you're trying to build an actual wardrobe, what it is that you're missing, right? Like I know I have jeans. I'm pretty down on pants. Like I'm good on pants. I know that I'm like jackets aren't necessarily a thing that I'm looking for quite yet because I don't know what kind of jackets I want. Also, I have enough blazers that I'm fine. So then it's a matter of like, okay, what is it that I'm missing? And I realize when I make my outfits, it's shirts, it's tops, it's shirts. That's what I like should be focusing on right now. So then when
Mm-hmm.
I figure out like what it is that I'm looking for, then I'll look at a shirt or I'll look for
And
shirts
let me just
and
preface this quickly. Like
mhm.
you, someone in the chat said like, responsive design. You got Cezanne money. Do you have Cezanne money? I'm gonna let you take over this.
No,
Like.
I don't. No. Listen, I will be very frank and like, do I spend a significant portion of whatever money I do have on on just clothing in general? Sure. But the way I go about shopping is I save for a pretty long time. Like
Mm,
I maybe buy clothing once a quarter, which is
mm.
like once every 3 months, maybe every 4 months.
And I guess the other point is to like say is just like the point is you don't want to buy fast fashion.
Yeah, I don't.
Like you will save up for something that's better quality. And so the point of this is not to say everything here is very expensive, which it is. It's more to say like that this is the more sustainable way to like make sure that you are buying clothing that's going to last a long time and that you're really going to love and actually wear. And it's not about like saying, oh, this is too expensive, I could never afford it. The point is to say, like, this is stuff that is affordable if you save up and you just need to like gain these sort of skills of being able to not buy fast fashion that's like being made by workers that are being like super exploited or like being made or you know, I'm just trying to explain it so we don't get like comments in the chat of being like, wow, I could never afford this. The point is like UB does not have a lot of money. You've made it very clear that
I
that
got jack shit right now. No, Elysium, typically what I do actually is I window shop online and then I go to in-person store, like the actual in-person store of whatever like brand that I'm shopping with, right? So like Cezanne, they have stores all over the EU as well as they have one in New York and they have one in San Francisco. So like I go to like either one of those, right? Like I typically if I'm window shopping somewhere, it means that I will be going to the in-person store of um whatever like place I shop online. It just makes it easier as well as like alleviates some of my own personal like anxieties and like insecurities about shopping in store if I at least go into a place knowing a general idea of what it is that I'm maybe buying, right?
It's like I
Um
guess it's like now you know. Okay, I'm looking for this top and this top, and you don't have to fucking browse when there are like so many people around. You know what I mean? It's like I'm looking
yeah,
for this specifically.
shopping gives me some anxieties for like personal reasons that are outside of just like the social just outside of like social anxiety. Like I have my own insecurities. I'm not going to get into those, but like
Oh no, of
it
course.
manifests itself in like shopping and shit that like I this is like the way I figured that actually like alleviates it the most,
Mm.
as well as like actually focuses me enough to like actually purchase something that I know I will wear. Cuz I think any girly here will know that like right, you buy something at the store, you love it, then you put it on at home and you look in the mirror and you're like, I look awful in this, but then you never return it and it just sits in your closet and collects
Mm.
dust.
Yeah.
I was that girly. I'm sure plenty of other girlies here were like that. It's one of those things of like um yeah, it's one of those things of like it's easier to I have figured out a way that best benefits me shopping. And also, I personally like this is just me. I don't like returning things, not for the sake of like, not even in the sense of like, I don't like returning because like it's already here. I might as well keep it. I don't like returning because I feel like that means I didn't do a good enough job in like actually discerning what it is that I want to buy. Right.
I just
And
hate
yeah, you kind
the
of,
interaction of like having to go into the shop and like that, but that's a whole nother thing. You know, like there are many reasons as to why
yeah.
somebody might not return something. You know.
What if you don't live in non-freedom loving commie city? There's plenty of shit in Texas, bitter. Plenty of shit. I'm pretty sure Cezanne has actually 2 stores in Texas, so get owned. They have
Okay.
some in I know for sure there's one in Dallas. Um, this is just like a general thing, but whatever. But yeah, so let's say for example, like you're going through it, I'm like, okay, what is it that I want? What is it that I need? I love Cezanne. Let's say I love this shirt, which I do, and one day I
Mm-hmm.
will be buying it in whatever color, right? First description, great, cool, love it, love the look. All right. Then you go to this is what you always do, and I feel like nobody does this, details and composition. And then you actually look at the label and you're like, cool. What is it actually that what's actually made about it? Okay, great. 100% cotton is the main fabric, meaning it's all of this is actually made of 100% cotton. And then the little embroidery is polyester. Now, the reason I'm not going to harp too much about it, the embroidery being polyester, is if the embroidery had been done in cotton or silk, for example, this shirt would easily be like $300 or something, because then it would be a lot harder for that thread to be done by machine. And then, of course, you would have to pay someone. I'm not against someone paying it, but someone getting paid to do it by hand. But that just means that it's going to be a little bit on the more expensive side because these machines can't do it in the same way.
Okay, so
So,
polyester for like frivolity, but you're okay with that, and it's more just because of
poly
the
I
labor.
should say that polyester by itself in some cases is not bad. For example, if you want like let's say you want like a pleated maxi skirt or whatever, right? If I know I spelled it wrong. Like let's say you want something like, you know what? I know a good one.
Don't worry, I can't spell it all, so don't worry.
Right? Like let's say you want a pleated maxi skirt, Mango, this one was making the rounds a couple years ago, right? The reason like this sort of skirt is most likely and always will come in polyester is because it's polyester is a fabric that can actually hold shape very well.
Mm.
So it's also about knowing what fabric it is that will best suit your needs. If you want a skirt like this, it's most likely going to come in polyester for numerous reasons, one of which just being like a cotton skirt like this is probably the pleats are going to come out after one wash, and most people don't have the wherewithal to like re-iron pleats
Mm.
every single time they want to wash it. And that's just like also that's just like not beneficial to anyone. Like nobody wants to put in that much effort with their
Mm.
clothing. So it's also understanding that polyester does have its purposes. It can be a great fabric to use. It's when polyester is shitty that makes it even worse. Because polyester, when it was first introduced as a fabric, it was introduced as a means of like making suiting fabric that wouldn't wrinkle. That was the big thing because wrinkles are super unprofessional and everyone hates wrinkles. Everyone needs to look pristine, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need
Yeah.
polyester can be that polyester was that beneficial fabric that, could actually like make sure that you weren't going to be wrinkled within like an hour of your work day.
Mm. Yeah.
So it did have its benefits. It can be really swooshy, it can be really fun. Polyester can be a great fabric. It's when everything's made out of polyester that it sucks, as well as when polyester is used as a cost-cutting material. That's where it gets that's where it gets dicey. Yeah, and until it gets stinky, but people I have realized when I was on Beatles and like talking about like care labels that people also don't know how to wash their clothes. So,
Mm. Like it is one of those things where it's like
yeah.
you have to look at the labels. Like I've got this really nice wool like green jersey, and like it's one of those things where it's like I have to hand wash this. If you don't hand wash
Mhm.
it, then it's gonna get all hard, and like when wool gets like almost crusty, yeah,
Yeah.
you have to hand wash
And
it.
it's gonna like if it's like a design, it's gonna be really fuzzy in a way that like it's coming apart.
Mm.
I had a friend, not a friend, but there was this chick I was living with in college a couple years ago. Um and she had cashmere pants. This girl was an idiot, by the way. She had
Not your
cashmere
friend.
pants. Nope, not my friend. Cashmere pants. She put them in the washing machine
What?
with
Okay,
a
that's the one thing.
Tide Pod. With a Tide Pod. And so I was like, I was going to the bathroom one day and I see her in the bathroom because we only had one bathroom, right? It was a
Mm-hmm.
shitty apartment. And I see her like with these pants in the bathroom sink. Yes. I was like, yes, it was the same chick who put her down jacket in the washing machine. Um, and I see her in the bathroom trying to fucking like with these pants in the sink. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And she goes, oh, the Tide Pod didn't like fully come out of these pants. And I was like, and she was like, bemoaning the fact that they're cashmere. I was like, did you read the care label? You can't put cashmere pants in the washing machine. And she goes, what's a care label?
Okay, well,
And I'm
I've
like,
never called it a care label before. We just call it like the washing instructions. But yeah, like you need to look at that, especially for cashmere. Like as I've said,
and and then she goes, and then she was like, where? I was like, it's the label in your pants. And she goes like, where is that? And I show it to her. And literally in big letters on the fucking label, it says hand wash. And she's like, what does hand wash mean?
what? Okay, that's insane.
Yeah, I told you this
Is it a
girl's a
set?
fucking idiot.
Is it a setting? It would, the best thing would be if she was like, "Is that a setting that I didn't know about on the washing machine?"
And she was like, how do you do that? And I'm like, you get a tub and you literally hand wash it. And she was like, oh, I'm not going to do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I told her to get it out of the bathrooms.
Gosh. And so they
Yeah,
probably all
no.
shrank or like got really like weird and fuzzy and
Bro, her
badly
clothes
shaped.
look so ghetto as hell. I'm not even lying, man. Like, she would buy shit from like Revolve, which I think Revolve is honestly a scam, to be honest. She
Mm-hmm.
and it was like she would spend like $200 on like these tops, and they look like the cheapest, bullshittest like shirts and pants that I had ever seen. They were like they looked so cheap, like genuinely cheap looking. And she would get like and
Got me
she
a
would like
Lennon.
she
What
would
the fuck? Hold on. Let me give you a second off for that. Hold on. By the way, I just want to say, you just used a word I can't use, and I just want to make sure everyone knows that you are like Afro Latino. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, I am Afro Latina. I can say ghetto as hell.
Okay, so I'm just want to make sure no one assumes that I've just like invited like some white American onto my stream that can just like use that word. Okay, I just want to make it very clear to the people watching. Okay, UV is not white. Okay.
God, I hope not. But anyway, so yeah, she would buy. Yeah, it was a great time, man. Um, clothing's you believe me, I've met plenty of people who don't know how to fucking wash their clothes. That's the point of this story. But like, yeah, wash your clothes properly. The care label actually fucking matters, all right? And if you don't understand the words, those little symbols actually mean something, and you can look it up.
I
And
used to work with someone. She was a closer lady, and she would only ever hand wash her clothes and all of her clothes, but she was excessive with it. She literally would never ever tumble dry or ever machine wash her clothes. She washed everything by hand, but always her clothing
damn.
looked amazing. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like you could literally be that kind of person that does that, and your clothing will always like last. But yeah, just let's look at the labels, you know?
Also, don't use fabric softener, and um you wash your clothes probably way too frequently. Like, unless you like sweat through something and it has a big stain on it, like you don't need to wash everything every single day. Like, obviously wash your obviously get a new pair of underwear every day, but like um you don't need to wash everything like every single time after you've used it. Like, that also ruins it.
Mm. Oh my god, Tiamani was like, I wash once a month. And was like, whoops, week. Sorry. Had a little bit of a German moment there. No, like German for week is Woche. So so
Um
it's no, it's not even a German thing. Like and month is Monat, I think. So it's it's just a joke. Yeah, no, you were just being danky. Yeah. Anyway. Um
I was
anyway.
concerned there for a little Tia.
Yeah.
But yeah. So there's that story. Wash your clothing properly, but then again, back to the shirt. So you're like, okay. I brought up Suzanne as well because they're very open about where it is that their shit's made
Mm-hmm.
and what it is that like what their stuff is made out of and what their kind of practices are, it's great. So again, right, going back to this, the main fabric's 100%, embroidery is 100% polyester. I will
Okay,
tell you right
can we
now,
just talk like about like specifically why you say, because you've talked a lot about like 100% cotton on the stream and on Beetle stream, like why is cotton specifically like something 100% cotton? Because like for me, I always buy 100% cotton because it like makes my skin feel good because I've got like eczema. But like, what is it specifically? Why are we looking for 100% cotton?
Well, you're looking for 100% any sort of natural fiber again, but it also depends on what you're looking for. For example, if you want like this would be a day shirt, right? You would wear this right going out or whatever. You'd wear this like I don't know, going to get coffee or whatever. I'm saying this is like a New Yorker who does walk to cafes.
Mm-hmm.
To spend $10 on a little treat that I probably shouldn't, but whatever. Right, you're looking for 100% cotton, you're looking for 100% natural fibers if you can, and if it suits the silhouette that you're looking for, because number one, it's more breathable. So you're not going to be sweating immediately afterwards. Number two, yes, it is more sustainable because it should you die and your clothing need to be passed on, it will be biodegradable in a way that polyester isn't.
Oh, so my girlfriend,
Uh
RC Pinto, is from Portugal. So UB did say Cezanne is actually a worldwide
yeah, it's
shop.
EU. I know personally they shop within all of the EU and the UK as well as the US.
Okay, so you just would have to look to see if they shop within Portugal.
I don't drink espresso actually. I don't drink coffee. I drink tea. Yido ban. But yeah. Um so natural fibers for the most part typically are more breathable, which is good because that means also you're not going to be stinky. Stinky is bad. Also, when you do walk, also they're less likely to retain smells, right? So, and this is also part of the reason that you don't want to wash your clothes every day because quite literally, even if you like, right, even if like for example you are around like Korean barbecue or something, which I go to often enough that this is a concern for me. But like if I'm wearing something that's made of cotton, I can leave it out for the night and it will, air out essentially and it won't have that same smell like the day after. It's not as receptive to scents in the same way that polyester or um other unnatural fiber fabrics will maintain, which also really sucks. Also, it's less likely to cause for chafing, which is something that's really also very important, right? If we're thinking about like the underarms and stuff, because
Mm,
it's going to hold on to less body moisture. That means like your underarms and stuff aren't going to chafe, or maybe it's even your back or stuff like that. That
mm,
part's also going to be that part's also very important. So it's not just about like shopping more sustainable, it's also about like being more comfortable in your clothes.
mm.
Do I ever put perfumes in my dress? Yes, I do. I have a PDM, so I will sometimes spray it on my shit all the time. PDM is if you know, you know. I'm not going to get into perfume
Yeah, don't stress. All
today.
right, but go for it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quickly. So
Squirrel
you
Supporter, you
continue.
don't know PDM? It's a French brand. It's the French
Yeah,
perfume
own
brand.
that Frenchie. I'll be back in a second. I need the bathroom.
So, them motherfuckers were creating the scents for the royal family. Like it's older than it was created before the French Revolution. Hi, Peasy. Okay. So yeah, you would look at this shirt, you would go, okay, great, made in India. All right, maybe a little dubious, but because they don't really talk necessarily about,
What is life like
they don't
on Bitch
necessarily
Island?
talk
I don't know.
per
Ask your
se
mom.
about things. But what I like also personally about Cezanne, because they actually do work within the scope of EU regulations, not the US regulations. They actually will tell you about their ateliers and where their stuff is made, as well as how I was around the conditions. So while yes, in details and composition, India may be a little dubious. I at least feel a little bit better in shopping here because they actually will tell you about the independent organizations that they're actually audited by and actually work and abide by in a way that's not, it's not a triple B corp like in the US. If you know a triple B corp, that's kind of like, or a certified B corp, those are like, you know, in the US it's a little kind of scammy, but I do have more faith in EU regulations actually. I will be, and also it's not just even EU regulations, it's also independent orgs. It's very similar to like say Patagonia, right? Patagonia is very open about where all their stuff is made and who makes it and how it's made and those aspects. Cezanne doesn't go into that much detail, but I still think gives enough detail that I'm like less dubious about shopping here than like somewhere else. Naked and Famous. No. I have a very particular style though, I will 100% admit. So it's like I kind of shop within my own ranges, right? So that would be Cezanne. I personally love Cezanne. I'm not telling you to shop here. I just personally love their stuff. So let's look at something else. Like I can tell you this one probably is not going to be cotton as much just from looking at it. So then you would look at it. This isn't really my style, but for the sake of example, we're going to go with it. You go, you're like, great. Let's say you do like this. You go, great. I'm going to look at it. Details and composition, called it. It has polyamide. But 90% cotton, that's actually not bad. And made in Bulgaria, so it has EU regulations also going for it in terms of work conditions. Then you go, great, cool. With the composition, 90% is great, 10% polyamide. It's most likely, just from my own personal knowledge, it's most likely to do with these actual like individual appliques that we're looking at. As well as probably some of the threading. Because even if what is actually kind of dubious and what you don't really realize is even if something is 100% cotton, they will use polyester or polyamide threading. But does it come in black? I don't know. It comes in navy blue, Sakura Gore. So, yeah. So even when something says it's 100% cotton, they can get away with that. Even if it's not technically, just because they can use polyamide in the threading and that won't count because technically the threading doesn't count as the textile. Also, yeah, no, I don't like the navy either. But I will say polyamide threading isn't like the worst or most egregious of things. A lot of people use it, so it is also just a matter of like if the textile will actually last a long time, and most likely it will. So it's like so like that's fine. So then we keep going. I'm trying to find one that I know
I'm
will
back, by the
probably
way,
not.
but I came back with food because my father made a paella tonight, which is just like, I love paella, so.
Oh,
But I'm
paella.
here. Yeah, paella. Yeah, he made a seafood paella with prawns, which is like, it's actually my favorite food. Anyway, but
I am drinking tea. That's my breakfast.
what is earlier for you? It's 8 o'clock here for me, so 8:30.
Yeah, it's 11:30 a.m. for me. I'm trying to find one that's like, okay, for example, this one's gonna have elastane in it, right? You know off the bat just from like the shape of it. Elastane, I will say, is not bad. This cannot be bad, right? Details and composition, main fabric's actually not bad. But what's important to realize is, again, like I said, the threading is most likely elastane. And they're not going to tell you about that. They're not going to say that. Most brands won't. But it's a matter of, you know, obviously we're not going to be able to know anything. And the only way you'd actually be able to test if the threading is polyester is if you burned your clothes. So I don't think anyone's going to be doing that. I don't do that. So we take what we can get, right? Made in India. Okay, that's fine. 60% linen, 40% cotton. The lining's 100% cotton. That's pretty good. Lining is typically also a place where a lot of places will cut corners and they'll do polyester. You kind of have to live in figure out if that works for you or not, depending on what you shop, depending on like what the need of it is, right? If it's a pair of pants and it's polyester lining, I'm a little bit more or less forgiving depending on what the pants are, as opposed to like a shirt with polyester lining. Typically, if it's a shirt, I will aim for not polyester lining, right? So those are some of the things I think about. Actually, no, Yida Cezanne, as well as a lot of European brands, what they do is they already do a pre-wash, so it will not shrink when you buy it. Pre-washing is something that a lot of brands gave up because it's obviously another cost added on to the added to them on the manufacturing side. But I know for a fact, because I own some Cezanne, that like their stuff is already pre-washed. They won't
sick.
tell you that. You just have to figure it out, and you have to figure out what brands do and don't do pre-wash. Right? That's why there's like the common joke about like if you buy a Hanes t-shirt, you have to buy it a size up because it's gonna shrink when you take it home. There are some brands that don't do a pre-wash. Those are the brands that are obviously going to be on the more on the less expensive side, just because like I said, it's pre-wash on their part is going to make it more expensive on the manufacturing part, and that cuts into your profit margins. But this is stuff that I just know about fabric manufacturing. It's not going to be like a label or something. It's not going to tell you it was pre-washed. And also, you should just wash your clothing after you buy it from the store anyway. Just like generally speaking. Yeah, an $8 100% cotton t-shirt is not going to be pre-washed. Also, I can tell you right then and there that cotton, even if something, okay, this is something that's also important. 100% cotton does not mean it's 100% good cotton, right? For example, let's take this brand that I have bought some stuff from, for example, but let's see clothing, right? I like Everlane. I think they're affordable. I think they're great. Some of their stuff I really liked. Some of their stuff I don't really like. Yes, it's textile time. Let me see if they have it. It's not winter, so most likely not. But let me see if I can. Right? Okay. Everlane sells a cashmere sweater for $158. Great. Sounds like a great price. I can tell you right now, because I own some of their cashmere. I own a couple of their cashmere sweaters. They are itchy as shit. They're going to be itchy. If I start sweating in them, it's going to be itchy. I'm not going to be having a good time, and I'm going to like hate myself a little bit. And the reason for that is not all cashmere is the same. Now, if people don't know, the way you get cashmere is by collecting fibers from cashmere goats. Cashmere goats, though, first of all, you can only collect cashmere in one specific season. It's literally like a 2-month period where you can collect cashmere from cashmere goats. B&G, we will get to my thoughts on vegan fabric in a second, because yeah, you hit a nerve with that one. But there's like a 2-month period where you can collect you can collect cashmere fiber from cashmere goats, right? And cashmere goats can only really be herded within specific regions. It's why Mongolia has a very big cashmere industry for the most part, as well as them being traditionally nomadic people. And I think it's pretty sick that like they will herd cashmere goats with like motorbikes. I think that's pretty sick. Just as an aside, right? But there's good cashmere and there's bad cashmere. Bad cashmere, unfortunately, is something like an Everlane, right? It's cashmere that on first look, okay, this seems fine, but I can tell you right now, a good cashmere does not have this fuzzy texture that this one does. A good cashmere, if it's has been threaded properly and then knit properly, does not actually have this fuzzy texture. I'm going to go to like a totally like extreme version just to like make my point. I'm not telling you to buy from Loro Piana, obviously.
Yeah. But I
But
guess the
going to an
question
extreme.
more is like because there was someone in here who came in here like 5 minutes ago being like, wow, that price, I would never buy it. And I get that, but the point here, like what we're trying to do is we're not like looking at the price. We're trying to understand like what is good quality versus what is bad quality through just looking online. And also
Mm-hmm.
one thing that like we're trying to like if you want to like be a little bit more like ethical with what you're buying is to try and buy less clothing that's going to last longer. So it's is going to be more
Mm-hmm.
expensive, and UB is here to try and like help us determine what is quality from what is fucking bullshit, you know?
Exactly. Because I can tell, like, I've developed an eye for this. Ziggy knows this because they go thrifting with me all the time. Like, I can immediately tell if something's shit or not because I will be that annoying person in the thrift store being like, no, 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 maybe, disgusting, terrible. Like, I am the person that does that in a thrift store because I'm like, nope, nope, garbage, disgusting, terrible. Like, let's take this dress for example. I think the dress is actually an excellent example. Right? Let's look at even just from the photos of this. Let's look at the dress itself. We can tell just from looking at it, even though I know it's a little fuzzy. This does not the picture itself is fuzzy. This shit is not fuzzy in the same way this Everlane cashmere sweater is. We can tell, we see it, right? This has fuzzies already coming off of it. You can tell from over there. You can tell just from the fuzziness on the actual like cuffs itself that is kind of weirdly fuzzy, as well as like so, right? And the problem is cashmere is actually not supposed to. Good cashmere is not supposed to be, right? And we can tell from this dress, and I think the dress is an excellent example actually. This is a smooth ass fucking dress. Like this shit's not fuzzy. It's not fuzzy. It looks like it's all one clear, concise fabric. That's actually why cashmere originally, if we're thinking coats wise, was seen as like the better version of a wool coat. Because a good cashmere coat will keep you a hell of a lot warmer than a good wool coat. Also, it's sexier and the fucking fabric draping is beautiful, right? Obviously, it's going to be fucking more expensive. I'm not telling you it's not. But if we're thinking even about just fibers in general, I'm going to tell you right now, even if you think I'm saying all of this to tell you like 100% cotton doesn't mean it's good cotton. And this is even going beyond like, is it recycled or is it not? Because recycled cotton's also going to be bad. Sorry, point blank. But there's a very big difference between a $10 100% cotton shirt and a $50 100% cotton shirt. And I think, obviously, I think there's a bell curve to things. I think there's like a middle, like there is a mid price version that I think everyone should kind of strive for. I think that mid price, to be quite honest, is something like Cezanne in terms of price, wise, for those of us that do live within the imperial core. And I think it's also because my research was about, for those who don't know, my research when it came to clothing was about the societal devaluation of clothing, both in the literal sense of that it's becoming less and less expensive, but also as a society we value clothing less, therefore we only care about it in terms of price, which means that we collectively have decided that clothing should be as cheap as possible. So I'm saying all this to say, like, a cashmere sweater, if it's not like a minimum of like $250, I'm automatically a little bit um dubious of it. I'm using the word dubious a lot. I don't know why.
That's okay.
But
No, you use whatever words make sense.
hemp fabrics are great. I wish they were used more often. I think a lot of people are still a little bit
Wasn't hemp restricted with the like I feel like hemp was something that was tied with marijuana, so it became like something very
that's one
like
of the big
restricted
issues
with regards to imports and exports, because they were like, oh no, this is weed, like, you know, this is a very easy way to import weed is importing hemp fabrics as well, I guess. So because it comes from the
there's
same
that
plant.
aspect of it, and there's that aspect of it. I think there's also just a class aspect of it, and typically hemp is most often used either as a, I won't say cheaper alternative, but definitely an alternative to linen. And there's just those aspects that a lot of people will typically still go for and prefer linen over hemp. Hemp is most equivalent to linen, which is to say, hemp is fine though. There's a lot of great hemp pieces that come out for the summer that I've been really enjoying. Specifically like, but hemp is also from what I personally know when I'm online shopping is typically used in a lot more menswear, which I just think is very interesting. Like I've seen a lot of like new menswear brands that specialize in like menswear that will do a lot more hemp based products, which I think is great. I don't think it's really made it over to the women's side of clothing manufacturing as much yet, which honestly I couldn't tell you why, but I think it's great. I think hemp is great anyway. Love it. It's a great fabric. It's also very sustainable, uses a lot less water to create, and therefore means it's going to take less power to actually like it has a lower carbon footprint overall. Which is great. So yeah, that was all to say, like, this is all to say, going back to the original point of this, not necessarily tangent, but just more learning. Textiles are not all the same, even if it is 100%, which we're already striving for. You are aiming for a good 100%, though. And even then, polyamide and polyester can have its purposes, especially for thinking structure. Polyester holds its shape very well. And if you want something that's more on the structured side, without all the bells and whistles that come with couture, where, you know, you're literally sewn into the damn thing and you have like fucking bustiers and shit holding you up, polyester can be a great way to like actually help something maintain its shape without you literally having to I believe Nate King brought it up, but like starching and ironing your shit once a week, which A, not everyone knows how to do that. B, it's really time consuming. Part of the reason that we kind of moved away from that is a lot of people don't have domestic labor anymore, and domestic labor that does your laundry anymore. So the need and the want to even do something like that has kind of moved out of the way. Hence our uses of polyester. So it does have its purposes. And I will tell you, right, like when I brought up the mango skirt, right, there you will see skirts like this that go for $400, $500. I can probably tell you, like, bell curve wise, that like the price for a skirt like this would air somewhere around 150 to 200 for a good skirt with like a decent quality. But you're not going to find a skirt like this with this particular silhouette, is what I'm saying, for in anything that's not polyester. It's just very rare.
I have a
And a good
question
example of this.
for you about
Yes.
Mango, actually. Mango,
Mhm.
is it like a good brand in the...
It's fast fashion as well.
Okay, because the thing is, it's so much
Mango,
cheaper in EU. Like Mango here, like
it's Spanish, yeah.
yeah. Oh, is it Spanish? Okay, then that makes sense. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I had no idea. But like, so I've seen it in Spain, and the shit they sell in their shops is shit. I literally have been there,
Yeah,
been
no,
like,
it is.
it's like fucking garbage. But in South Africa, I've had Mango clothing that's lasted me years from Mango in South
Mhm.
Africa, which like blows my mind because it's like it's the same brand, but like why is what they were selling in Spain like fucking terrible, and what they were selling here, like I've had t-shirts from Mango that are just like they have held their like there's been no fading whatsoever in any of it. It blow Anyway, that's, maybe you don't even know the answer to that because it's just like regionally what they stock, but it's more expensive in South
Yeah,
Africa comparatively as well.
there is definitely a difference in what is sold regionally within different countries. But it's it really is dependent on the brand. I can't really speak much to it. I will tell you though, because Mango has been relatively recently been going into what I think they call it, Mango Atelier or something. I don't even know what they call it.
Anyway, like Mango, for example, in South Africa at like a shop called Edgar's. I don't even know if it exists anymore, but they would sell it next to the Doc Martens. So, like, I want you to understand, like, that's where they were placing it with regards to quality.
Yeah, no, Mango has definitely been has gone downhill within like the past 5 years. overall. Like, I remember buying from Mango like a couple years ago, not a couple, but like more than a couple years ago, and I liked it. I have since my style has since shifted, so I gave it to my sister who's still using it. But um, yeah, we've seen, I will say collectively, since I want to say like the early tens, a downward trend in quality overall in numerous brands. This is
Mm.
everything from fast fashion to legacy brands, legacy designer brands, that also makes it that like this is a lot harder. And one of the reasons I'll tell you, like, I can't necessarily tell you to like shop at a specific brand when it comes to sustainability, or even being able to like shop at one place. I know it's super annoying, unfortunately, but like even one of my favorite brands, and I've been a fucking like, I will tell everyone about this brand. I love this brand. I bought my fucking graduation, my high school graduation dress from here,
Mm-hmm.
Reformation. I fucking loved Reformation. And the quality in like the past 2 years, because I've been shopping with them for probably like 5, 6 years now at this point.
Mm.
And they're not cheap either. But like the whole point of Reformation, right? It was started by a model. I forgot her fucking name. Who cares? Um,
Yeah.
um, but it's based in California. It was supposed to be specifically out of LA. It was really riding on a time of like people wanting to shop more sustainably. Like their packaging literally says being naked is the most
What is
sustainable,
life
but
like
we're
on
number
Bitch
2.
Island? I don't
Like
know.
that's
Ask your
fire
mom.
marketing. Um, and
Mm.
they also they also release like their CO2 reports and shit like that. Like it's pretty sick. But I will tell you right now, like they have recently, and like I will say in like the past year or so, like gotten like, first of all, the quality's worse. Um, the quality is worse. I'm so sorry. I'm not looking for a sponsorship, so I don't really give a shit. The quality's worse, and they have stopped being totally what's the word, transparent about where it is and what it is that their stuff is being made out of. They've been doing a lot more, and they would have like really cool stuff actually. Like they would have these dead stock collections where they would say like, we're doing this limited run collection of clothing that's made from dead stock fabric. And I thought, hey, that's great. And only then would the fiber content labels just be like, we don't know what this is made out of, it's dead stock fabric. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. That I
Mm.
don't really care. Like it's already, there's already a sustainability. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Um um there's already a sustainability in that they're using dead stock fabric that otherwise would have gone into the trash or something. So like that's fine. If you don't know the fiber content. But then they just stopped telling me the fiber content for like other shit too, and it like got to be super duper annoying. And also the quality has gone down. Like I can tell you like 3 years ago this would have been made out of linen or cotton, and now it's like everything's out of viscose.
Hmm. Interesting.
Cool. Great. Love that. $168, and you're telling me this shit's made out of viscose.
Yeah. No,
Love
that's
that for
terrible.
myself. Like, yeah. So it's one of those things of like, I can't even tell. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this as well, do not rely on one specific brand. I can like point you in the direction of certain brands for sure, but all of this should be done with the hope that you gain a more discerning eye on clothing overall, because you're going to be buying less anyway. Just be more open to like doing the actual like cute little shopping, quote unquote, shopping spree,
Mm.
where you're going to a million different stores trying to find like a thing that you really want to buy, as opposed to just like buying whatever you see first. That's actually part of the reason that like, I'm super annoying when it comes to thrifting, and I'm sure most of the East Village where I thrift, most of the East Village or Brooklyn thrift shops that I go to maybe kind of hate me as a customer because like I have, and this is actually very interesting, learned this in neuroscience. If you have anxiety, depression, or OCD, it's all centered in a very specific part of the brain, right? And that specific part of the brain makes you more susceptible to gambling issues. This is cool. Now, gambling issues and or the way gambling works, right, in the sense of like immediate serotonin
Release.
increase when you
Oh yeah,
either win
yeah.
or lose. When you either win or lose while gambling, or just like the action of gambling itself can create an immediate serotonin.
Yeah, it's the process
Um,
before you figure out like where you're gonna win. That's like what you get addicted to.
yeah. So you get addicted to that, right? But that I'm using gambling as an example, but it can be for anything that where you immediately get an immediate serotonin hit from, like, say it could be shopping. Mine was definitely shopping for a cute little period. So like I would thrift stuff and I'd be like, "Oh, it's $12. I'm getting such a fucking great deal. Oh my god." I would get the thrift thing and I would never wear it.
Mm.
That's not sustainable. A, that's not sustainable. B, I wasted money even if it's $12. That $12 could have gone to a fucking, you know,
It could
a
have gone to
croffle and a fucking
2.5 Twitch subscriptions. Sorry.
Yeah, I could have fucking bought boba and then some
Yeah.
with, with $12. Like there are many things I could have done with that money. But the point being,
My
like,
chat's telling me boo. I'm telling you this is my job. Sorry.
So there's also that aspect of it too, and why I'm not immediately somebody who like says like, "Oh my god, go thrifting, it's more sustainable." Only because I think there are some behavioral aspects of it that for sure cannot be simply aided in the sense of thrifting. I think I mentioned this during Beetle stream as well. Like I go to Colombia, you have a lot of wealthy people there. They will do, like, "Oh my god, we're in New York. I'm going to go thrifting in New York because that's what you do, right?" And then these girls do it. But then come move out day, I see the clothing donation boxes that have been set up because the school's trying to be more quote unquote sustainable. And like most of the shit that I know, because I follow these girls on Instagram and I've seen them like, bragging about the things that they've thrifted, they're redonating it.
Mm.
Like, so it's those aspects as well of like, it's sustainability is not just about like buying thrifted pieces. It's about buying pieces that you will actually maintain and wear for a very long time. Otherwise, you're treating clothing like it's a hobby, or you're treating clothing as if it's just something that can be thrown away and you can recycle somewhere else. Like that. And also, to be full, like, also this idea of if you donate something, it's going to go back to a thrift store. No. Most likely, I can tell you right now, a lot of our shit just gets shipped off to Ghana, and then those people have to deal with um our thrown away clothing. It's not actually recycled.
Well, lots
It's
of
not going to
places in
go to
Africa, like I've seen it in Grahamstown Festival, like they'll literally have these massive stands and it's all European coats. Like that's it. Just coats and coats and coats
yeah.
and coats. Yeah, and they don't even wash them.
So
that's the thing. They literally just hang them up. It's yeah. Anyway,
so it's one of those
but you can
things
get
of,
some
like...
really good finds, but like yeah, it's a lot.
Right, but it's like this it's this very imperial core idea of like, "Oh, I'm going to donate," and like, I don't know, some single mother trying to, clothe her children on a budget is the one who's going to buy this jacket that I thrifted in New York and no longer want. No, that shit's going to Africa. And then those people have to deal with their beaches being clogged up and polluted by polyester bullshit that you've donated, as well as just our general trash. Like, it is wasteful on so many levels, and it genuinely makes me angry on so many levels as well. Part of the reason I actually don't talk to a lot of my friends about this shit, because they think I'm annoying, and I think they're annoying, so...
Okay.
Well, it's hard being the broke friend out of your friend group, right? Because you go to a prep school,
No,
right?
I know,
Your
but you're
friends are
just
obviously...
describing like you I get you 100%. I'm laughing because like you remember Hassan had that clip of the guy who literally was like, I really want to make friends, but like they get annoyed that I like talk about communism all the time. And then like Hassan replied and he was like, "Well, just stop talking about communism all the time. It's not that hard." And then the guy responds with like, "Yeah, but just sometimes I can. Can't."
The worst part, I think,
you were
too,
like
is
that, but with clothing, with your friends. No, I'm joking.
like that with everything though, and that's okay. That's actually not true. I typically don't bring up a lot of shit. I usually don't bring up politics either. It will be though, like, it's the little things. They'll be like, "Oh, I wanted to send you a Tic Tac, but like I couldn't because you don't have Tic Tac." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm never gonna get it." And they're like, "Well, would you consider getting it just for us?" I'm like, "No."
Wait, do you unironically call it Tic Tac? Like,
I call it Tic Tac just so that like.
because like an American hug. Yeah, I know. I love it when people call it Tic Tac. Like, we're going back to fucking 2021 when, like, you know, American hugs were calling it, "I don't have that Tic Tac nonsense."
Yeah, like I don't
I don't have a TikTok either. Like, don't worry. I just use it for stream.
I don't have it. And they'll be like, "Well, I want you to have it because, you know, I want to send you things." I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Well, why not?" And I'll be like, "I don't want to have it." And then I'll like, and
do you ever tell them like I'm mod for Hasnavi?
Only my best friend knows, and I literally, because she was here while I was she was at my household for a little bit while I was on my cute little 4-day vacation drinking bender, and I gave her some Hassan merch, because I have it. So she knows, and a couple of friends in my freshman year Latin class from college figured out because I would watch stream in class because my ass was
Oh my god!
Don't take classics.
Were they Hasnavi heads too, though?
No, they weren't even like. No, they didn't know. Only one chick was, but
And she was like, "I saw you modding. You deleted my comment."
No, they would ask because I would have Chatterino open. My setup's kind of weird. I would have like my screen is right now. Imagine this, but this is Chatterino, and then I have Stream Up, but I also have Stream Up with Twitch native chat on, native chat up as well. And they would be like, "Is this what like?" And I would be like watching stream in class, and they would be like, "What is it? What the fuck do you have on your computer?" Because they would just see like chat, because chat is going like a million miles a second.
They thought you were like a hacker.
Yeah, they were like, "The fuck?" And then I told them, I was like, "Yeah, I modded Twitch chat." And
sorry,
like,
I'm just actually terminally online. Sorry. But
yeah,
anyway.
they're like, "What the fuck is this?" Loved that Latin class though. It was great. Ended up with an A-. Don't know how. I failed every single quiz every week. It's fine. Don't take classics at Columbia. That was my mistake.
Don't take classics at all, because like there are some weird motherfuckers that take classics, okay? Like immediately. Okay, yeah. No, you go on. You go on.
No, there are 100%, but these were actually pretty cool people. I just I took Latin in high school. I went to a Catholic high school, so I took Latin because for many reasons. And I was like, "Oh, I could take Latin in college. It'll be fine, right?" It was not fine. I got a 7 out of 10 on one quiz in my Latin class, and my professor put "good job" with a smiley face because that was the fucking highest score I had ever gotten on a quiz. Because I was just get, like Latin a 4 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10.
Bro, that sounds like my applied maths class in like first year, because like they expected us, like, this was ridiculous because also like a lot of the people that do mathematics at like the university I went to literally did not have a computer growing up. Okay, you got a lot of people that don't have a computer growing up, so they have to go through courses. Like they do a Microsoft Word like onboarding course, which is fucking sick. I think it's great to like help people learn how to use these softwares, like because a lot of people get free laptops as well. And I literally was asked to use fucking MATLAB, and I was like, "I'm not doing this," and I would just copy other people's codes. I was like, I literally have never coded in my life. I don't know what the fuck. And it was like complicated algorithms too, like weird shit that you would not know from high school mathematics. Anyway, it just sounds like, yeah. But anyway, I also did German, but I did really well in first year German. First year German was so fucking easy, but that's also because like Afrikaans, like sort of like Dutch. Some words just make sense. But anyway, Latin is completely different.
Yeah, no, it didn't help that because I went to Catholic school I was learning a lot of ecclesiastical Latin, which does not help you if you're translating Roman poetry. That
No.
shit. Catullus was beating my ass. Like, it was awful. It was
God.
terrible.
And
Like,
also, the thing is, it's like it's a language that no one fucking speaks. So I guess it's the thing is the only thing I can find it beneficial to know Latin is if you're a lawyer. Like that's it. Like
modus operandi. Yeah.
well, yeah. There's just it's more than that. Like so many things in lawyer speak. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm how it says I did 12 years of Latin too, and all I learned was laughing at cum. Oh my god, Emma, you'll love this. In fucking South Africa, there's a Christian bookstore, and you find them in Johannesburg and Cape Town, and like I think there's one in Durban, and it's called Cum Books. CUM Books, and it's a Christian bookstore. I love it. Anyway, all right, back to talking about like how to sustainably shop as a leftist online.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway.
Scroll Tempora. It's fine. I think it definitely can have its benefits, but I think those benefits can sometimes be outweighed if like the actual quality of the manufacturing of a garment is pretty shit in comparison to the textile itself. So again, like there's no like I can't tell you for sure like only buy stuff that's like Ecotex or GOTS, because it's there's like no guarantee that's like it's going to necessarily mean that it's good quality clothing. Like for example, like even Cezanne, there is some stuff from Cezanne that I'm like not a fan of. I think some of their trousers could be better in terms of the finishing.
Okay, well, go show us. Go Cezanne and show us.
I'm doing it.
Anyway, Emhard just said the Catholic store in Detroit is there's a Catholic store in Detroit called Fox, but it's pronounced Fuchs.
Yeah.
Fuchs. Oh, Fuchs. Okay. All right. Interesting. So where, when you're looking through this, like if somebody looks at these pairs of trousers,
the problem is you can't really see this online, which is why I say go in person.
Mm.
But for example, it would be, and I can't tell you, I can't show you this in person, but it's like the finishing inside the pant. So if you see threads like dangling around, if you see that like some stuff like the serging within like inside the seams of the pants themselves is like either wobbly or off, those all can point to like not great signs of quality, even though the details and composition are actually not bad at all.
So,
and, like,
they've got like linen mixed with cotton. Is that completely fine? Like you'd say that's like good?
That's fine. I would tell you like this is an excellent summer trouser if you want to wear something that's a little bit more on the professional side, or even like on the more professional side, and or just like something that's a bit on the more business casual that like you want to wear during the summer. I think it's great also because it's only partially linen. Typically if you see like a cotton linen combination, it's done so that you can have that that linen texture within the fabric itself, which I think is beautiful.
I hate it, but that's just me. I can't fucking stand linen. Like, I hate it. But yeah, that's just me.
Like this has linen in it so that you can have this beautiful texture with it. So you also play around with compositions and fabrics to get different textures, which can be quite nice. In the same way that like you mess around with different compositions to get tweed, which I know is ugly, but like there's a purpose in mixing all of those different fibers together.
Okay. The main thing is like
asked me.
Did somebody ask you? Okay, go for it. No. I was just for me, just linen. Like I just can't fucking stand. Like it's worse than cotton. Like literally, it's always wrinkly. Like please, like you always have to iron it. I'm just like I can't. You know what I mean? Like if you get something that's 100% linen, you have to just like always be on top of like making sure that it's like it also is very itchy. Like from my experience, 100% linen always makes me itch. And not in the same way that like bad cashmere would, like in the sense that like the fabric is just more rough. It's not going to be as soft as cotton, but that's just me, Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can get linen.
No, for sure. Depends. Good linen will still be kind of on the rougher side. It's why typically you want, like if you're getting linen pants, for example, which I have a couple of linen pants, you still want a lining with that. Also because linen typically is not the most opaque of fabrics out there that you'd still want a lining for them anyway, so it's both a
Yeah.
comfort and a quality thing. Super Dark Void, you asked any clothing reviewers. I really like Andrea Chong. She also released a book that I think is excellent on how to shop and be more discerning with your sustainable purchases with clothing. She's a contributor for British Vogue. She also has a great, I know she does TikTok and all of that as well. She also has a great Instagram, stuff like that. I like her. Jennifer Wang is another excellent reviewer as well. She's not I think I've mentioned her before, but influencing and or reviewing clothing is not her full-time job. So her stuff is like a little bit more sporadic than Andrea Chung, who I love, and I've definitely taken a lot of my own personal ethos when it comes to shopping from Andrea. Yeah. Ignore Vorlo. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, moving on.
You're literally
So
platforming a thief. Okay, what did you steal? What did you steal? Volo is
I
coming
stole
at
shit
you.
from him in Risk of Rain.
Oh, okay.
And they were
It's
both
Risk of
accidents, which
Rain.
was hilarious.
It's Risk of Rain. It's chilled.
they were both accidents too. Like I wasn't paying attention, and each time I accidentally stole his items, it would be like I accidentally walked into his shit as I was like yapping.
Did he always survive
Which
longer than you as well?
well yeah, I always die.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly. So shut
that's
the fuck
par
up,
for the
Volo.
course at this point.
You survived longer anyway. You clearly didn't need it. Okay.
Yes, Trellis. Yes, that's her book. I love her book. I think it's great. She also has a pet bunny, which I think is adorable. Andrea Chong, she has a pet bunny who accidentally ate her vintage Prada lace dress,
I love
which I
that.
think is also which is hilarious. She was
I
so
love
mad.
that. Oh, one thing I do want to ask is what store, like, the thing is, most of the people in this audience are men. And men are very lucky in the sense that they can, like, you can just get some very standard sets of clothing, like a few t-shirts and a few jeans, and like that's just ends up being completely timeless depending on how like you style it and what jacket you're wearing on top of it. Like, so what, like, men, when we're thinking about denim and like cotton, what brands would you recommend for men in the audience that maybe they are coders and so they can like afford, like, to actually like completely change their wardrobe and become so much more sustainable? What would you recommend?
So there is one Cezanne actually has a menswear line that I'm pretty sure, or not, it's the same brand, one's for women, one's for men. I'm pretty sure it's called I think. I could be wrong. For him. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So there is a men's version of Cezanne that basically has the same ethos. They do the same things. It's the same brand, one's for men, one's for women.
October.
So just like, yeah. Just take what I have taught you here and apply it to October, and then you will be fine. I can't think of sugarcane jeans. I have not heard of them, but if they're great, they're great. I'm trying to think, where do I buy my jeans? I buy from Alex Mill all the time. This is American brand. Sorry.
No, don't go. No. Most people are American, so go for it. Just you go off about like what you'd want, what you'd be doing. You know?
So I do love Alex Mill. They sell for both women and men. Also, a lot of their stuff is unisex, which I think is great. So like if you're also looking for like jeans or shirts or blazers or anything along those lines, I highly recommend Alex Mill. I love their stuff. And yeah, and we can look at some of it actually. Like they just recently released jeans, which is where I got my jeans, and I think the jean quality is actually fantastic. I'm pretty sure actually the jeans that I bought were these, which are men's, but I bought them because I think they were great.
You had the big pockets too.
Yep. Which I think, yeah. So like, and these jeans I particularly love because one, they tell you details. People operated, not machine made. Only spending it just to say though, all clothing is people operated. Just to like, I know what you're saying, but like all clothing is that. I just want to be a little bit I am hesitant to say something is people operated versus machine made, just because every single piece of clothing that you will ever buy is people operated / handmade in a way that like we make. So yeah, just saying that. But yeah, so you have, it's made in LA, which I think is pretty great, which is why also they are more expensive. They're 100% non-stretch cotton, but the cotton, I will tell you, and I have bought a fair number of more expensive jeans in my lifetime. Some of which have lasted, some of which have not. Alex Mill cotton is some of the softest jeans I have ever gotten that did not have any elastane in them. Like none whatsoever. Like they are truly 100% non-stretch cotton, which will mean like if you are me, you have to get the waist tailored. Sorry, so sad. It's $30 extra, but so worth it in terms of the fit.
Yeah, you have to.
But
you don't want to have to wear a belt and then you have to bunch a whole bunch to the side, you know, like yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, truly, I will say this. Like the cotton the cotton that Alex Mill uses is absolutely fantastic. Probably some of the best cotton jeans I have bought in a very, very long time. Alex Mill, I will say, I think takes a lot of care. They are a slow fashion brand. And even though I find it a little arrogant, every Black Friday they send out an email being like, "We don't do Black Friday sales. Our prices are our prices."
Oh my god, that's really annoying.
Is really annoying.
Bro,
it is really annoying.
But it's for they're trying to put out the brand, I guess. Yeah. My aunt complains. My aunt, like, she'll never. She's not like Hermès money, kind of like she'll go and buy Hermès clothing, but she loves Hermès perfume. Which, if you didn't know, Hermès perfume is like their cheapest thing. Okay, but it's really fucking good.
Hermès perfume is actually surprisingly cheap for what I would.
It's so fucking good. It's like it's always what she'll get from my mom. Like when she comes over from Spain, she'll get. Oh, you pronounce the S at the end. Good to know. Okay, it is French, so Hermès.
Yeah.
Like she will actually like she'll never go anywhere near the clothing, but and she gets very annoyed with me. She's like, I bought so much Hermès perfume throughout my life. It's the only perfume I fucking wear, and they never have specials. They don't have any sort of system where I can like put in my points and get like a discount, and it really annoys her. Anyway, but yeah, that is the cheapest thing they sell is their perfume. I remember I went to France, like to the original Hermès, and I got my mum some perfume. Like that was my gift to her. It was. Anyway, you want, but like, yeah,
like you just need to spend like 9,000.
But then you look
more dollars. Yeah,
you look at everything else around you, and it's literally just like 10 times the price. Like you go to any of their loungewear, any of their clothing, it's like you look at the perfume, and the perfume is really fucking good, but it's their cheap thing. Like that they know if you go directly for the perfume, they treat you differently. Anyway, but that's just Hermès.
100%.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you just need to spend $9,800 more at Hermès, and like you maybe will be offered a Birkin or a Kelly. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just saying, only go to Hermès for perfume. Don't go for anything else. Like it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, like even what is it? I think their lip balm's like $70 or $80, and
nah, but lip balm that's not fucking worth it. Just get like
no, it's also like I'm saying this
Carmex,
to be like their lip balm's not even fucking good. No, yeah, like the lip balm I have is $20 and it's probably some of the best. I highly recommend. Yeah, I mean perfume is an investment in general. Like my little soapbox moment here will be like I hate perfume influencers because you'll see like they have these big fucking bookshelves just covered in fucking different sorts of perfume. And first of all, perfume it lasts, like it can last 5 years, but I doubt they're going to use all of those fucking things in 5 years. So it's like, wow, you're really just watching alcohol go to waste. Like that shit's all going to smell like fucking, acetone by the end of it, which really fucking sucks. So it's one of those things of like, even something like perfume, like I have 2 that I cycle through. I used to have 3. I had the Valentino, Donna Born in Roma, which I love. Ran out of it, so I'm working through the last 2 I have, which is I have the Carolina Herrera,
All I
Good
know
Girl, and then
is just from all I know is like the only perfume I've ever like my sister will buy like Eau de Toilette and like that will go through pretty quickly, but like for me, I've only been like surrounded by like my mum loves the there's one, it's the one about the garden. There's an Hermes one about something like about a garden. My dad always makes the
Oh, yeah.
joke that it sounds like a toilet. And like it's like so anyway, that's my dad doing it. But anyway, that's the only one that I've really been surrounded with. Other than that is like just buying like stuff that like for example one for one of my mum's birthdays there was like this perfume that her mum used to wear, but it was more just like it's a super heavy Estee Lauder perfume, I think. And it's like
Mhm.
it's like we only bought it for her because like her mum used to wear it. And if you didn't know, my mom lost her parents when she was 13. So like
Yeah.
like that is like super nostalgic. So it's more just like there as like a piece for her to look at because it reminds her of her mother. And like she would, but yeah. Other than that, like for me, perfume is just like I'm okay, you know. Anyway, but let's
Yeah, no,
let's
for
continue.
sure. And for those who are wondering, perfume, you want to buy something that's in EDP, Eau de Parfum, because that's the one that lasts longer. And EDT, Eau de Toilette, that will last if you spritz it on around 2 to 3 hours. And EDP will last you anywhere between 4 and 5. Which is what you want to buy if you're also looking to get bang for your buck in terms of something that will both last you years wise, but also last you time wise. Now, my PDM, I will tell you that shit lasts all day. It lasts 8 hours. I don't know how the fuck it works like that, but it does. Great, love it. But yeah. So going back though, I love Alex Mill. Let's go through actually some of the new stuff.
One
from
thing I
Alex
guess
Mill.
is like since we're looking at this online, you have like bias because you know what this stuff feels like IRL. But like, what would get you interested at looking at it? Like when you see it online, like what is it that is like, okay, I feel like this is going to be good quality. Maybe I should like, you know, if you really don't have time and you really don't want to go to a shop, order it and then like maybe send it back, or like what is it that will be like, okay, this looks like it's going to last me a long time. What is it about, like, when you look at the pictures that tells you
yeah,
that?
for sure. Let's look at something that's like more obvious. Let's see. Okay, like let's take a sweater for example, or like this vest. So there's numerous things that we can look at like from the get-go. Like let's look at this automatically. Waiting for it to load. All right. So one of the things we can tell just straight off the bat is if we look really closely, right around here, we can see that there is
We can't see
stitching
your
all around
mouse
the collar.
by just so you know, just click on the tab. Maybe that's why it's not showing. I don't know why it's not showing your mouse.
No. Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
Everyone look at the label.
There
We
we
see
go.
the Alex Mill label. Do we see the lines that are going out from both of the label? Do we see the lines? So that's threading. So that means that they have stitched the ends of the fabric. We can tell, I know how to knit, so I can tell also that this is a singular piece that's been knit and they've shaped in a very particular way. But we can tell that because it's threaded, that means that they took the ends when they finished the piece and they folded it over, similar to how you would do any sort of seam, and they sewed it down. So not only has it been finished in terms of knitting, right? They ended the knitting, but we also can tell that it's been finished again. So that's automatically a good sign that we can see that something's going to last if we're just looking at this online, right? We can go down and we can see just from the photo itself, the buttons look symmetrical. Buttons are actually a great indicator of whether or not something's going to be good quality. We can see from the way that it's been buttoned. And the thing is like photography won't hide this stuff. It's real, like once you have an eye for this, photography is not going to hide this stuff in the way that we think it can. It's all very like, and we can tell because of how it lays flat, and then we'll look at it on a person and we can tell even more. So the second way we can tell is the buttons are all symmetrical and they're all laying down flat. There's no lumpies and bumpies, right, in the way that would like suggest that there's something that would suggest that there's something off about the way that the buttons were sewn on.
Like,
And
there's
we
no
can
weird
see as
pull from the
well.
fabric, I guess, is what you're trying to say.
Exactly. There's no weird pull. They're not out of line with each other. Like I said, they're one straight line. And we can also see that there's nothing that's like either pulling up or anything that would suggest that the buttons are loose. Right?
Like, I
But
guess
this is
the
one
last
photo.
one is the
Yeah.
one that I'd noticed is like there's no tension at the bottom, which is like that's the thing I'd sort of go to initially is like the tension there.
Mhm.
But maybe that's me just like thinking. But I don't know how about these things are
No,
constructed.
no, that's an excellent observation as well. We can look at the cuffs, right? And we can tell this is pre-washed if we want to talk about pre-washing as well when we're buying this garment, because when you have a knit, you have to pre-wash it. If it's not pre-washed, we would see that the cuffing actually at the bottom would be a lot smaller than the rest of the garment. So because we can see that the cuffing at the bottom is not a lot smaller at the bottom of the garment, we know that it's also been pre-washed as well. Which
Okay.
is something in knitting we call this blocking. It's when you've washed it and you've laid it out to dry flat so that it can hold a specific shape, as well as the thread, as well as the stitching in between can all become even, right? Because obviously this is going to be a machine knit because we can knit through machines, but that tension can still become a little unregular just because of the nature of yarn and wool and any sort of knitting in general. I'm pretty sure this is a cotton vest, but the point still remains. So
Okay.
there's many things we can tell just from this one photo. And I'm using Alex Mill because I think it's an excellent example. So those are from what we can tell just from the one photo here, right? Now let's see how it lays on somebody in person, right? So if we see how it lays on person, we can see there's a couple things we can actually see. We can see one, there's no pulling, right? If something wasn't made correctly, if we look towards her arms, like around her elbows area, and we can tell this especially with women, obviously, because we have booba. I'm so sorry, but like if this
No,
didn't,
it's
no, I
fine.
know,
Motherfucker's
I'm
so
memeing.
used to like banning sexists in Hassan's chat and is like, I'm so sorry I said the word booba.
Listen, like right, women have breasts though, and that means that
Yes.
if something is not made correctly, it will pull typically to around the waistline. Around the natural waistline, right? The waist being, about like around where your elbows or like the inseam of your elbows would fall. And we're seeing from this photo itself that there is no pulling. In fact, we're seeing that it's laying a little. It's not only is it not pulling, meaning that it will probably most likely fit you correctly. But we're also seeing that there's no pulling at the bottom, and we're seeing that it's not wrinkling in a way that would suggest it's being stretched. So we're seeing here as well from this photo that it also, and we're seeing also from the way it lays on the body, right? So we're seeing from the top that it's laying very nicely. It's hanging off the shoulders in a way that's very much more attractive. If we're thinking just from the sense of like what's attractive in terms of fabric draping, that's what I mean when I say attractive, by the way. We're seeing from the way it is hanging off the body that it's definitely more attractive in the sense of it's not pulling or moving in a way that would suggest, even with her movement, because her body is not in a way that's like, standing at, like, she's not fucking T-posing. So we can tell that it's laying on the body very nicely in a way that's very both pleasing to the eye, but also suggests that the clothing actually has quality to it. And we can see this even more. And you can tell just from like, if we look at the shoulder area, shoulder area, right, we can see that it's hanging around the shoulders very nicely and there's no gapping. And you can say, well, yeah, we can't see the insides of that. But I can tell you right now, if the shoulder seam wasn't done well, there would either be gapping, it would be loosey-goosey in a way that's not great, or it would have like, we would see some wrinkling around the collar area that would suggest like this is maybe not a good quality piece to wear. And then we can see again what I've been talking about here, right? We can see even more so here that the arm gaps are actually done very well. Something that in modern clothing isn't talked about a lot is that the holes where you stick your arms in are actually a lot more narrow than they used to be, which restricts your movement a lot more.
I can't
Obviously, this is
stand
a
that.
fucking, yeah. obviously this is a vest, so like
Like it's gonna have more
sound
space because it's wanting layering, I guess.
yeah.
Like people will layer it with it, but like yeah, that does suck. That like
No,
the
it's a cost cutting measure because to make larger holes would A require more fabric required for the sleeves, and B it also requires more stitching, which requires more labor, which makes it also more
and also
expensive.
more tailoring because like you can make the hole larger, but
Mm-hmm.
like is it the shoulder
Yeah,
going to still work? You know?
there's like when you make the hole larger, there's like a triangular. There's more stitching that's required because you have to do like a triangular thing. I can't remember the exact terminology for it, but it requires a lot of
Yeah, like everyone here has
requires a
put
lot more
on something
tailoring.
that like you can put your hands through, but like it's just way too big, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's I guess like yeah, it's just a cost saving measure, and that is very annoying because I didn't know that, but like I have noticed that like I hate wearing anything that feels super tight on me. Like I just immediately am like I don't like this at all. I'm taking it off. I'm gonna buy something else. It's just something that's too uncomfortable, but specifically around the arms, like it's fine to have like tight pants, but like that for me, and I so you end up buying something that's bigger, but then like
Mm-hmm.
then you have to get it tailored in because specifically the
Yeah,
shoulders.
exactly.
Yeah.
Uh, Jamie, yes, there is actually a lot of cost cutting with new oversized clothing. I can tell you right now, a lot of it, like, first of all, the sizing is awful, but also when we're thinking about oversized, we're thinking more so it's supposed to be like it's bigger, it may have a boxier fit, but there's still tailoring involved with it. Whereas nowadays, there is a cost cutting because like it's just bigger size with no tailoring. So it's also going to make you look like a potato sack. And unfortunately, none of us are Marilyn Monroe. So we're not going to make a potato sack look good. If we're wondering, there is literally a photo of Marilyn Monroe wearing a potato sack. Still looks hot.
Oh my god,
But
I
none of
need
us
to look
are.
it up now. Marilyn
But none of
Monroe.
us are her.
Yeah.
So fun fact: she was Mexican.
I did not know
Um,
that.
yeah, she was Mexican.
Hold on,
She
I'm
used to
gonna
go to
show it to the
Mexico all the
stream.
time.
Oh my god, she literally did wear a potato sack. Oh my god. I'll show chat in a second. Hold on. Okay, but
I
this
am
was
not
this was
Marilyn
a
Monroe.
tailored potato sack. Okay.
Mm-mm.
No, it was. Look. Oh, did they just do it
A little
afterwards?
bit, yeah, but it definitely was not like
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
gonna show
not
the chat. There we go,
yeah,
chat.
because I forgot how it came about, but someone said there was like a piece there was an article that came out about her saying like, oh, the clothing she wears is what makes her beautiful. Like she wouldn't look beautiful if she was wearing a potato sack, and she was like, watch me. And then she wore a potato sack and still looked
Okay, I
hot.
love that.
So
I love that. I love that.
mm-hmm.
I love that she was also like she had a tummy. You know, if you go look at pictures of her on the beach,
She would be around a size 12. No, yeah.
mm, like she didn't have like she did have fat around her stomach, and she was not afraid to like show it, like especially on the beach and stuff. So, you know that's one of the things that people always. I think people think Marilyn Monroe was a Twiggy, and like that was just
No,
not
she was
true.
not. She was not of the twiggy, waif, heroin chic body type. No. I believe
Mm.
it's Sophia Loren who has this quote, but she said I would rather have a stomach and eat cake all day than be skinny and not eat anything. Or something
Mm.
along those lines. I'm probably paraphrasing. But Sophia Loren also fucking gorgeous, obviously. And like she was I think the equivalent of also like a size 12, 14 now, which yeah, love her for that.
I mean, American sizes are so different from European sizes. What I'm used to. Actually, no, I'm used to UK sizes, specifically in South Africa. So like,
I can tell you as somebody who's bought some UK stuff, I hate UK sizing.
yeah, I know, but that's just because of what you're used to. Like, you're not used to the back and forth. You know what I mean? So for me,
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
or is it like really dramatically different? Like the conversion charts are wrong.
No, like that's also a big part of the reason fucking American clothes around across brands, like there is no consistency whatsoever.
Yeah,
Like
no,
I
but
can
that's
be a
the
size
same.
like yeah, like Reformation for example, that shit runs small.
Mm.
Um so like I have bought dresses and I'm like I air between like a 4 and a 6 typically, like typically. At Reformation, I'm like a size 8 or like a medium large in some things, and I'm like, we're not gonna be taking this personally, but it's
Yeah. No, I never feel
off.
like bad about like small, medium, large like sizes now because it's like it's literally just like literally some of the stuff that's a large that I've seen is literally it's like no, this is literally a small. You put it on, you're like no, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the only thing that seems to even like be slightly consistent is shoe sizes, but even then, I'm a 4.5, which fucking sucks because you have to buy online. Like going into a shoe shop and asking for a 4.5, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Like, I literally have to buy online because it's like 4 is too small, 5 is too big. I need a 4.5. You know, so.
Yeah, I'm a 7.5.
Well, I'm UK. I'm UK sizes, so I don't know if.
Oh.
UK.
I only know my
size.
European size, which is a 38.
Shoe size. Hold on. Size. Yep. To US. Hold on. So, a UK. Okay, so it's down a size. So like I'm 4. So for you, that's wait. Hold on. UK shoe size to US. I had the chart up and then I closed it immediately. And then Europeans have the stupid... So a UK 6.5 is a US 7.5. So...
Wait,
so
that's so annoying.
Yeah, so you have to add one. So I'm a 5.5 in the US. That probably seems more acceptable to you.
Yeah, but that's still small.
Okay, yeah, okay, I have smaller feet, but like the point is, it's still like I'm not a 5 and I'm not a 6. I'm a 5.5. Do you understand now?
Yeah, no, I get that.
And it fucking sucks because you
especially...
literally have to buy online. Like I can't buy shoes not online because no one has the fucking 5.5 or 4.5 or whatever I need.
Yeah, and I will buy. I have a segment on shoes. Don't worry. But like I buy from a lot of places where they only sell full sizes. So it's like just one of those things. I'm like, well, all right, time to go with an 8, an 8 or a 7, or like that would be a 38, 37, depending on the shoe.
And then European shoe sizes make no sense. Why the fuck is a European 7.5 a 41? What is that? Why are we in the 40s now? Do people go all the way? Do you go all the way down from kids upwards? This makes no sense. Okay, what are they talking about? Okay, does it? Like, it's literally like a fucking Nintendo controller versus a PlayStation. Like, can we just like make it all the same, please? Like the one time where it would be good, you know? Anyway. Let's see women's shoe. Yeah, no, it's completely different. Hold on, no. A 4.5. A 4.5. No. No, look, the charts are different. Look at this. Look at my stream quickly. Hold on. No, the charts are completely different. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Look at this, Yubi. No, now this one says it's different. I'm a 4.5. That says it's a US 7. What the fuck? Why did the initial Google thing lie to me? And in Japan, it's a 23? And then Korea, it's a 241? And in Australia, it's a 5.5? I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. This is like, I hate this so much. Like, it literally makes me angry looking at this. This should not exist. Fuck. Why? Okay. So I'm apparently a US 7 now. Okay, so there we go. Different things charts tell you different things. Does that make more sense?
Yes, that does make sense. I was like a size 5 foot for a grown ass woman is like a little on the smaller side.
So a 7 is still small then, though, because like 4.5 is like pretty small still, like in South Africa.
Pretty average, actually.
Okay,
I think
there we
especially
go.
for our height, it's pretty average.
Okay. See, now we are all understand each other, but it literally gave me the wrong thing initially. I'm opening up another one just to be fucking sure, because I'm literally, it's blowing my mind. Okay, international size chart. UK woman 4.5. No, it says Okay, it says US is different. It says 6.5 now. What the fuck? Why are they all so different? Oh my god, look at my stream. They literally contradict each other, and this is not AI. This
I'm
is
still looking.
this is pre-AI. UK 4.5 and then 6.5 for women, but it says I'm a 7 on this one. I hate this. No, this makes me like genuinely angry. It's like there's no that even they don't know what's going on. You got no commentary on it. You're just like fucking laughing. This is my struggle every day, dude. Like,
I know my sizes.
well, clearly, I know my size is a UK 4.5, but then you compare it to the US, it says 6.5 here. On this one, it says 7. Okay, what happened?
I don't know.
Now introducing time zones for women? No, this is shoe size. It's got nothing to do with time zone.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I
Okay.
don't know. Ask your mom.
Okay, go back to
Listen,
go back to
I
your
know my American size and I know my European size, and that has worked for me so far.
Okay, what's your European size? I'm checking both these charts right now. What's your European size?
I'm a US 7.5 or 8, and then European 37.5 or 38.
Okay, 37.5. So that says 7 for the US. It says, okay, you're the same shoe size as me then. Okay, cool. 37.5.
No, 37.5 is a 7.5
Look at my stream.
in the US. Okay, but I am telling you right now.
This is gonna make you angry.
37.5
Yeah, this is gonna make you angry.
Okay, so this shit's wrong.
Okay, well then why does it say women's shoe size chart? Because then look at this
Why
one.
are you taking this chart as Bible? That's my question. Like, I'm telling you right now.
Unisex? Like, okay. But then it says 7 and 38. Okay, fine. Okay, let's just move on. This just really angered me. Because the half for me matters. I can't wear a 4 and I can't wear a 5.
I know the half matters.
I know.
I'm just telling you that.
Well, you were saying no, either 37 or 37.5 for me. I'm fine. Anyway, I'm joking.
No, a 37.5 or 38, because I have, okay, my feet are 2 different sizes. Like, my big foot is a size 8, and my little foot is a 7.5, which is really fucking annoying.
Okay, I see.
That's why
Jacob
I say I'm a
Johns?
7.5 or 8, and,
I see. Jacob Johns, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifties. Thank you. I understand now. Okay, I see. That just frustrates me because
Yes.
I opened up 2 charts and they both told me different things. I've never had to learn the US sizes. I've never been to the United States. I've never bought anything from the US that is like related to my feet, you know? Okay, go back to because the socialist man is live now, so we need to learn, like, okay, you're going through this. What is it that like is like this is something I can trust? Back at that again.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to pants now, because I mentioned pants. Let's just look at these really quickly.
No,
First
you
and
take your
foremost,
time.
let's look at
We
the
don't have to rush, by the way, just because he's live. Don't stress. I need the bathroom quickly, so I
No,
will
I
be
know.
listening to you. But go for it.
All right. And chat, if you have any questions, I am here. But yeah, so like let's first look at the waistband. Obviously, it's an elastic waistband. Nothing wrong with an elastic waistband. They can sometimes I think it works. It can work really well for different. It can work really well for different silhouettes that you're trying to aim for. Also, when it comes to these sort of like heavier canvas-esque pants, definitely can work better for women. What pants should I wear? I don't know your style. I can't answer that question. Vorlo. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty great. I had therapy this morning. It was fun. And I've had my tea. So things are going well. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Okay. So what shirt then? Again, I don't know your style. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what? Why don't you just look at this cute little brand? Where is it? I don't even remember where. Is it this one? Yeah. Why don't you just buy from this brand? There. I gave you an answer. All right, moving on. So, thoughts on Uniqlo? I think it's a great starting point. I think they have great basics as well. Jig Jumps, I am not a fan of yerba mate. I think Uniqlo is a great starting point. I think you can definitely get better stuff for like a little bit of a higher price point that I think will suit you better. But I think for like baby wardrobe starters, I think it's definitely a great point. And I say this, and I also say this because like I'm not a big fan of their t-shirts. I know some people who have bought t-shirts from Uniqlo, and I've recommended Uniqlo actually to a lot of people. When it comes to like buying good basics, the quality is great, but I'm not a big fan of their textile quality. I think, in my opinion, I think their cotton shirts are actually pretty scratchy. Um. So yeah. That's my opinion. And but I do love their heat tech as a New Yorker. I think their heat tech is excellent, and it keeps me very warm, and I like it. Vorlo, thoughts on fashion brand company? I think it's great, and they should give me a Gucci discount as well, even though I will never buy Gucci. Moving on. All right, so let's look at these pants. Everyone look at these pants really closely, really nicely. Everyone look. Wow, wow, wow. We love pants. Pants are great. Yes, yes, everyone look. Great. We're looking at the pants. So, first thing we would look at just from the outside is the stitching, right? So let's look at the actual stitching because this is such a patterned heavy pant, meaning that there are different parts that are being sewn onto it. We can actually tell a lot more about the threading in this example than other examples. But you will take this example, which we will say is a more obvious or explicit one, and then you will apply this to all the pants you buy. Right? We're learning things to apply it. It's like theory. There is
You're
there is
teaching an
theory, and then
equation,
there is
and now we
application.
need to apply the
Yes,
equation, okay, for all the STEM words in here, okay?
exactly. Great. So we're going to look at this. The first thing we can tell from the stitching, first and foremost, is it's very straight. We're not seeing any wobblies on it. We're not seeing any sort of deviation from the original pattern. And we're seeing, actually, if we look at it even maybe a little bit closer, that the stitches are actually very uniform and they're very small. So what do we take away from this? First of all, stitches that are closer together means that it's going to A, last a lot longer, B, the threads are not going to be pulled, and if you accidentally do, for whatever reason, break a thread or whatever, the whole pant is less likely to fall apart, right? Because think about it this way, if there's more columns that are holding up a temple in ancient Greece, I don't fucking know. If there's more columns though, the roof is going to be better supported and there's less pressure per one column, right? Think about that in the same way you would think about thread on a piece of clothing. The more threads they are and the closer they are together, the less pressure there is per thread, meaning that if you do accidentally break one, too bad, so sad, it's not going to actually fuck up anything. In the same way that if something was, and you'll see this in fast fashion, I'm not going to show you fast fashion because I'm showing you what good stuff looks like. The less likely it is to actually fall apart. Now we can even see that this is staying straight and uniform when we look at something like this corner piece where the two pieces of fabric are being conjoined. We're seeing that it's not being pulled apart, which would suggest that the pattern was actually made properly. The pattern was made properly, and this fabric is not being stretched to fit what the silhouette of the pant should look like. So we know that it's not going to look odd when we actually put it on, right? And we're also seeing that even though we're now going perpendicular to the lengthwise seam that we're seeing that it's still pretty uniform and pretty even. So it's not going to, so the quality is maintaining throughout all of it. It's not just maintaining throughout one seam. That is something also to pay attention to. You may see that one seam looks great, right? Outside seams may look great. And again, you may see the finishing on the inside and it's absolute doo-doo and be like, okay, great, throw it away. You want to make sure that the quality is maintained throughout the entire piece. You don't want to have only one piece be maintained. Like only one aspect of it be maintained. It could look great on the outside and it could look like shit on the inside. That inside part though is what's actually holding up your pants, dress, skirt, shirt, whatever it may be, jacket. If that shit on the inside doesn't look great, that outside's going to show it at one point or another, and then you've just wasted money.
Mm.
Pant singular is fucking up my brain. That's it. You can do both, but it's fine. And then, so if we go down and we look at the cuff, we can look at some of the finishing. We obviously can't look at the inside finishing, unfortunately, so I can't really tell you what to look for on the inside, which is as equally important as what's on the outside, like I was saying. But we can see again, the stitching remains pretty straight, pretty consistent. We're seeing the thread, the spacing in between each stitch is also pretty minimal. So again, it's going to last you a lot longer. This is a higher quality piece. And just for the record as well, I would say Alex Mill is a pretty good example of what mid-price and mid-range fashion should look like right now. I think it's an excellent brand, and I think it definitely does a good job of like, it's a definitely good, it's a good cost to quality ratio brand overall. Do I like all of their pieces? Not necessarily. Some of them also just don't fit my style, but I do like them overall.
But the point is, like, for example, even if you can't afford Alex Mill, if this is what, like, if you're thrifting and you are still, like, wanting to make sure it's quality, like, this is still
you
what
would
you are
still
looking
look for
at.
this stuff.
Yes, and that's the point here.
And then we can also see, like, at the bottom, right, it's not a raw hem or anything like that. You can like a raw hem. There's nothing wrong with a raw hem. I have a pair of raw hem jeans. But if we're thinking also about the cost and manufacturing of a product, something that obviously has a done hem, a finished hem, is going to be A, more expensive, B, it's going to last you a lot longer. And a raw hem, you have to be careful too, because it could actually just mean A, cost cutting, B, it's going to fall apart really quickly, because for a raw hem to be done properly, the actual manufacturing of the textile has to be done in a specific way where it's not going to fall apart just because it has a raw hem. Like, you have to have very well made fabric for a raw hem not to fall apart.
So just to answer YouTube's question, YouTube just said, I will never fully understand patterning. I think what EB means by patterning is not like actually like the pattern of what the fabric looks like.
Shit, yeah.
It's literally like, have you ever seen those old like magazines that they'll be like, yeah, we've got this pattern for this dress, and basically it has a 2 template size, normally in like tracing paper, of like how the fabric is cut, basically to make this specific dress or jeans or whatever. That, I think that's what it's basically more of a template.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you mean by pattern?
Yeah, that's what I mean by a pattern. And what I also mean by a pattern is like, we can see the different pieces that came together to make this particular garment. And that's like this is a finished pattern, right? To answer your question, Squirrel Tempura, a raw hem is when a hem is not finished at the bottom. So, like, for example, this is
you get the frayed
hem.
pieces of denim.
A raw hem would be the frayed at the bottom, right? Or if it's a unfinished hem on a shirt, it's that tiny roll of the fabric at the bottom of your shirt, right? Or at the bottom of the cuffs, right? If you know what I'm about, right? So these pants, just looking at them, we can see how they drape on the body very well. We can see that there's no pulling of the fabric that would suggest that it's not laying correctly, which means that it's a very well made piece, but also means that we're not seeing it look bad. You're most likely, if it doesn't look bad on her, it most likely will not look bad on you. But again, you also have to know your sizing. You have to know what looks good on you, what doesn't.
That's a whole different story.
And that's why, that's a whole different story. It's why I typically recommend that people do shop more in person. I know that's not always possible, so that's what online returns are for. But we can see just from how it's laying on her that it actually looks pretty good. We're not seeing any pulling in a way that would suggest that it's like made cheaply. And we're seeing it's overall just a great piece, right? And so going back, let me close some of these tabs. Which one was this one? Oh, that's Laura P. Fuck Reformation. Men, go here. I know there's other men's brands, but I can't name them off the top of my head.
No, but it's good. It's just more a Prada. Okay.
So this is Bergdorf Goodman. It's a designer department store. It's only in New York. It only has one location. The reason I brought it up though was I hate their fucking website with a passion for a number of reasons. But the one I hate the most, and what I will tell you to just like run away from in general, especially if you're shopping online, is the description. They don't tell you the fucking content of any of their shit. They're just like, it's made of polyester, the lining's polyester, dry and clean, imported. Great, cool. This is like one of the most expensive department stores in the fucking world, and you're telling me right goddamn now that you can't tell me how much polyester it's made out of? If it's 100% polyester, just tell me. So yeah, I brought this up as an example of like, I hate shopping online at Bergdorf Goodman with a passion. It's super fucking annoying, and I would just tell you to honestly run away from any store that doesn't do this.
And by the way, like the inner label should like tell you what it's made of, so it's more just like
exactly.
laziness
So
out of everything, or just they're trying to hide something.
So if a label does not tell you the fiber content on the actual garment, if you're like looking at it in person, run away. And if the online store doesn't tell you, run away again. So like there's two examples where you should run away, because it's like it's not going to be worth it anyway. Because you should know that it's a good business practice overall for someone to tell you. If they're cutting corners in a way where you're like, okay, this is probably not going to be good taste overall. Right? So that's why I brought up Bergdorf Goodman. Obviously, I'm not telling you to write. Sure, foreign sticks, you can do that too. You could briskly walk for all I care, just as long as you get away from the garment and its non-labeled fiber content. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bergdorf Goodman was just the first example I could think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there are plenty of other brands that do this as well. And yeah. So Bergdorf Goodman, I hate shopping online with them, and I honestly kind of hate shopping in person because their sales associates are low-key racist, but that's a story for another time. Okay.
Oh god.
Moving on.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be a brown woman walking into that store. Not worth it. But I love the Dior counter. Those ladies were actually really nice to me. Okay, moving on. Now we're gonna look at shoes. Now I love a good Dear Francis shoe. I think Dear Francis is great, but this is a way for us to look at the quality of shoes. Now, Dear Francis is kind of an extreme. They're not cheap by any means. I do own a couple of their shoes, a couple pairs of their shoes. But for what you need to know, Dear Francis, it's made in Italy. They are handmade, and they use European sizes. I'm sorry, LB.
Well, that's okay.
Sorry.
This is just about looking it up, you know?
So yeah, they're not cheap. I'm 100% going to tell you they are not cheap at all. I typically buy them when they're on sale, and they do sample sales often, so if that interests you. But yeah, if we're looking at a shoe, first and foremost, what we want to talk about is, one, you need to know your size. And you need to know your size, unfortunately, in numerous different
and try them on,
materials.
obviously, but that's like the easiest
Yes.
thing to do. It's like the least
Yeah,
intrusive thing
trying them
ever.
on is great. Trying them on is great. I can buy online for a lot of things now, especially through the sample sales, just because I know what sizes work with my foot. For example, black patent leather typically runs small. So I would buy a 38 as opposed to a 37.5, or even a 38.5 if that's available. Sizes also do tend to vary depending on the manufacturer. I've typically found, though, European manufacturers are pretty consistent if they're all like within the same realm.
Well, they've got so many different like increments, I guess they have to be.
Yeah. So like for example, I have a pair of Jimmy Choo patent leather pumps. They're great. So, and I've tried those on in person. I have them. So, and typically I found that European sizing works in the same way that I found from Jimmy Choo when I went in store. So I can kind of like figure out what is and isn't going to fit just from that, for example. So like, let's look at the shoe first and foremost. Like, let's look it on while someone's wearing it. We can kind of see two things. One, the shoe lays pretty flat. It's not being pulled apart in any way. Also, you can look at the stitching around the sides. All pretty uniform, all very even. Also a good sign of quality. And then we can also see from the edges around the sole, that it's all very even, all laying very flat, very good, very nice. The one thing that you have to know about these shoes or any really European shoes, like something like this, the bottoms are going to be, I don't know if they're going to show us, but the bottoms are not going to be very textured, which is going to suck because you're going to be maybe a little slippy slidey, but you can fix that with either you can like sand down the leather sole yourself, or you can go to a cobbler and have them just like stick on some stuff that makes them not slippery slidey, and that's pretty good. It's like a $20 fix. Um Flower Pill, I don't, again, and I said this earlier, I don't really shop per brand. It's one of the reasons like I'm not recommending any like blanket statement label for any brand. I think brands vary on quality overall and across the board. So it is really about being discerning per piece as opposed to per brand. And so that's why we're learning all of these skills here, so that you can be discerning per piece and be able to tell what is and isn't good based on your needs per piece, as opposed to like a blanket statement per brand. Like I said, like I used to love Reformation, and now, but some of their stuff, even when I did love them a lot more, some of their stuff was a little bit more on like the quality here isn't great. Now it's definitely like erring more on the side of like overall the quality isn't great, but it's a matter of being more discerning that way, if that makes sense. So yeah, so like this is example. I love I do love their shoes. I have their boots and a few things. They recently come up with these mesh ones. You can have your opinions on those. But like for example, oh, this is something to also know if you are a girly who wears heeled boots, right? What you need to know about a heel. If the heel is towards the back, this heel is not. This heel, your center of gravity is placed on the center of your heel, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It is the center of your heel. That is going to be a comfortable walking shoe, as opposed to a stiletto where the heel is towards the back of the foot.
It's why
That is
wedges are
going to
so
put
much more
all
comfortable, you know? Like, holy
Mhm.
moly. Like, wedges make such a difference, you know? Anyway.
Like, let's bring up let's bring up the. I know I spelled it wrong, whatever.
And it's right
These
at the back.
shoes, right?
Oh god, yeah. No.
Yeah. This is why everyone says that the So-Kates by Christian Louboutin, we all know, it's why they're notoriously uncomfortable, besides the fact that they're like, I think 6 inches tall, like they're a 6-inch heel.
Fuck, I
The
just
reason
like
they're also
it's your feet literally go numb after wearing that for like fucking 3 hours. Like it's too much for me, you know?
Yeah, but also the big reason that it's super uncomfortable is because the heel is at the back. Like totally at the back. There's the fact that it's also a really thin heel, so you're putting a lot of weight on a very small point, which is
Of
also
your foot.
terrible. But yeah. But or you're centering all of your weight at a very within like one specific very tiny area, which just means that there's not a lot of weight distribution, which I know means that it's going to apply more pressure, which means it's going to hurt a lot more. But the point here also is that the heel, right, because it's at the back of the shoe, means that you're putting all of your weight at the back of your foot, as opposed to centering it in the center of your heel, like we see in no, not that. Like we see here with these boots. I also own these boots, so that's why I also brought them up. But we see with these boots that the heel is at the center of the actual heel itself. So it's going to be a comfier shoe. You're going to be able to walk on them a lot longer. Obviously, wearing a heel forever and ever is not great for your foot. I'm not telling you it is. But what makes it more comfortable is the fact that it's at the center of your heel, which means that the weight distribution is better, which means that you're going to be able to wear them for a lot longer. And it's not going to hurt your foot as much when you do take them off. So you're not going to have that same feeling when you've worn like heels that are super duper uncomfortable and they're kind of stuck in that heeled position for a while because you have to like, you're trying to relax your muscles after a bit. You're not going to have that same you're not going to have the same amount of recovery that you would need from something like a So-Kate. Even though Zendaya will say, LaRoche, who is her stylist, says that, you know, he trained her to wear So-Kate since she was 14 and she now thinks they're comfortable. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but
I don't believe that at all. Like,
She's
I
a
literally-
professional. Who knows?
who knows?
But,
I just know that like the one thing that like whenever you'd wear high heels, the worst thing you can ever do is take them off. Like I just like you just have to fucking suffer, and you keep on wearing them. But if you ever take them off, it's like you just have to start from point one again. Like that was the thing that like for me was like, oh god, I can't stand wearing high heels. They literally make me upset. You know?
Yeah. So like, yeah. No, they're.
Mhm.
I do love a heel. I wish they were more comfortable, but
They literally
beauty is
make them
pain, I
super
guess.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why wedges I find like, but they hard. I don't know if people are wearing wedges at the moment, but you know, like for me, wedges have always been nicer because at least like, you can just relax for a little bit. But like heels,
I know
like
platforms are in. Like
Okay.
a platformed flat sandal is in, but I wedges I think maybe a little bit
that's a little bit
dead to the
2010s, yeah.
Little
Anyway.
2014. But yeah. So like that's one thing if you are looking for a decent heel, that's something also to look out for. It applies a little bit less if you're thinking about like shoes like these. Right, where we can still see that the heel is where you have a chunkier heel. Chunkier heels are typically going to be more comfortable overall.
Yeah.
Just because again, weight distribution, it's going to be better. But even with this chunkier heel, we can see that there's still the placement of it is very intentional in that it's not going to be placing as much pressure at the back of your foot, which is what makes them super super uncomfortable. So these again are more of a these again are more of a comfortable walking shoe, if not maybe a little tall, so a little bit less of a recommended walking shoe, but a walking shoe for our fashionable girlies nonetheless. And then again, look at the details, always want to know what it is. 100% leather upper, so that means that the entire like outside of the shoe is leather, which is also great. Which is also just great to know. Tennis shoes obviously apply a little bit differently, depends on what you're looking for. I love these shoes. I have two of them actually. Veja I think is great if you're looking for the sustainable
I've never heard
option.
of this before, so Veja is
Really,
great.
it's
no.
Yeah, I love. If you
Maybe
pronounce
it's
it
an
Portuguese, it's.
Is it Portuguese? Is it a
If you
Portuguese brand?
It's a Parisian brand actually.
Oh,
Started in
interesting.
Paris.
Okay.
If you pronounce it in Portuguese though, it's Veja. I say Veja because I speak Spanish. I know people say it however the fuck they want. I say Veja, whatever. They're great. It's sustainable leather. All of their rubber is they get the rubber from Brazil, and then it's made in I think
With
they're
the
made
rubber
in
trees.
Brazil as well. Yes.
Okay. Interesting. So
They're
it's not
great,
synthetic.
and no, it's not. And the great part about it and what actually makes them super duper sustainable as a brand, and the reason I love it, is a lot of their in-store their brick and mortar stores have a cobbler inside.
Oh, that's insane.
So
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah,
that's
they
really
recommend
sick.
that you take your they recommend that like when you need your shoes to be redone, you just take them in store to the cobbler and you get them repaired. Especially, and I got actually super excited. I remember I was bitching about this in offline like a while back. That I have two pairs of Vejas. I've worn them out a lot because they're super comfy and I wear them around the city and I walk around New York a lot with them. But the rubber in one of my shoes, the rubber is like the sole is, first of all, they're worn the fuck out. They're a little uncomfy now because I can feel everything with them now. But also some of the sole is starting to pull off from the leather, like the actual leather sneaker part. I
actually have a question for you, like specifically.
Yeah.
This is just for me because, like, when I go to a cobbler, it's only ever to like get the sole redone, and that's normally would be like from leather shoes. But like, for example, I have I love Nike Air Force Ones. It's because I've got ankle problems, and if you've ever felt the back of an Air Force One, you know, like you literally can't press that in, and that ankle support is so important. It's why I can't wear Vans, for instance, because it's just like fabric.
Yeah.
It's like, so I need that ankle support because I've got issues with my feet. And it's just like, you know, maybe Nike is not the most sustainable, but for me, like, I literally need, like, I haven't been able to find a shoe that has that level of comfortability. But here's the thing, the fucking back, you know, right at the back of the shoe, like, the inner lining rubs off. Like, that's the thing that rubs off first. Would a cobbler be able to fix that? Like, would you be able to, like, that inner
It would
lining?
depend on the skill of the cobbler. I'm gonna say no because if I'm remembering my Air Force Ones correctly, it's kind of like a meshy-esque fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit harder to replace than say like a fully leather shoe. Like Veja, I will tell you, like it's leather inside and out.
Oh, is it leather inside and out?
Mostly for the shirt. Mostly, yeah. I'm looking at the shoe right now. It has some of that mesh around the sides of it too, which is super funny. I'm now seeing I have a hole.
No,
in
it's.
the back
I
of the
mean,
shoe.
it's
That's
needed because
really
it's like
great.
super breathable around the ankle. But you know why it fucking irritates me is before it starts hurting me, that's why my socks go down so quickly. Because when I get a brand new pair of, like, whatever, Nike Air Force Ones, whenever I can wear my socks perfectly, and, like, there's no issue whatsoever. But as soon as that fabric starts to wear away, then my socks start sliding down my shoe, and that's unacceptable to me. So I need to find, like, a solution for this because I refuse. Like, I just wear longer socks now and I roll them up, which is annoying, but you know.
Well, yeah, no, if you do want the solution, no-show socks are actually out of season, so
No,
showing your socks is
I
actually in right now.
I have to no. But here's the thing: is I'm wearing always showing socks. I don't care. Like,
oh,
like,
and they still slip down?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
Yes, because it like gets caught in the back area there, and it pulls down. It might be because of my shoe size as well. Like, these things are gonna work differently based on like your shoe size. But like, it fucking annoys me. So I just wanted to know if a cobbler would fix that. I'll probably actually go and like.
Cobbler could, yeah, cobbler may be able to fix it. It again depends on their
skill level.
But for sure, yeah. But because I can speak for Veja. I know their cobblers are like specifically like hired to be a cobbler at their store so that they can fix their shoes. But what's also really cool is you can get your other shoes fixed at Veja. I think that's really cool. Or you can recycle them and like give them your shoes, like shoes that you don't want, and they can be recycled too, which I think is super interesting. So yeah, I have these. I've now had them for 2 years. They are super worn out, super worn through. But what's happening for me is like the part where the rubber meets the leather is starting to come apart because I've worn them around like where your toes bend from walking. So I need to get that fixed. And I just think it's great that like you can go to a cobbler, and I will be going to the cobbler when I'm back in the city to get them fixed because part of the reason
I mean,
is,
like, the fact that, like, if they've got that built into their model, it's immediately like, yeah, we want you to have this pair of shoes for 5 years, you know? Like,
no, for sure. But also, it's also just like the fact of like, I bought them for sustainability, but part of the sustainability is being able to mend, right? Like, mending has obviously gone out of fashion. People don't really know how to mend things anymore. Which really sucks because that's also a big part of sustainability is fixing things. Which is why I remember bitching about this. This was before the American cobbler opened up for Veja in New York.
well, the fact that they built
I spent $100. Yeah, I spent $175 on these shoes, and the only thing I really needed was the sole to be fixed. And that's a matter of I didn't want to spend $175 on a new pair of shoes when I guess in a different world, if we went to a cobbler, if I had access to a decent cobbler, I could get
I think the fact that they have a built-in cobbler immediately is like, okay, no, we're fine with that. You don't need to come and get another pair of shoes. You can come and get your shoes mended. Like, that's what I immediately, when you said they had a built-in cobbler as a business model, I was like, okay, I really want to find a place where these are sold, like, wherever I am, because like that is fucking sick. Okay,
if you're going to London anytime soon, they just recently opened up a London store.
Okay. Are they in Madrid? Because I'll probably be there first.
I believe they are. I think
I'll probably know, but I'll have a look because it's also like this is just way in the future. But for me, the built-in cobbler aspect is just like that's so. Oh, they are in Madrid. Okay, great. Because for me, like the built-in cobbler aspect is very like immediately you know that like they are very open to taking your shoes into even just to get adjusted like right after you bought them, you know, like a cobbler could fit like, and that for me is like so much more they actually really care about making sure that these shoes work for you. It's not just like you're buying a pair of Nikes and you're just like, okay, well, they're and done. Like, you know, you don't get a Nike cobbler, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, and then so like I said, all of their brick and mortar stores have a cobbler inside of them, which I think is also great. So they do also have one in Madrid. And I'm
Okay.
very excited because they have one in Brooklyn, which is where I will be going. But yeah, if you are looking for great shoes, Veja is great, and they carry like a bajillion and 10 different sorts of sneakers, not just like a leather sneaker. They have these, which I think is just
No,
kind of
I
like
can see it.
most
They
similar to
look
an Air
really
Force
good.
One.
You can see when I
Yeah.
ever look at a shoe, and this is just because I've been plagued with foot problems my whole life. Immediately, the first thing is that I look at the arch because, and this should be
Yeah.
for anybody that buys shoes. Like when you look at a shoe, like this is why Vans never buy fucking Vans. I'm sorry, like they are so bad for your feet. Your ankle is literally moving around the back of them unless like you have to feel that arch, and you should not be able to like press it in more than like half a centimeter. An arch should be something super, super firm, and it should be padded really, really well. And if it isn't, then don't buy the shoe ever, ever, because it will not last. Because that, like, if you think about how you walk, when you press down your foot to walk, like you're always pushing back into the arch, and that level of, you need to make sure like it's contained. I don't know if maybe you know this, UV, but like I've had to go to so many. What it even is the foot doctor?
Yeah.
What's the name of a foot doctor?
Podiatrist.
But yes, I had to go like when I was a kid. I did gymnastics at a very young age, and so because I did so much gymnastics, the muscles in my legs never developed like properly. Like I used to be able to bend my leg up at a 90-degree angle, like sitting, like to the side. That's how fucked the muscles were in my legs. So I have like I care so much about the shoes I wear.
Yeah. As somebody with very high arches, to the point where like some flats do not work with me, like my arch will go over the edge, like the shoe, like the shoe itself, like my arch is like higher than some shoes depending on the type of flat. Yeah, no, comfortable shoes is like a huge thing for me, which I mean there are benefits. High heels are a lot easier for me to wear because my feet are naturally arched, so plus me on that one. But when it comes to flatter shoes or like anything walking, I am a huge stickler for this. So yeah, I can tell you, Veja, like I have walked a bajillion and 10 miles in New York in them. I have worn them the fuck out.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna look at them.
If you want a brand, I will suggest a brand. It will be Veja for shoes. Like, and everyone should, I believe if there was one thing you should always invest. I mean, I believe you should invest in anything you wear.
Shoes are like more like. I guess the one thing that would be an issue with people is like you know, if you like my shoes get dirty pretty quickly. I have no idea why, but they do. So like for you know, I always go for something that's more cleanable. So I'll never go for a cotton like outside. Like I always will go for a leather. But like that's just. But like for me, it's just like, is there actual care put into the fucking sole? Are they trying to make sure this is going to be comfortable for you in 3 months, as it is comfortable for you now? You know, and that for me is like a big thing. Anyway.
Yeah, and because both of the sneakers I have, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but I mentioned I have a hard time tying my shoes.
Oh yeah,
so the reason I went to the store originally was to get, and I love these fucking shoes so much, is they have Velcro shoes and they're beautiful. So they
are nice and they're Velcro. Oh my god.
My friends hate them. They think they look stupid, but I fucking love these shoes so much.
Oh my god, we should bring Velcro
back. They're so
back.
comfortable. They're also really wide, actually. I've recommended them to my wide feet people. I have pretty wide feet. I've got the Mexican wide feet.
Well, my feet are like wider than, like, for example, for when I buy like a size 4.5, I have to work them in, and that sucks. So thank you. That actually is very useful.
Yeah,
because I've got small feet,
so
but
like,
they're wider than normal, you know. So anyway.
Yeah, so like if you need I fucking love these shoes, man. I think they go great with anything. I fucking love these Velcro shoes. I literally do not care what anyone says. They are not baby shoes. They are my fucking shoes. And I'm a goddamn adult, damn it. So
Bro,
yeah,
it's funny because like the first time I ever got like a pair of shoes that didn't cost, so just like put 100 rand or 200 rand into Google to get to dollars quickly. My parents would never like if you put 200 rand, my parents would never ever buy me shoes that would cost more than 200 rand as a kid ever, because that's like way too expensive because you're gonna grow out of it. Remember, like also I grew up when I was 10, or no, when I was 11, 2008 happened. So, and my parents had just moved. They just, in 2008, in 2007, my parents moved from the UK to the US, and to South Africa. My parents are South African, but like, well, my mum, anyway. But the point is like, yeah, I never ever got branded shit growing up. I never got like good quality shoes or anything. And so I feel like that would be something if I ever had kids, I'd enforce on them and being like, no, you get fucking cheap shoes because you grow out of them so quickly.
I used to get, that is one thing I will say. I usually recommend like, if it comes to children, like buying children fast fashion, I think is a totally different thing because they're going to go through it so quickly, where it's like a little bit different than I would say like a grown-ass adult buying a shit ton of like cheap clothing just for the sake of having numerous outfits, as opposed to like a child. Like, I'm sorry, nobody should be buying a child Fendi, right?
Yeah,
so,
like when I see a child wearing like Nike or Adidas, that makes me so angry. I don't know.
It's really cute though.
I know, but like for me,
like
it's
the
just
baby Nikes are so fucking cute, man.
Okay, you are so American, but that's okay. You're allowed to be that. Like for me, it's just like something so unjustifiable. They used to have fake Crocs at a place called Ackermans in South Africa, like. And you would just get all of the stuff there, and they would last you a year, but that would be perfect because you'd grow out of it. But the thing is, my size shoe didn't change much. Like from like 14, I think that was like I was set. I had like a size that size shoe. But anyway, baby,
like these are adorable. I'm sorry. Look at them, they're so cute.
Bro, I can't, like 95. I can't. I'm sorry.
They're so cute. Or like the baby Nikes. Like obviously when they're like a toddler, I'm not buying them this shit. They're gonna get it dirty.
I've seen little fucking toddlers with this shit, and it makes me actually angry.
It's so cute. Oh my god, they have one with the velvet. It's so cute. I can't. No, I have no intention of having children on my own, of my own volition, but I'll be the aunt, and I will 100% be that aunt that buys my nieces and or nephews or nibblings fucking
nibblings
Nike shoes.
Nibblings.
That's the gender neutral, yeah.
Is that the gender neutral? I had never heard of that before. Okay, well, good to
know. Sleepy Village.
Oh my god.
If you want sandals, I would say Dear Francis has some great ones, but if you want something cheaper, Castañer? Is it Spanish? They have great sandals. Not everything's an espadrille. They have some flats and stuff that I think are also pretty great.
Do you find that like there's a lot of like this is one thing? Okay, we're completely off topic here. Like, we can sort of move on, but like one thing that I think is like so not spoken of with regards to food is just like Spanish fashion is not something people do not associate Spain with like high like fashion or anything that's like super out there, but like holy fuck, you go to Spain and they will not, you can't, you can search, but all you're gonna find is like just shit made in Spain or shit like that is specifically by Spanish designers, and that blows my mind. It's the same with food. It's like Spanish food is like very under. Maybe it's because they colonized so much, and because those like
probably
like you know, I mean the French colonized a lot as well, but maybe those countries don't have too much of a voice as like the same countries that Spain colonized. So I don't know, but like you know, but what you'll find really funny is like the big store where everyone will buy anything in Spain is called El Corte Inglés, which means the English cut. And my aunt explained it to me. She was like, no, Spanish people love English fashion. They love it. They love.
Mhm.
It's not like the same like anti-English thing the French have. So literally, their biggest store, which has all of the smaller fashion brands with the fast fashion included, it has the pharmacies, it has everything. It's
Mhm.
called El Corte Inglés, and that I love that. It blows my mind. Like you always think that everywhere in Europe is gonna hate the English. Nope, the fucking Spanish, the Spanish love it, dude. Anyway,
Yeah, so I love Castañeda. I have a pair of their wedges. I think they're great. Very good quality. Also very comfy, actually. I was very surprised when I got their wedges. The actual wedges is actually like super bouncy, super supported. I was very surprised. I wear them motherfuckers and they're like 4 inches tall.
oh, you'll
I wear
love
them
this.
motherfuckers out though. It's great.
My aunt, like my mom will be like, "Hey sister, can you bring me specifically this back from Spain?" And it's literally just because you can't find good. I'm just gonna announce like at the end of what my aunt will buy my mum, but you
Mhm.
can't get good underwear in South Africa. You can look, but you're not gonna find good
Oh.
quality. So my aunt will literally only bring back good underwear, specifically bottoms for my mum, and that is like that is one thing in South Africa. Like you cannot find good underwear unless you want to buy like super
Interesting.
insanely like sexy G-strings. You are not going to find a good underwear store, and like no one
Also,
wants to wear that.
G-strings are not good
Yeah,
underwear.
exactly. They're terrible, but like that is the stuff that you'll find in the high-end brands that have like a little bit more quality, and like they all suck. You will not find good underwear in South Africa at all, or good socks. That is the stuff that like I'm serious. There's like
Mhm.
no local like it's one of those things where I get very annoyed because I go to the last time I went overseas, I spoke about this last time like you were on, is like I bought a pair of socks. I still wear them and that's 5 years later and they're still like none of the fibers have like frayed at the bottom near the heel and like you can't find that here.
Mhm.
And it annoys me a lot.
It should. No, I totally get that. Flower pill loincloths don't work for women though. Like I don't know if you know much about like how the female body works or female anatomy, but like we kind of need like
You need
the
something that holds
full
you in a
thing.
bit, okay?
Yeah, you need something that like holds shit in and also like kind of protects you from shit cuz like, things are constantly like coming out of places and you're like, "Wow, that's just a thing."
Mm.
Um yeah, which is also why G-strings suck. They're like a terrible fucking cut of underwear. Is
Mm.
weight of the fabric a good indicator of quality? Yes, weight of the fabric can definitely be a good indicator, as well as how opaque or not opaque it is. If you have like a cotton shirt and that shit's like thin as shit and you can see your hand through it, it's garbage, yo.
Mm.
Total garbo. But yeah, and the same can be said of like anything from like linen to jeans, or if you find jeans that are see-through, that's pretty impressive. I'm gonna be so real. But yeah,
But
I
I
like
guess the
Castaneda if
thing
you're
that most
looking.
people fall with jeans is the stretch jeans. Like even with Levi, like in the last 10 years,
Oh yeah,
Levi's has been like it's like don't fucking buy it. Like especially in the
no,
women's
Levi's
section,
is
it sucks.
as a person who has a different sized waist from her hips. In terms of like what sizing it is, I had to relent and buy some jeans because I love a good flare.
Mm.
Love a flare moment.
Well,
But
I
if I
have
want a
like much
flare,
larger like thighs based on what my size would be, and that's the worst because like that's what the stretch is, and that's where you get that gross bagginess on like the side once you've washed it a few times, and then you're like, oh my god, this is like a pair of Levi jeans that I've had for a month, and you get this weird bagginess on the side. I hate it so much because my thighs are like
mm-hmm.
always bigger, you know, like than the average size that I would know. So that's fucking annoying. But you know,
Made in Portugal. Made in Portugal is a good indicator. Squirrel tempura, 100% heavy knit cotton. The collar looks pretty good. I like the stitching. I'd say like yeah, I'd give it a shot. Description sizing. Oh, they have a traceability. Sick. Yeah, it gets my approval. Good job. Oh, they have all the things. That's pretty sick, actually. Okay. But yeah, no, I had to acquiesce and get some elastane in my flared jeans because them motherfuckers, no stretch flares. That shit was not fitting over my ass. I'm gonna be so real. Which really sucked. because I love a good flare. But yeah, really sucks. Sizing for women sucks. It's gonna be so real.
It does. Sizing
but-
for women is a little bit better in South Africa, but like you literally have to ask the people at the store. Like because it's a country with like white women as well as African women. They've had to make sure that there
mhm.
are sizes for everyone. But you literally have to ask. Like for example, I
yeah.
will find a lot of jeans will fit me, but then they'll ride down because as I said, my thighs and my bum are like bigger than like normal as someone who they'd assume what my size would be. And you literally have to ask at the back, and they will have a whole different set of sizing, which is like very weird, but probably not something you'd see in America or in Europe at
No,
all.
if you want larger sizes, you'd have to go to a store that specifically like tailors to them. It really sucks because a lot of the I'm very fortunate, privileged if you will, to say like I lean on the smaller sizes. I'm way too type A to let myself gain a significant amount of weight, especially after I lost weight a couple years ago in a way that like brought me back down to a size 4, and I was like, yay. But also I am a child of the 2000s, so do I have some 2000s-esque body viewpoints of myself? Sure, whatever. Vera Wang lives in my head rent free. I say that because Vera Wang famously said in the 2000s, you will fit the clothes will not fit you. To mean that you have to lose weight to fit her clothes.
Oh god. Anyway.
Not the other way around. So lives in my head, right? Also, The Devil Wears Prada. Andy is a size 6, and that's seen as a terrible thing.
But I still think that does corn still cause cellulite? I can't remember if that was a myth or not. I was like, what the fuck?
It's a myth. So, okay, cellulite, for those who don't know, cellulite is a secondary sex characteristic of women. It's just the way that our bodies maintain fat. Men's bodies hold fat in a way that's like more uniform-esque, whereas women, because our bodies hold on to more fat, just how it works, cellulite just happens because that's just how our bodies
it's your body being like, please, I don't want to get rid of this.
No, literally. So it's like you can't get rid of it. Corn does not cause cellulite. Corn was just seen as bad because it's a starch.
Being like, oh yeah. But corn, anyway, Yubi, are there any more questions for Yubi? Thank you. This is I feel like this has been like very beneficial, specifically with like looking at stitching and like, you know, like what fabric is good. So thank you so much for coming on for this.
Yeah,
even at such short notice, I asked you yesterday. So you know.
No, yeah, of course. I love talking about this. I appreciate having a receptive audience because sometimes I want to avoid becoming or coming off as preachy to people in person.
No, it doesn't come off as preachy. I think you've definitely changed the way You've definitely changed the way I'm going to think about looking at things. Like, for example, like I used to just like, for me, I filter everything to 100% cotton, but now I'm going to look more into it because like, you know, just as I was watching and listening to you, I was looking through like the site that I normally look at clothing, and I would go deeper into the fabrics and I'd be like, oh wait, it's actually not 100% cotton. They say it's 60%, 100% cotton, and then 40% viscose. And now I'm like, oh fuck, they've been lying to me the whole time. So just small things like that, like even with someone like me that has always like bought 100% cotton because of like my skin, like that has made me far more aware of how these motherfuckers are lying to me, you know? So, and I know that
they're tricky.
They are. And there was also someone in the chat earlier who was like, this is so fucking helpful. Thank you. So, you know, like, I think that it's always very good because the thing is we all need to buy clothes. We all want to look good, you know? And it's not really about like changing everything about yourself, but just very small habits that you change can like make a big difference to people. And also I feel like when people are in clothing shops, when they're IRL, especially if you're someone who's online, you feel as directionless as I do. You start feeling very socially anxious. You just want to fucking leave. And having the direction of like, okay, let me look at the stitching, let me turn this clothing inside out, might actually give like the grounding of like, okay, well actually I'm here to get something I want. Let me just like follow the principles that you've laid out before me, you know, and that
Yeah,
is
it definitely
very
makes you a
helpful.
less. It definitely has helped me, and I'm sure other people become, because obviously I'm not, a lot of this again I got from Andrea Chung and other fashion influencers and stuff like that, but definitely makes me feel like less of an aimless shopper, and definitely helped me become, the woman that I like often, you would see in the store as like a kid being like, damn, I want to, like, she looks like she knows exactly what she's buying and what she wants. Like, I want to be that person. Definitely helped me focus myself in a way that could actually attain that
Mm.
and feel like actually helpful, or like having a sales associate like come up to you and not being like, please don't talk to me, I don't know what I'm doing here,
I
as
fucking
opposed to
hate.
being like, yeah, you know what,
I
I
still
would
hate that.
need your help.
I still hate that, but you know, that's the way it is. I hate sales associates coming up to me
No, for
because they
no.
never know what the fuck is in their clothing. I've asked them before, like, do you know it? Like, specifically when it comes to like underwear, I asked them one time, is there any like super comfortable underwear that's 100% cotton? And they were like, I have no idea. I'm like, why did you come up to me in the first place?
Okay, that's a bad sales associate
Yeah,
then.
I know. It really annoys me. Anyway, but that's just me. I'll still get annoyed with sales associates. I just wish like you are not going to get any commissions off me. I know you're not, because like you are not part of the like process where you have to write things down. We're in a huge department store. Please, like I promise you, you're going to earn the same amount of money. You don't have to. I feel bad because they asked to help customers, but like you don't have to. I promise you. You know. Anyway. But anyway,
Yeah,
sorry. That's
no,
just me
but
being rude. But yeah.
yeah, it does definitely, it helps me be less aimless, and also helps me if like I am in a bigger store or something, or I'm looking for something a little bit more on the specific end and going, because I do tend to go to the more expensive stores. Typically the sales associates in there are a little bit more equipped, which just, it also just helps me in that sense. And also, I'll be real, curbs a little bit of the racism that I may or not experience in some of these stores, because they're like, oh, she does actually know what she wants and what she's buying. Cool.
That is also a
Yeah.
big thing. Like, for example, in South Africa, I feel like there's far less of a racist issue because, like, most of the people working at the counters are going to be black. Most of the sales associates are going to be black as well. So, like, for example, I mean, like, any South African, but the thing is, like, in South Africa, I feel like at the shops I've gone to, most of the people around me shopping are black. So I haven't like seen that. But I'm also in Cape Town. People will say that like people in Cape Town are super fucking spoiled. They don't see a lot of like the shit that happens in South Africa. But
Mm-hmm.
like I haven't ever seen or been around an instance or ever like seen an instance of any South African being pulled aside and being like, hey, can you actually afford this? Unless they literally like are not like, actually no, I've never seen it. Even like people, you know, like the stereotypical like if
Mm-hmm.
someone comes in and they really like look like their clothing hasn't been washed for a long time. Normally people that come into stores like that in South Africa are white kids, so they don't care. So that would be the only time is like when someone looks super unwashed, and it's normally a white kid coming in. But like
Yeah,
other than
it's
that,
a
I haven't
classic
seen
Pretty
it.
Woman moment.
Yeah. Other than that, I haven't seen it. And I think generally it's just because racial dynamics in South Africa is so different. But like, yeah, I can imagine specifically in America, like that would be a big thing because yeah.
It's such a pain in the ass on so many levels. I remember this was like 2 years ago now. I was Christmas shopping for my then boyfriend at the time, and I had just gotten like my bonus from babysitting. I had also just worked a long weekend babysitting, so I had a shit ton of cash in my pocket. Like easily, I think I had like probably $1,000 in cash.
Mm,
Was I gonna spend it all on him? No, but like I was gonna go shopping. A bitch
mm,
was gonna go shopping, right?
mm-hmm.
And I went to Columbus Circle, which is a big mall in the Upper West Central Park South area of Manhattan. It's where like the Nordstrom flagship store is, blah blah blah, there's a lot of stores there. It's great, right? Or at least I thought it was
Mm.
great at the time. And no, I'm the one with the Mac.
No, Kanzanani,
I
it's I've just called you LB, but that's because UB is so similar to LB. No, UB is screen sharing. UB just went through a whole like process of talking about like what to look for in fashion and like what is good quality versus what isn't, like from a leftist perspective. Like anyway, so yeah.
Yeah. So I was at Columbus Circle, which is a mall, and I walked into like a ton of stores with my friend who's Japanese. Love her to death, love her to pieces. And I remember specifically, she was in her broke era at the time. Didn't have. She comes from money, but like did not have money to burn at the time in the same way that I did. And I remember I was going through stores. I went to Hugo Boss. I went to Boss, which is like the casual version of Hugo Boss. And I was like looking around. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to get him. But I was like, you know what? I'll find something, right? And I kid you not, every single motherfucking sales associate would come up to her and not me. And
That's fucking insane.
and the funniest part too is like she would try to redirect their attention to me and they would still only talk to her. And she was just like, and I was like, the fuck? Are you kidding me right now? I went to Joe Malone I ended up getting him a cologne for him at Joe Malone. And because it was around Christmas time, because like I said, I had gotten my Christmas bonus. They were offering like free engravings with a purchase, right? And still, I went to Joe Malone. This is a tiny ass fucking boutique. Like it's a hole in the wall, except it's in a mall, sort of thing, right? And these motherfuckers still did not talk to me. I like the sales associate strictly talked to me through my fucking friend. I was
hate
like,
that.
I am going to like Minecraft myself in front of you and change the direction of your entire livelihood. I swear to God. And
I guess this is just something like maybe it probably is just me having like blinders on. I'm sure this does happen in like South Africa, like specifically, I guess, like towards like I don't know. I'm not black. I'm not. I would have no idea. But like that is just something that like for me, oh my fucking god, that would blow. Because the thing is, most of the like sales associates and most of the people working in stores in South Africa are going to be black. 90% of the population of South Africa, or wait, it's more like 70% is black. So like for me, it's like almost, like I that would blow my mind. I've never seen that before with any of my black friends as well. Like, fuck.
yeah, and it was so much so that even my friend, right, again, who's Japanese, she grew up in fucking Tokyo.
Yeah.
She's like, the fuck is going on? And I was like, bro, I'm like losing my mind. I'm already pissed off from something that had happened prior, and now I'm pissed off while shopping, which is not a good
No, you
thing
want to
for me
leave the
in
store.
general.
You want to go,
Yeah. So I'm like, I was so pissed off. I remember specifically too, like these motherfuckers, because I was like, do I want to get, his cologne bottle engraved, right? Because they had an engraver there. And I was like, like I don't know, like I don't even know if it costs extra money. No one's talked to me about it. They had the engraver in the store as well, too. And she had to be the one to ask him if I could get an engraving on the goddamn bottle that I paid for, which is just like, again, wild, crazy. I hate Columbus Circle with a passion. I have had much better shopping experiences in New York since. When I went shopping in Soho with Emma Ziggy, who's not here because they're out working. I went to stores, including the Alex Mill store, which is downtown, and they treated me so much better. Listen, I had money to spend, and I don't need to be convinced to spend money, right?
But people are
But
going
if
to
you
be
don't come up
racist
to me
towards you. Like, yeah.
and ignore me, I swear to God, I will get pissed off and not spend a goddamn cent. And I went to another brand that I really do enjoy is Vince. I love their stuff. I ended up getting a dress and a dress and a skirt from there. It's not cheap. No, leave me
Oh, by
alone.
the way, before you arrived, like, did you ever see, like, there was this podcast I was playing. I played it twice in the past 2 days. Like, I played it once. And it's about this guy who literally doesn't know when World War II happened. And it's really funny. Did you see it? I just want to show it to you if you haven't
No,
seen.
I didn't.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my God.
I have to. Just, but you finish this, and then we'll end it on that because I want to play it again.
And we'll end it on that. Yeah,
I
so
need
I
to
went
show
to-
you that.
I went to Vince because I was maybe a little slightly tipsy because I had gone to birthday brunch and maybe I may not have
Okay, you
had
should
2
not
drinks
be.
and they were really
You
strong.
should not be shopping drunk. You'll buy everything, dude. You will. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I do know. I spent way more money than I should have. But whatever. But yeah, I bought a skirt and I bought a dress from here. There was a sale going on anyway, so it was fine.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah,
Everyone's
I remember
looking
because I
at
was
the
also
$400 signs and they're like, okay, yeah, it was fine. Bro, this is so... You are giving, like, insane New York elitist right now. I'm joking. I know.
No, it wasn't wine Sonoto. I had a couple Cosmo spritzes.
Bro, my sister judges me for getting an Aperol Spritz now because she's like been in Europe for so long and she's like, oh, that's like so like 2 years ago in Europe. I'm like, I love them. They just came to South Africa.
I'm not a big fan of Aperol spritzes. I'm not a fan of licorice though, so that's why.
I love them, but my sister judges me for getting them. She always rolls her eyes at me and she's like, you have clearly not been in like the Imperial Core for a long time. I'm like, I like
You're
them.
behind the trends.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, she's in like rural Scotland right now, so takes of her own medicine. Sorry.
Yeah, it was a Cosmo Spritz, so I swear to God, that shit had like 2 different types of alcohol and it was pretty strong, but it was fire. Loved it. It was delicious. But anyway, I had 2 of them. But yeah, so I was a little tipsy while shopping. But yeah, I went to Vince. Love Vince. If you're looking for good quality stuff as well, not all of their stuff. Some of their stuff is like I'm not a fan of some of their basic tops. But
well,
yeah,
you can see immediately
Soho.
their basic top. Like, look at the model. Look at how it's pulling on the first model that you see. Like, yeah, no, that you can immediately
nylon,
just look.
That's why.
But look, like, just go up to it, explain to people, just so if people can see bad pulling, specifically for women. Look at like the fucking elbow area. Go up a bit. Look at that.
Yep, that's pulling. The hole's the armhole is too small.
There we go. So now people can see that's not good. You would never buy that.
So yeah,
anyway.
I went to Soho and I had this.
Even though that's not what they're selling.
I went to Alex Mill.
You went to Alex Mill?
I went to Alex Mill first, who I already showed you. Because the problem is I was like, I need a new pair of jeans. I was like, how far away is the Alex Mill store from this bar that we're at right now? It's pretty close, so also dangerous. So I went there, and no, this is for the skirt. The shirt sucks, but the skirt is what you're looking, which is actually a great skirt. So just saying. Went to Alex Mill. The sales associate was super helpful there. Loved it. So obviously spent my money. But then I went to Vince. Vince is one of those stores where I was like, I may have a problem here. We may have a problem here. So I was talking to Emma Ziggy, and I literally looked at them and I was like, I'm going to start a timer in like 2 minutes and see how long it takes to see if I even get asked a question. And literally right after I finished that sentence, somebody came up to me and was like, can I start a dressing room for you? I was like, fuck, I'm gonna spend money here. But yeah, this is all to say that like downtown treats me a lot fucking better than goddamn Central Park South in New York. I hate it.
You hate it because they literally treat you like a human being. Okay. Oh no, the other one you hate.
I hate Columbus Circle. Yeah, I don't
okay.
fucking hate downtown.
I thought you were saying you hate down south because they make you spend so much money because they treat you like a normal human being. But it was the other way around. Other way around. Okay, you hate the central. Okay.
Yeah,
right,
other way around.
Other way around. Okay. Let me show you this thing.
All right, and I'm gonna stop streaming.
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. I'm gonna share it with you. I'm supposed to share this with Hassan. And I do want to, but he's just going to ignore the link, like 100%. And we want to start around here. Yeah, around here. He will just
I love this guy.
Oh my god, have you not seen this? Oh, are you going to love it? Hold on.
I haven't seen his podcast, but I love his stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to share it with you so you can hear exactly at the same time as me. But like this, literally, I've played it like 2 times in the last 2 days. And if it's 5 minutes long and it's the end of a podcast that I don't even know, then you know it's good, okay? Okay? LB, Hassan has Austin on right now. This is your chance. UB, will you link this? He'll listen to you. If I give you the link?
Sure, send me the link.
Okay, hold on. But just watch this. 5 minutes. If he's on, then we'll see.
Movies in the 1930s. When do you think The Wizard of Oz was made? What year do you think The Wizard of Oz? Around what time? Do you think it was
after 1900, right?
Earlier you said never ask Hassan monster link shit. Yeah, but like you can't. You can't. But I cannot. Yubi's on my stream. Like, yeah, I can ask Yubi. Yubi knows what's happening
we're
here.
friends.
I have a VIP badge as well, and Yubi knows that Hassan will just fucking ignore that. Like, Yubi knows. Yubi knows. It's different, okay? Anyway, that's good. You'll love this. Oh, what the fuck? I don't want that.
When do you think film was made? Nick, when do you think movies were...
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
When... No, hold on. Don't say anything. When do you think...
World War II was?
When do you think World War II was? Do you think...
In the 1800s? That's not right.
So you think they had the power
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think... No, hold on a second. You think in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand like what year do you think?
When did film become a thing?
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when
because
was
they
Wizard
were
of
still
Oz?
riding horses.
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated the 100-year anniversary of Wizard of Oz.
And what year do you, we did not? It's not been 100 years.
Just wait, Yubi. Just wait.
You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
Oh my god.
When do you think the Titanic was?
The 1900s.
1912.
What time?
The
Shut up,
20s?
Yubi. We know
No,
you're
they
smart.
Have those big skirts, so maybe like 1908. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492.
You were going back to Columbus to 1492.
1776, America became a country.
Was this a song?
So
So in 1776, when they still used
Titanic
muskets,
had to have been the early 1900s.
the Titanic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
08, 28, 38.
So 1939 is when The Wizard of Oz was made.
What?
1939.
We're almost at its 100. Is that crazy?
So 1939. So when let's see when the first
The Wicked Witch of the West is a gay icon. Now, come on now.
When do you think World War II was? Give me a year, because it was like.
Was it before or after that?
Why don't you tell us?
But it had to have been before. You mean to tell me they made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war?
It's so good, Yubi. You see why I have to like get Hassan to watch this? You've just been laughing. You haven't said anything. You're crying. That kills me every time. It's like, you think like they made the Wizard of Oz and then the world decided to go into war. Okay, you want to see the rest?
Sure.
It's so good.
And for those who don't know, film photography became popular in the 1850s, which is why the American Civil War is so notable, because it was one of the first wars to be documented through photography.
Oh, you're such a nerd. Shut the fuck up, okay? Have you watched Steve MRE eat like hardtack from the Civil War? No, I didn't think so.
No.
He has, though. He has eaten a piece of hardtack from fucking 1892 or something like that.
Oh.
I know. It's like gross as fuck. Or 1862 or something. I have no idea.
Well,
No,
Civil
it was
War
before
yeah.
that.
I'm gonna go
What?
back on that just for the emphasis.
They made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war? No, it was before.
Child Left Behind.
Just wait.
Was it? Was it? You don't know.
It was the same time.
Well, no wonder it was a war.
World War II was
They
starting
wanted the
up
movie.
in the mid 1930s is when everything started developing, and by the 1940s, early 1940s, we were at a full
The
blown
Wizard
World
of Oz
War II.
came out during the war? That was America's answer?
Well, I don't know if we were directly involved yet because we hadn't been bombed by Pearl Harbor, but Hitler had already started working his way through Europe, and we were trying not to get involved.
Wow, I just assumed it would have been before that.
When was the First World War?
Yeah,
Really makes you think.
when was the? You don't think at all is what's going on.
Well, the First
here.
World War had to have been in the 1800s then.
Oh my
100
God.
years before that, so what, 1839?
Oh my God. What? Uh-huh.
Archduke Ferdinand.
Oh.
Hey now, hey now. Lizzie McGuire, gay icon.
Lizzie McGuire?
Gay icon. We should have done an entire. The next episode should just be historical facts and
Anyway.
seeing what
This is the
Nick
History
That's
Channel.
knows.
it. That's it. It's so good. If you can get like Hassan to
Did he
watch it, I will
Uh,
love you forever.
he's like-
Hold
he's
on,
fi-
let me find exactly the
What
moment.
year do you think the Wizard of what around film was made?
Around here. If you can, I'll send it to your Discord. If you can get Hassan to watch this, I'll love you forever. But like, if you can't, like, then I understand. I have
What
a
did
VIP back.
Lizzie have to do with this?
No, because he's
She's
anyway.
saying that in Italy.
I just. but he said Joan of Arc gay icon in between as well. He's just been trying to like.
She's French.
No, don't give that French. Is Lizzie McGuire French?
No, Lizzie McGuire performed that song in Italy. Joan of Arc is French.
Okay, well, like, yeah, like, he was just trying to distract with gay icons. They were talking about gay icons. Look at the title of the thing. It's called Gay Icons. Like, the title of the video is Gay Icons.
Yeah.
Anyway, I sent you the timestamp.
No, I see that.
It's really good, though. Anyway, Yubi, thank you so much for coming on. I'm gonna play Zelda now and watch
Course.
this on and try and link
Enjoy
this.
your Zelda.
If you manage to link this to him, you're amazing because it's so fucking
Oh,
good.
LB, what you have to do, you said you would do it, you have to pull up my banner.
Oh yeah, I have to pull
I
up your
just clicked
banner.
it.
Yeah, I know. I saw it actually, like separately. How the fuck do I do that? Hold on, I need to stop sharing. Hold on, I need to pull it up like here. Hold on, I don't know how to do it while I'm live with you. It won't allow me.
You have to click on my
I'm clicking on
just
it.
click on my name. No, in the chat.
Oh. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I've seen it though. It's like anti-South Africa. I know. It's like the opposite. You're doing an anti-South. It's fun, bro. See, here's the thing: is in South Africa, like this is the one thing, like in that video that owned me of like how to trigger a South African is like being like, wow, you're so racist. You use the term colored. Is we use the British spelling, so it has a U in there. Okay.
Both my Discord profile picture and my banner are from the show Interview with the Vampire. You should all fucking watch it. It's really gay. It's really great.
Wait, hold on. Have you watched Women to Women, the colored like singing group that
I
does the
have not.
Beyonce special? Oh my god! No, well, now I have to keep you longer. This is the colored like accent in South Africa, or like the dialect, and like you probably would, you might like it. It's one of those things where it's like I've seen American people react to it without any context of like the culture, and they're like, "This sounds like shit." But like, if you know anything about South African culture and colored people in South Africa, this is like hilarious. So I need to show you this.
Okay, let me see. Let's see.
Hold on. And it's Beyonce, but it's to the left. I'll pause to like show you like good things, obviously, because it's so good, but I have to. This is the color, this is
Alright,
like
let's
color
see.
culture within Cape Town specifically. I don't know if Johannesburg is different because there is a color population in Johannesburg, but like as I said before, in South Africa it's confusing because it's like if someone's mixed race, they can call themselves colored and like 100% that's like completely fine. But it's not a racist term, as I've said before. Like, it's a identity. Colored people will get very upset if you call them mixed race. Like, there's a whole language surrounding it, a whole culture surrounding it. So anyway, here.
This is your Feel Good Breakfast Show Express. So happy New Year if you just joined us live on your Feel Good Breakfast Show. Now, we've brought you all kinds of entertainment. Women to Women is in our studio. The 3 coolest girls ever. You've heard them on your radios with the coolest band too. Tell you more about them later, but here they are with Irreplaceable.
So this is Beyonce, but a colored rendition of it. Colored South African. I love it.
I'm sorry.
No, you must laugh because the accent is objectively like really funny, and I love it. It's very comforting to me to hear like someone speak in a colored accent because it's very Cape Townian. But like to the left, like they're speaking in English here, but they will speak in Afrikaans, as you'll see. And it's like that is just the accent, so you'll see.
To the left, everything you own in a box. To the left, in the closet, that's my stuff. Yes, if I bought it, say, don't touch.
Don't touch. Keep carrying that mess, that's fine. Could you walk and talk at the same time? And it is my name that is on that mix. So remove your bag so I can call you a kid.
I'm standing in the yard, see, and he's telling me how I'm such a fool. He's talking about I will never ever find a bra like him. Yo, I was lekker op sy kop geval.
So she said lekker, he had lekker op sy kop geval. She's basically saying like I can't even tell the context really, but he's fallen on his head. Basically, lekker op sy kop geval, which means he's fallen on his head. I don't know if she means as he fell on his head as a baby, but she's basically saying he's stupid. He's fallen on his head, you know? Anyway.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me.
I can never know you in a minute.
In a minute.
In a minute.
In a minute.
Baby.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me.
I can never know you by tomorrow.
Don't you ever for a second get a thinking you're irreplaceable.
The rolling of the
The R roll,
yes, the rolling of the R's is very important, specifically in Afrikaans. Like the R roll is very important, but also like making the vowels specifically sound more ugly is like the point here. Like all of these women can sing beautifully, but they specifically are like saying it in their dialect, in the colored dialect of Cape Town, which is very different from like black people in Cape Town. It's very different from white people. It's so different, and I love it.
Go ahead and get gone. Call up that chick and see if she's home.
Oops, I bet you thought that I didn't know. What do you think I was putting you out for?
Like the way she says out for, like she's saying out for, but she's saying out for, you know?
Because you are true. Skip nogal rond in the toy that I bought you. Baby, drop that keys and hurry up because your taxi's gonna leave.
She said, hurry up because your taxi's about to leave. And then the other woman says, Wynberg. And that's because there's a central taxi station in Wynberg in South Africa. It's either Cape Town or Wynberg. And like the taxis will scream that to you. Like if you want to get to the central taxi station in Wynberg, they'll be like, Wynberg on the road. Like everyone who's lived in Cape Town knows this.
Bro.
Anyway.
In the yard, see, and he's telling me how I'm such a fool. Talking about I will never ever find a bra like him. He must be twisted, man.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can never mass up.
In a minute.
So that's very important. You've probably heard me say this, but if you say like if you say cunt in Australia, like people will say cunt all the time. In South Africa, it's a little bit more hardcore. Like it's calling someone a puss, but like the full like insult is saying massa puss. So they just said so they said massa yay, and they were like, no, we're not going to say that word because they said yay, we're not going to say puss, okay? Because puss is very, very rude. So like master, and that's the thing is like in you can literally say your master without saying the word puss because it's very rude to say the word puss. But like people know that you mean your master puss, which means in Afrikaans your mum's vagina. Okay. So yeah. Anyway.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can never master.
In a minute. Matter of fact, in a minute.
Baby, you must not know about me. You must not know about me.
I can never know you by tomorrow.
Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable.
Now since I'm not your everything, how about I be nothing, man?
Nothing.
Nothing at all to you. Kijk je worry, I won't shed a tear.
So she said, obviously nothing. I'll be nothing to you, nothing to you. But she said, cake here, hoor here. Like, is she saying, listen to me, hear me? That's what it means. Kijk hier, hoor me. That's what it means in Afrikaans.
Man.
Nothing.
Nothing at all to you. Kijk je worry, I won't shed a tear for you.
Was I leaning?
And
Alright.
I won't lose a week of sleep because the truth of the matter is replacing you so easy.
Stop lungs.
That just means to the left.
To the left. Everything you own in a box to the left. And I claim boxing.
And the small box.
You ever for a second get it thinking you're
Food.
Anyway, I always show this to people to try and explain to them like colored culture in South Africa because it's so like, and literally your YouTube banner just like your Discord banner like made me show you this because it is just so distinct. I love it. I love them so much. But then you watch Americans react to this and they're like, oh my god, they sound like shit. Like, look, hold on.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, they are always like, oh my god, this sounds like
I'm glad that my Discord profile banner and picture of gay vampires can bring about this. Honestly, I'm not mad at
well,
all.
you'll like the thing is like, yeah, look at this.
What is up, everybody? I'm Todd,
Oh my god.
and
I haven't
welcome to our
Okay, I
channel.
want to see the reaction.
This is your Feel Good Breakfast Show.
Fun in the oven.
Band 2.
Get my guy right there with the pink blazer on the side.
They're
So,
gonna be
ladies,
like,
let
oh
me
my
see
god,
what
it
you
sounds
got.
so bad. Let's see.
You know they can sing. Look at the one, especially one on the right with her hair.
To the left. To the left.
The
What?
immediate look.
To the left.
Because they think like they are trying to sing on key, and that's what's so funny. Is like you don't. They think they're trying to sing on key. They're deliberately not singing on key because it's part of like the like they're trying to. It's so difficult to understand if you haven't been to South Africa, but like that's. Like any South African will be like, oh my god, they're doing a colored rendition to Beyonce's song, and that's why they're like, what the fuck is going on? Because how can anyone explain this to you if you aren't South African?
I see.
You know what I mean? So they're literally being like, what the fuck?
To the left. In the
I'm not trying.
That's my stuff, yes. If I bought it, say, don't touch.
If you're that miss, that's fine. Could you walk and talk at the same
He's saying, he's trying to say this is really bad, but you know.
So remove your bag.
The hand cover is all I need to know.
in the Yahtzee and he's telling me how I'm such a fool. He's talking about
Like these people just think this is how like South Africans sing. Like that makes no.
The look of concern.
No, it's like, just because they're like closer to the fucking Antarctica, does this mean that they lose like the ability to sing? You know?
I
I think this might have been the wrong song for them to sing.
You see what I mean? Like, for me, I'm like, this is the most amazing way to display, like, colored culture, because, like, you can hear the way in which they speak, they put it into the song. Fuck, anyway, I'll let it play.
Sing, but...
It's like they're making a mockery. They can't be serious.
They're on TV. I think they're pretty serious.
Beyonce didn't die for this. Beyonce did not die for
Beyonce
this.
ain't dead. You about to get us a grip of dislikes for saying that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Ooh. Out
She got a strong head. Her head look like it'll put
She like
somebody out. I like her dress though.
I think it's like a shirt and a skirt.
I don't think so. I think it's
Never
separate.
find a man like you.
Oh, look at her face. Oh, they into it now. Oh, they didn't set it up. Oh.
Anyway, but but you will see, like, for example, like, you can't, like, do you understand? Like, Americans can't understand this. Or, like, I know culture can really understand it without, like, the provision of, like, this is how colored people speak. And it's not, like, a negative thing, or it's literally something that's actually, for me, like, I love it. It's, like, a point of pride. It's called Kombuis Afrikaans. But, anyway. But, fuck it, we'll finish it. I want to see what their final thoughts are.
They've been practicing, too. They serious.
World important, no one can believe it.
Give my bag back.
You
Siri, we're not talking to you. I said serious.
They're offended. They're like, Beyonce didn't do something to this. I'm like, what the fuck? No, it's like, it's blowing my mind.
Seriously, no. That sounded good.
I'm not your everything. How about I be nothing, man? Nothing and
They're from South Africa?
I think that's what they said.
A wink of sleep. The youth of the matter. Have you seen that left foot?
Stop lungs.
They're cringing. They're cringing, UV. They're like, when she went, yeah, which is like a South African exclamation. It's like being like if you're like, oh my god, to one of your friends in America, it's like being yeah. It's the same thing. They're like, oh my god.
They're not impressed at all.
No. And that's why it's so difficult to explain.
She's sounding good.
I think. Okay. It's almost over? Almost over, okay.
Food.
What? Food?
Maybe they
food. She said fool. Okay, but
it's the most riveting content I've ever seen.
But yeah, this is how you can't, like, this is why I have to walk through it, you know?
Fooled us.
Women to women in our Feel Good Breakfast studio. To the left. Stop net lungs in hou net daarby. Listen, we're gonna chat to you again later. This is your Feel Good Breakfast show. Time for the news.
This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they can actually, obviously they can sing.
Yeah.
Obviously. I'm thinking that it's just the accent barrier is causing them to sing it like that.
I think that maybe it was a joke. They're pranking us.
It was a joke, oh no.
I don't know.
Because it's pretty apparent that they have nice voices, like they can actually sing.
Yes.
Maybe it was the accent barrier, I don't know. I mean...
Yes, it was the accent
I don't
barrier.
know, but that was interesting to say the least. Yeah, what did you guys think about that? I'm super curious. Did you guys bust out?
But yeah, anyway, that is like, I guess this is the best way to explain. Like, if you were to hear like apparently the dislikes are really bad. Oh god. I mean, they're fine. It's like a tiny video. Like, that's okay. It's just one of those things where it's like, look, you're not gonna understand like colored culture unless you are in Cape Town. And most people, like, this is why I explain it every single time, and I always will explain it every single time, like, to people that are watching me, like, when I say colored, it is not a racist thing. You can ask colored people in South Africa. They will be like, nope. If you call me mixed race, fuck you, you know? Like, it's not something that is, you know, there are plenty of South African people in my chat, and if I had been, like, you know, obviously it's difficult coming from someone who is a white South African to be, like, vouching for this, but, like, most people would be like, no, like, this is, you know, and so this reaction, like, I feel like there'd be South Africans in this chat that'll be like... It's meant to be said in Cape Town accent. You see, this motherfucker said Cape Town accent, and that's way worse. And it's meant to be comical. You know, like, it's one of those things where it's like, South Africans would have flooded these replies. But, like, yeah. Anyway, I explained it to you, but it just is one of those things where it's like, if you didn't have any context for it, you wouldn't know. Anyway, UB, I'm gonna let you go. Apparently, Austin's there. People in the chat have been like, you have to get him to watch this fucking gay video.
I will try and get him.
If not, I will try and get... But thank you, Yubi.
As always, there's nothing to plug for me. I just, you know, I'm around.
I'm gonna shout out your Twitch, though, because, like, it is one thing where it's like, maybe you'll eventually stream some fucking weeb shit on there, you know?
Alright, well, listen, you can't call Genshin weeb shit. Hoyoverse is fucking Chinese, alright?
Okay. Can I not call it weeb shit, chat? Like, realistically? No, okay.
It's Chinese.
No, Tiamani said copium. Okay, nope. Sorry. It's Chinese? Okay.
Wow. It is Chinese. Hoyoverse is a Chinese company.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Is Huawei still allowed
you know
in
what?
your country?
I will...
Is Huawei still allowed? It's still allowed in my country. Sorry.
You know what I'm gonna tell you? You know what I'm gonna tell everyone here? Watch Interview with the Vampire. It is probably some of the best TV out right now. The second season's going to be done in like 2 episodes. It's so fucking good. I am telling everyone to watch it because I want a season 3 because it's really that good and it hasn't been renewed yet. And
anyway,
it's super gay and has vampires in it, which I think is pretty iconic. So yeah.
Anyway, we'll have you be on
I need
again.
People to talk to about it.
Whenever, well, I mean, you can use this channel, but, like, I literally be like, okay, cool, I'm on mute, you just fucking talk, okay, you control everything. But, like, for me, it's more just, like, thank you so much for coming on. I really love that you know so much about shit that I don't know about, specifically with respect to, like, purchasing power. Thank you. I think it was great.
Yeah, of course. Always happy to talk to chat and you and talk about this stuff that I am very passionate about.
Yeah, you are. Course. You are, and it's very impressive. I always say this every single time, and it's, like, not to be demeaning, but you are, like, very, like, young and knowing all about this shit. Yeah, you're talking to me. Like, when I talk to you, I'm like, oh my god, I'm talking to someone who's, like, 30, you know? Even though I know you're not. No, and that's not supposed to be something negative. It's, like,
no, I know.
Just your...
No, I know.
Your fucking, like, knowledge is incredible, and, you know, this is why ageism is dead, you know? All right.
So true.
Also, I hope like
very
you
true.
are the one person that can prove that I am 100% a millennial, just based on like the trends that I've been surrounded by.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Oh my god. Like everyone is always like, no, you're a Zoomer. You're a Zoomer. I'm like, no, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Anyway, but
not.
But that's
as
just...
a Boomer Zoomer, just from you know, I'm a Boomer Zoomer, not in the sense of like I'm a older Zoomer, but in the sense of like I'm a Boomer in a Zoomer's body. Yeah, you're a millennial.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, no, my chat won't agree. They'll be like, no, you're a Zoomer. And it makes me really angry because I'm like, no, you don't know what it was like growing up. Yeah. Anyway,
also just so real for 1 second, your Zoomer emote looks like Arthur.
Well,
if he was like gray.
Well, Volo made it. So there you go.
Looks like Arthur. It's not like it's an observation. It's not like
No, well,
slight or anything.
Volo made it. Volo is actually like 30, so you know you can bully him about it. Anyway, I'm gonna go play Zelda now. Try and get Hassan to watch that link I sent you because Austin is there. If not, just be like he didn't listen to me, and I will repost it. All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right, we love
Fun
you,
chat.
UB,
Have
a
fun,
lot,
LB.
and whenever you
Aw.
decide to start streaming, there is a community of people who will watch you play weeb games. All right, even if they're Chinese weeb
Always
games.
good to
I'm
know.
sorry.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye, UB. Isn't UB great, chat? I love UB, but it is time for that sort of thing. Let me get Hassan working. It's just because people do not take the continental shift into account, the Zoomer line difference in today. You're millennial as hell. I know that's the thing, but people try and trigger me with it. Like Elysium, I don't think you understand. People will be like, "No, you're a Zoomer," and I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm not." But like, they will try and do that, you know? Okay, hold on. Let me move this here. I want to make this bigger slightly here, and then smaller here. And I need the bathroom quickly before I do anything, but I'll turn them on. Oh my god, why won't... What? This fucking sucks. Okay, hold on.
I'm serious. Like, can we get, like... We are sending billions of dollars of weapons and nobody can fucking stop by a Men's Warehouse? Are you fucking kidding me? Can we throw a fucking Italian suit in that shipment or something like that? For God's sake.
This is your best take yet, I think, on the broadcast. No memes.
I'm
like
serious.
Straight up.
Like, I'm sick and tired of seeing it. Like, quit coming out in the combat boots.
Loan to help Ukraine rebuild, to be paid for with the interest from frozen Russian assets.
It's a vital step forward in providing sustainable support for Ukraine.
The U.S.
I need a
also
bathroom.
imposed new sanctions on
I need a
foreign
bathroom
banks
before we
that do
start.
business with Russia.
I'm looking at Hassan's chat though. Hopefully
And
you
announced
will be able
that
to send it
5
through.
countries had agreed to ship new Patriot missile batteries to Ukraine soon.
I'll be back in a second.
Relatively quickly.
All of this is designed to send a message to Russia's Vladimir Putin, who has more money and more manpower than Ukraine does.
You cannot wait us out. You cannot divide us. And we'll be with Ukraine until they prevail in this war.
The G7 leaders gathered here also discussed the Middle East, with President Biden sounding much more pessimistic about the prospects of a ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel.
Fuck does he know about a ceasefire deal, bro? His brain is fucking ceased to fire on all cylinders. What are we talking about? He doesn't know what's going on. Like, I saw the footage of babies lit on fire with kerosene. I saw Hamas playing soccer with the baby skull. That's right. That's why Israel has a right to defend itself. No, if I say something more, I'll get out of there. That's what he said, okay?
Are you confident it's going to be done soon, sir?
No.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I haven't lost hope, but it's going to be tough.
Here in Italy,
Jesus
Biden was
Christ.
also asked about his son Hunter's conviction Tuesday on 3 federal gun charges.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that.
I'm be honest, we need to run Hunter.
Yeah, we do.
No, I'm being honest. Like, I think
We do.
Hunter is a much cooler felon than Donald Trump.
Absolutely, dude.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna post. Hold on.
America needs to be run by a fail son at the fail son age range. You know what I mean? Because Donald Trump is a fail son.
Yeah,
he is. He like basically tried to keep his business afloat with Fred Trump, his pappy's money, and still failed to do so. But like Hunter Biden is a fail son, and his dad is still alive.
Yeah,
barely, still alive. You know what I mean?
If Trump would have gotten the same charges as Hunter Biden, Trump would win this election in a landslide. If he got caught up with like gun charges and drugs, are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, it'd be over.
Trump's fail sons are fucking lame as shit.
Yeah, it's like
I sent to Craig. I sent it.
Hunter is way
I'm trying to get him to
sicker.
see it.
You know what I mean? What is this? You need to see this?
When do you think film was
Oh my
made?
god, he listened to me.
What?
Nick, when do you think movies were?
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
Oh my God, he's listening
No, hold
to
on.
it.
Don't say anything. When do you think?
What is this clip,
No,
bro?
keep going.
World War II was?
When do you think World War II?
I mean,
was?
I know
do
when
you
it
think
was.
In the 1800s?
Oh my God. Oh
That's
no.
not right.
So you think they had the power?
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think? No, hold on a second. You
No.
think in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Oh fuck.
He's getting closer. Technically, he's getting closer.
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand?
Oh no.
Like when? What year do you think?
When did film become a thing?
In the
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when
because
was
they
Wizard
were
of
still
Oz?
riding horses?
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated
Wait,
the,
hold on,
like,
they
the
had
100-year
cameras
anniversary
in
of
the
Wizard of
1800s.
Oz.
And what year we did not? It's not been 100
We
years.
did it. No, but Yubi sent it before and I saw.
You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
No.
It was like
When do you think the
19,
Titanic
19
was?
teens, I think. 19 something.
like
The 1900s.
But what time?
Oh, it was
Like
1908.
20s? No,
1903.
they had those big skirts. So maybe like 19...
Guys, I don't think you realize, but jet airplanes have been around since
okay,
like the
1908 is like, isn't that like remarkably close?
50s. You guys, one thing that I think shocks a lot of people is airplanes, like jet airplanes, have been flying since like the early 50s, and like we have not really.
We're still using the same planes from that
like
time.
we have not like air travel. We've been able to fly the same speed since like the 50s in the air. Like we haven't gotten much faster. We did briefly with the Concorde,
Columbus,
and then
yeah.
it was very
It was a
inefficient
mistake,
and crashed
yeah.
a lot.
1992.
You were going back to Columbus to 1492.
1776, America became a country.
He's just trying to fucking say things that he does know from history.
Was this a song?
So
in 1776, when they still used
Titanic
muskets,
had to have been the early 1900s.
the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
1912.
08. 28. 38.
So 1939 is when The Wizard of Oz was made.
What?
1939.
We're almost at its 100. Is that crazy?
So
No.
1939. So
We're like-
let's see when the first
The Wicked Witch of the West is a gay icon. Now, come on now.
When do you think World War II was? Give me a year, because it was like.
Was it before or after that?
Why don't you tell us?
It had to have been before.
He said that because he's seen Wicked on
You
Broadway.
mean to tell me they made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war? No, it was before that. Was it? Was it?
This is the most homophobic thing you've made me watch on Pride Month. Like, this is.
Okay,
You don't
look,
know.
It was the same time.
I don't think he's
Well,
dumb.
no
I think
wonder
he's
it was a war.
misinformed.
World War II was
They
starting
wanted the
up
movie.
in the mid 1930s is when everything
He's just-
started
he didn't-
developing, and by the
he just
1940s,
hasn't learned
early
about it yet,
1940s,
right?
we were at a full
The
blown
Wizard
World
of
War
Oz
II.
came out during the war? That was America's
He's
answer?
like you when you get into a plane.
Well, I don't
He
know if
doesn't
we were
what to
directly
do.
involved yet because we hadn't been bombed by Pearl Harbor, but Hitler had already started
Yeah, the war
working his way
started
through
before.
Europe, and we were trying not to get involved.
Yes,
Wow,
nobody wanted
I
to get
just
involved.
assumed
You committed a hate crime? No, I'm South African.
wanted to get
Gay rights
involved.
existed here before anywhere else,
I know.
bitch.
FDR was trying to ship. They were shipping weapons to the UK or ships and stuff to the UK, trying to
FDR
find
wanted to
ways.
get involved, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and he was like, "Come on, guys, we got hit. We got to do it.
Yeah.
We got to do it
And
to
then
'em."
Germany, Germany declared war on the United States, and then the United States. Well, we declared war on Japan first, then we declared war on Germany. After Germany declared war on the United States, and then we got involved, motherfucker. And then the greatest
makes you
fucking
think.
war of all
This
time.
is a gay that also doesn't read but watches a lot of documentaries.
No. I'm telling you. Look, I know
we're in the
the
pocket.
Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front, but we, the Americans, okay.
Not say say that the Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front. That's 80% of the war.
Is we were against Hitler from the start. Okay,
it was 80% of the war. That's crazy. That is correct. Yeah, they did some stuff like liberate most of the camps.
Yeah, look, I know D-Day. How about D-Day? And
okay, that's great. D-Day's great.
We were fucking rocking shit in the Pacific.
This is like when British people talk about Dunkirk. Okay, it's like it's an afterthought in the grand scheme of things.
Look, are you kidding me?
What are we talking about?
Are you kidding me? Fighting a war on two fronts, we were fucking rocking shit in
it's
the
like
oceans.
when British are like, remember Dunkirk, mate? Fucking hell, like, we did the fucking thing.
Dunkirk was just a retreat.
Yeah, but like, again, if you ask a British person, there was a fucking poll that we looked at literally the other day. They asked British people like who shared most of the responsibility on like who was most responsible for fucking defeating the Nazis, and they were like, most British people were like, of course, England.
They said England?
Yes.
Well, I mean, England did do a great job of never surrendering. Okay, they did. They stuck it.
They kept calm and carried on.
Right. They did, and Hitler made some very tactical mistakes.
Look at this. How insane.
Yes.
42%.
Mm-hmm. France? What the wait.
That's dude.
Are you fucking kidding me?
12% United States. 12. France
surrendered.
France and the Soviet Union have the same.
What? France surrendered.
There is a right answer to this. There's a right answer. This isn't one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a matter.
They folded like 6 months into the conflict.
Dude. There is
I love it
literally
so
this is
much.
not like a
Chat.
thing that is
I
subjective.
love it.
There's an objective answer to this, and the answer is the Soviet Union.
The Netherlands just didn't even fight. They just gave up.
They're literally talking. Well, that's why they're at 0%. But like,
I know, but they made the list, is what I'm saying.
Look, the point. Yeah, they made it to dunk on them.
And 21% of people said
irrelevant. All of these countries had, well, with the exception of like Canada and shit, like all these countries had their own form of resistance, including France. Okay, including but not limited to France.
Yes.
The ridiculous part of this is 42% of the Brits think they did the most to defeat Nazi Germany.
Well, I mean, that's wrong.
That's insane.
Because we did the most to defeat everything. If without the United States, we'd be all speaking German.
Okay,
this is my most patriotic take, and I will never surrender.
But it's objectively wrong. Like, I am not one that discounts America's contributions in World War II. I think it was fucking awesome.
We did amazing things in World War II.
It's like
Look,
I watch Band of Brothers and I fucking stand up and I salute. Okay,
that's all I'm saying is
that's bullshit.
I love it,
Soviets
chat.
had a lot of help from weather. I just want to let you know they had good RNG. No, and you look, realistically,
yeah,
yes.
America carried the most because
Yes,
Germans
yes.
looked at American engineering and innovation in the field of racism
Guys,
technology.
I know.
Germans were like, damn,
those
those guys
how
are
critical
great.
the Soviet Union was to defeating Nazi Germany, and how many lives were lost by the Soviet Union fighting Nazi Germany.
It's the best. It literally is the best.
I do concede that it was not just us. And I know part of the Americans were aware of the Soviets' contributions in the European theater, and that was part of the justification to use the nuclear bomb not once but twice, so that the Soviets didn't have any claim on the United States wanted to be the ones to take out Japan.
This is one of the most insane things I've heard. You should read more literature about World War II. Hassan, you're blasting out 4chan takes.
No, hold on. You don't think that is true?
What did I say that was I want to know what.
Oh my god, the O-Send, like autistic Annies have long gone.
Austin, not everything that they're responding to is responding to.
4chan, famously supporting this.
I don't know why.
What have I started? I've started something really beautiful, okay?
Soviet forces killed more German soldiers than the Western counterparts, scoring 76% of the German military is dead. Yes. This person, I need to know what he means. I didn't hear Austin Law, what he's saying. No, you're talking, address what you mean. What did I say as far as like America's contributions were phenomenal both in the field of battle, okay, on the Western Front, but beyond that with offering material support, okay? It was very significant.
By the way, if Oni's still watching, Oni, I have the Master
actually
Sword.
said-
You missed
I've never
it.
actually
It was early
discounted
this
America's
morning.
contributions to World War II. It's like one of the most patriotic fucking moments that you'll ever catch me.
Immaculate Friday vibes.
Yes, and look right
What?
here.
Yep.
But having said
This
that,
morning,
it's ridiculous
look.
to discount that like the USSR played the most significant role in World War II.
The United States did not want the USSR to be a part of the defeat of Japan. Truman and a new Secretary of State, James, how do you pronounce that, Bierns, began to worry about the implications of the Soviet entry into the war against Japan, which would inevitably expand Soviet influence in Asia. And if you've seen Oppenheimer, folks, okay, you will know that the Americans were more concerned about Soviet influence and communism more than even Nazi influence. In fact.
I mean,
they were more afraid of
Patton famously
the
said-
communists getting a hold of
Yeah, because the Nazis were at least
recipe
capitalists.
than the Nazis themselves.
Way too many Americans on average basis think the Soviets were the bad guys in World War II. Thanks to 80 years of Red Scare bullshit being pumped in the culture. Just don't ask them who the good guys were, I guess. That's so funny.
That's not false.
I love that. I love that
is
this
so
exists.
insane, dude. That is so fucking insane that people... I mean, that French study on this matter is
Okay, I've never
probably
been
the
to that
most, like,
island.
significant. I think like in the immediate aftermath of World War II, they asked like French people, they polled the French population like this exact same thing: who did the most to defeat Nazi Germany? And obviously, like I think it was like 75% of them said USSR. When they asked a couple of years ago, they said the United States of America. The successful 70-year campaign to convince the USA and not the USSR beat Hitler. Yeah. On May 1945, 57% said the USSR did the most. Most of the contributions to defeating Nazi Germany came from the USSR. 1994, it was at 25%. USSR, 49% America.
It was probably
June 2004, 58% America, 20% USSR.
It was probably a straw poll, to be honest with you.
No, this is like, bro, I'm just telling you, this is a demonstration of how Red Scare propaganda is phenomenally successful.
It was like, it's a straw poll.
My history teacher taught us that the USSR were an ally of circumstance, that it was always good. It was always a temporary alliance since they, according to him, they were allied with Germany before. Yeah, what does your teacher say about appeasement?
Hassan, I gotta go. I gotta go to a...
Hassan. Okay, get out of here.
Hassan, I gotta go.
Thanks for having me. I'll be back.
All right.
I think later.
All right. Wait, no, the other way. Move it the other way, and then make sure that it doesn't fall off. Oh God, it's like close to falling off. There
Perfect
it is.
timing.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
I'm glad I sent it now. I want to go back for a bit just to see. Hold on. I need to see it again.
That is manufacturing consent in full.
I'll pop it out. Don't worry. I need to see it though from the
Had to have
beginning.
been.
Mas playing soccer with the baby skull. That's right. That's why Israel has a right to defend itself. No, if I say something more, I'll get out of there. That's what he said. Okay.
No, I paused it. and
Are you
pressed play.
confident it's going to be
Sorry,
done soon,
the
sir?
bar is just staying up there for some reason. There we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, I sent it. You didn't
Here in
finish
Italy,
it yet? No,
Biden
but it's
was
okay.
also asked about his son Hunter's conviction Tuesday on 3 federal gun
But
charges.
he saw the best
I
things.
abide by the jury decision. I will do that.
I'm be honest, we need to run Hunter.
Yeah, we do.
No, I'm being honest. Like I think
We do.
Hunter is a much cooler felon than Donald Trump.
Absolutely, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
So much fucking cooler than Donald
America
Trump.
needs to be run by, because like business of Hunter. If
when do you think?
Yeah, there we go. It's when I sent it. That's when I sent it.
Trump's fail
You
sons
saw
are
UB
fucking
send it
lame as
before and he
shit.
ignored
Hunter
it.
is way
and
sicker.
tax fraud. You know
Hunter
what I
is
mean?
way sicker.
You know what I mean?
What is this? You need to see this.
When do you think film was made?
What?
When do you think movies were?
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
When? No, hold on. Don't say anything. When do you think?
What is this clip,
No, keep
bro?
going, keep going.
World War II was?
When do you think World War II?
I mean,
was?
I know
Do
when
you
it
think
was.
In the 1800s?
Oh my God.
Look at Hassan's face.
So you think they had the power?
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think? No, hold on a second. You think in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Oh, fuck.
He's getting closer. Technically, he's getting closer.
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand?
Oh, no.
When? What year do you think?
When did film become a thing?
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when was
they
Wizard
were
of
still
Oz?
riding horses?
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated the,
Wait, hold on,
the
they had
100-year
cameras in
anniversary
the
of Wizard of
1800s.
Oz.
And what year we did not? It's not been 100 years. You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
No.
I love
like
it.
When do you think the Titanic
19
was?
teens, I think. 19 something.
Like
the 1900s.
But what time?
Oh, it was 1908?
20s?
1903?
No, they had those big skirts. So maybe like 19...
Guys, I don't think you realize, but jet airplanes have been around since
okay,
like the
1908
50s.
is like, isn't that like remarkably close?
You guys, one thing that I think shocks a lot of people
Just
is
wait.
airplanes, like jet airplanes, have been flying since like the early 50s, and like we have not really.
We're still using the same planes from that time.
we have
Okay,
not-
yeah.
we have not,
But
air
like,
travel,
all of you nerds in the chat,
we've been
whatever.
able to
But
fly
like,
the
this is
same
comedy.
speed since, like, the
Listen to
50s.
this, okay?
in the air. Like we haven't gotten much faster. We did briefly with the Concorde,
Columbus,
and then
yeah.
it was very inefficient and
Comedy.
crashed a lot.
1992.
You were going back to Columbus to 1492.
1776, America became a country.
He's just trying to fucking say things that he does know from history.
Is this a song?
So
in 1776, but they still used
Titanic
muskets.
had to have been the early 1900s.
Yeah, we know the
Titanic.
Concorde was French.
Yeah.
Shut
Yeah.
up,
1912.
Squirrel Temperor. Shut up.
08,
No one cares.
18,
It failed.
28, 38.
So 1939 is when The Wizard of Oz was made.
What?
1939.
We're almost at its 100. Is that crazy?
So
No.
1939. So
We're like-
when let's see when the first
The Wicked Witch of the West is a gay icon. Now, come on now.
When do you think World War II was? Give me a year, because it was like.
Was it before or after that?
Why don't you tell us?
It had to have been before.
He said that because he's seen Wicked
You
on Broadway.
mean to tell me they made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war? No, it was before that. Was it? Was it?
This is the most homophobic thing you've made me watch on Pride Month. Like, this is.
Okay,
You don't
look,
know.
It was the same time.
I don't think he's
Well,
dumb.
no
I think
wonder
he's
it was a war.
misinformed.
World War II was
They
starting
wanted the
up
movie.
in the mid 1930s is when everything
He's just-
started
he didn't-
developing, and by the
he just
1940s,
hasn't learned
early
about it yet,
1940s,
right?
we were at a full
The
blown
Wizard
World
of Oz
War II.
came out during the war? That was America's
He's
answer?
like you when you get into a plane.
Well, I don't know if
Doesn't
we
know
were
what to do.
directly involved yet because we hadn't been bombed by Pearl Harbor, but Hitler had already started
Yeah, the war
working his way
started
through
before-
Europe, and we were trying not to get involved.
Yes, nobody wanted to get involved.
It would have been before that.
FDR wanted to get involved.
Yes, I know. FDR was trying to ship. They were shipping weapons to the UK or ships and stuff to the UK, trying to
FDR
find
wanted
ways.
to get involved, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and he was like, "Come on, guys, we got
of course,
hit. We
Hassan
gotta
has
do
to
it.
turn
We
it
gotta
into
do it
something
until
Germany
educational.
declared war on the United States, and then the United States. Well, we declared war on Japan first, then we declared war on Germany. After Germany declared war on the United States, and then we got involved, motherfucker. And then the greatest
makes you
fucking
think.
war of all
This
time.
is a gay that also doesn't read but watches a lot of documentaries.
No. I'm telling you. Look, I know
we're in the pocket.
The Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front, but we, the Americans,
You
okay?
cannot say say that the Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front?
Look at you, he's spamming in the chat.
We were against Hitler from the start. Okay,
it was 80% of the war. That's crazy.
I love UV so much.
Yeah, they did some stuff like liberate most
Look at
of
UV
the
spamming.
I know D-Day. How about D-Day? And
okay, that's great. D-Day's great.
We were fucking rocking shit in the Pacific.
This is like when British people talk about Dunkirk. Okay, it's like it's an afterthought in the grand scheme of things.
Look, are you kidding me?
What are we talking about?
Are you kidding me? Fighting a war on two fronts, we were fucking rocking shit in
it's
the
like
oceans.
when British like remember Dunkirk.
When has the US ever fought a war on two fronts? When has there ever been a war on American soil? He's like, we're fighting a war on two fronts. Where? Where? And this is when Hassan pulls up the graphs because he's like, oh fuck, Austin doesn't know.
Oh, fucking hell, right. We did the fucking thing.
Dunkirk was just a retreat.
Yeah, but like again, if you ask a British person,
Did Canada beat with the US?
Poll that we looked at literally the other day. They asked
during
people,
World
like,
War II? I don't know.
Most of the responsibility on like who was most responsible for fucking defeating the Nazis.
No, but this is
And they
what
were like, most
Austin's
British
talking
people were like,
about.
of course, England.
They said England?
Yes.
Well, I mean, England did do a great job of never surrendering. Okay, they did. They stood.
Unlike the French.
They did, and Hitler made some very tactical mistakes.
Look at this. How insane.
Yes.
42%.
France? What the? Wait.
That's, dude.
Are you fucking kidding me?
12% United States. 12. France
surrendered.
France and the Soviet.
We will never surrender. We will never surrender. Sorry, French people in the chat. But like Austin still thought it was the US.
The United States. 12. France
surrendered.
France and the Soviet Union have the same.
What? France surrendered.
There is a right answer to this. There's a right answer.
surrendered.
This isn't one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a matter.
They folded like 6 months into the conflict.
Dude. There is literally, this is not like a
They
thing
folded.
that is subjective.
They
There's an
folded.
objective answer to this, and the answer is the Soviet
The
Union.
Netherlands just didn't even fight. They just gave up.
They're literally talking. Well, that's why they're at 0%. But like,
I know, but they made the list, is what I'm saying.
look, the point. Yeah, they made it to dunk on them.
And 21% of people said
all
irrelevant.
of these countries had, well, with the exception of like Canada and shit, like all these countries had their own form of resistance, including France. Okay, including but not limited to France.
Yes.
The ridiculous part of this is 42% of the Brits think they did the most to defeat Nazi Germany.
Well, I mean, that's wrong
That's insane.
because we did the most.
Yeah, I have to go back.
defeat
I have to go
everything.
back.
Without
I
the
have to
United
go
States,
back.
we'd be all
I have to
speaking-
go back. I have to.
When do you think film was made?
I have to. I have to watch it one more time.
When do you think movies were?
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
Hold on here.
When, no, hold on. Don't say anything. When do you think?
What is this clip,
keep
bro?
going,
I need to see her songs. Like,
When do you think
like,
World War II?
I mean, I
was?
know
Do
when
you
it
think
was.
In the 1800s?
Oh my God. Oh
That's
no.
not right.
So you think they had the power?
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think? No, hold on a second. You
No.
think in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Oh fuck.
He's getting closer. Technically, he's getting closer.
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand?
Oh no.
Like
no.
when? What year do you think?
When did film
I love it.
become a thing?
In the
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when
because
was
they were
Wizard of
still
Oz?
riding horses.
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated
Wait,
the,
hold on,
like,
they
the
had
100-year
cameras
anniversary
in
of
the
Wizard of Oz.
1800s.
And what year do you, we did not? It's not been 100 years. You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
No.
It was like
When do you think the
19.
Titanic
Early 19
was?
teens, I think.
No, but it was Brazilian. It was
Like
Brazilian.
the
It
1900s.
wasn't European.
time?
Fuck
Oh, it was
the
1908,
Europeans. It was
20s?
No,
Brazilian.
they had those big skirts. So
Sorry, I have two
maybe like
Brazilian
19.
chatters. I am
Guys, don't think
always there
realize,
for
but
you.
Jet airplanes have been around since
Okay,
like the
1908 is like, isn't that like remarkably close?
50s. You guys, one thing that I think shocks a lot of people is airplanes, like jet airplanes, have been flying since like the early 50s, and like we have not
We're
really.
still using the same.
Hello,
plane
Rex.
from
How
that
was
time.
your
we have not,
protest?
we have not.
Are you good?
Air travel.
Are you good?
We've
Do
been
we
able to fly
need
the
to
same speed.
provide
since, like,
anything
the 50s
to
in the air.
Like
we haven't gotten much faster. We did briefly.
yes,
with the
he's
Concorde,
watching it.
and then
Okay, now I'll go
very
back for
efficient
you.
crash
No, I'm
lot.
going back for you. If you haven't seen this, I'll go back for you. But do you need like any support through a GoFundMe for your protest or anything like that that I can promote? You are, of course, a French person in very American chat, but also very European chat at the same time, where it's like, can we help you make sure France doesn't go so fucking right? What does that mean? It means like, is there anything that we can donate money to that will make French politics not fascist? Because posted in my Discord, I'm sure there are people that will help, but I don't, I don't think it's fine. Fuck. Okay, I'll go back for you though, because yes, I did send this here. Well, this is the last time we'll watch it for. Okay, it's left to the united, the united now. Okay, here. This is really funny.
Damn, son.
No, he's always coming.
Range, you know what I mean?
Big skirts.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Don't say anything.
Tuesday on 3 federal gun charges.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that.
I'm be honest. We need to run Hunter.
Yeah, we do.
No, I'm being honest. Like I think
We
Hunter
do.
Hunter is a much cooler felon than Donald Trump.
Absolutely, dude.
Are you
He
kidding
is
me?
cooler.
So much fucking cooler than Donald
America
Trump.
needs to be run by a fail son.
Hold on,
at
I'm gonna
the
put my
fail
headphones
son,
on for this. Hold
age
on, I'm
range,
taking
you know
off
what I mean?
my
'Cause,
like AirPods.
'cause, like,
Hold on. Well, they're not AirPods. They're made by Anchor or whatever it is. So they're not like AirPods Apple made. Let me put on my Sennheisers that are plugged in with a fucking aux cable.
Most people are
Oh
completely.
no, did I fuck it up? I did fuck it up. Hold on. I'll find it. Give me a second. Don't
in
worry.
that process. Hold on.
I did
I think
fuck
so.
it
I
up.
think like a
I fucked it up. Don't worry.
fucking lame as
Was it?
Hold on.
We
First plane and send it.
like gun charges and drugs. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy
There we go.
shit! It'd be over.
Trump's fail sons are fucking lame as shit.
Yeah, it's like
Hunter
fraud
is way
and
sicker.
tax fraud. You
Hunter
know what I
is
mean?
way sicker.
You know what I
Way-
mean?
What is this? You need to see this.
When do you think film was made?
What?
Nick, when do you think movies were?
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
When?
Oh, I
no,
see
hold on.
this.
Don't say anything. When do you think?
What is this clip,
No, keep
bro?
going. Keep going.
World War
He's like,
II
what is this
was?
clip, bro?
When do you
No.
think World War II?
I mean,
was?
I
Make
know
him
what it is.
listen.
In the
Make him listen.
1800s?
Oh my god. Oh
That's
no.
not right.
So you think they had the power?
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think? No, hold
Son.
on a second. You
No.
think in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Oh fuck.
He's getting closer. Technically, he's getting closer.
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand?
Oh no.
like
No.
when? What year do you think?
When did film become a thing?
In the
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when
because
was
they were
Wizard of
still
Oz?
riding horses?
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated
Wait,
the,
hold on,
the
they had
100-year
cameras
anniversary
in
of
the
Wizard of
1800s.
Oz.
And what year we did not? It's not been 100 years. You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
No.
It was like
When do you think the
19,
Titanic
19
was?
teens, I think. 19 something.
like
The 1900s.
But what time?
Oh, it was
Like
1908?
20s. No,
1903?
they had those big skirts. So maybe like 19.
You only know
Guys, I
it's
don't
through
think you realize, but
fashion.
jet airplanes have been around since
okay,
like the
1908 is like, isn't that like remarkably close?
50s. You guys, one thing that I think shocks a lot of people is airplanes, like jet airplanes, have
Okay,
been
shut
flying
up,
since like the
fucking liberals.
early 50s.
Listen.
And like we have not
We're
really.
still using the same planes
Yeah,
from
no,
that
like
time.
we have not
They're
not
fucking
like, air travel.
leftists. Shut up.
We've been able to fly the same speed since like the 50s in the air. Like we haven't gotten much faster. We did briefly with the Concorde,
Columbus
and then
Hill.
it was
It was
very
a
inefficient
mistake,
and crashed
yeah.
a lot.
1992.
You were going back to Columbus to 1492.
1776. America became a country.
He's just trying to fucking say things that he does know from history.
Was this a song?
So
So in 1776, when they still used
Titanic
muskets,
had to have been the early 1900s.
the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
1912.
08. 28. 38.
So 1939 is when The Wizard of Oz was made.
What?
1939.
We're almost at its 100. Is that crazy?
So
No.
1939. So
We're like-
when let's see when the first
The Wicked Witch of the West is a gay icon. Now, come on now.
When do you think World War II was? Give me a year, because it was like.
Was it before or after that?
Why don't you tell us?
It had to have been before.
He said that because he's seen Wicked on
You
Broadway.
mean to tell me they made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war? No, it was before that. Was it? Was it?
This is the most homophobic thing you've made me watch on Pride Month. Like,
I did
this
send
is-
it. I did send it. It's me.
Okay,
You don't
look,
know.
Like you
was the
sent it
same
before.
time.
Hassan
I don't
ignored
think
it.
he's
I
dumb.
said it
I think he's
after, and he
missing
was like,
World
"No."
War II was
They wanted
starting
the
up
movie.
in the mid 1930s is when everything
He's just-
started
he didn't-
developing, and by the
he just
1940s,
hasn't learned
early
about it yet,
1940s,
right?
we were at a full
The
blown
Wizard
World
of
War
Oz
II.
came out during the war? That was America's
he's
answer?
like you when you get into a
That
plane.
was
Well, I don't know
America's
if we were
answer.
directly involved yet because we hadn't been bombed by Pearl Harbor, but Hitler had already started
Yeah, the war
working his way
started
through
before-
Europe, and we were trying not to get involved.
Yes,
Wow,
nobody wanted
I
to get
just
involved.
assumed it would have been before that.
FDR wanted to get involved.
Yes, I know. FDR was trying to ship. They were shipping weapons to the UK or ships and stuff to the UK, trying
FDR
to find
wanted
ways.
to get involved, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and he was like, "Come on, guys, we got hit. We got to do it.
Yeah.
We got to do it
And
to
then
'em."
Germany, Germany declared war on the United States, and then the United States. Well, we declared war on Japan first, then we declared war on Germany. After Germany declared war on the United States, and then we got involved, motherfucker.
I didn't even know that.
The greatest
makes you
fucking
think.
war of all
this
time.
This is a gay that also doesn't read but watches a lot of documentaries.
No.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
The Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front, but we, the Americans,
You
okay?
cannot say that the Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front. That's 80%
All
of
I'm
the
saying
war.
is we were against Hitler from the start. Okay,
It was 80% of the war. That's crazy. That
He
is
brings it
correct.
up. He brings it up.
Liberate most of the camps.
See, look, I know D-Day. How about D-Day? And
Okay, that's great.
also,
D-Day is
also,
great.
we were fucking rocking shit in the Pacific.
This is like when
okay?
British people talk about Dunkirk, okay? It's like it's an afterthought in the grand scheme of things.
Look, are you kidding me?
What are we talking about?
Are you kidding me? Fighting a war on two fronts, we were fucking rocking shit in
It's
the
like when
oceans.
British are like, remember Dunkirk, mate? Fucking hell, like, we did the fucking thing.
Dunkirk was just a retreat.
Yeah, but like, again, if you ask a British person, there was a fucking poll that we looked at literally the other day. They asked British people like who shared most of the responsibility on like who was most responsible for fucking defeating the Nazis, and they were
said-
like, most British people
Look
were
at
like,
it.
of course, England.
They said England?
Look at it.
Yes.
Look
Well,
at
I mean,
it.
England did do a great job of never surrendering. Okay, they did. They stuck it.
They keep calm and carried
That's
on,
right.
lads.
They did, and Hitler made some very
Yeah.
tactical mistakes.
Look at this. How insane.
Yes.
42%.
France? What the? Wait,
That's, dude.
are you fucking kidding me?
12%
France?
United States.
France?
12.
France surrendered.
France and the Soviet Union have the same.
What? France surrendered.
There is a right answer to this.
They
There's a right answer.
surrendered.
This isn't one of those things where it's like, oh, it's
They
a matter.
folded. They folded like 6 months into the conflict.
Dude. There is literally, this is not like a thing that is subjective. There is an objective answer to this. And the answer is the Soviet Union.
The Netherlands just didn't even fight. They just gave up.
They're literally talking. Well, that's why they're at 0%. But like,
I know, but they made the list, is what I'm saying.
look, the point. Yeah, they made it to dunk on them.
And 21% of people said irrelevant.
All of these.
Anyway, from there, it's just like, okay, no, it was the Soviet Union. But it literally, like, I literally can't, like, I'm standing here and I'm like, there was even a debate. Speaking of you see, like, this is the debate, because I'm like, no, I'm gonna play some Hassan stuff, but what is this? I can't, okay. See, like, I have to do this. I have to put it over, like this. And I have no idea what this is, so if it's TOS, you're getting banned.
Hold on! This is my favorite. Hold on! Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro!
I'm gonna stab him.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
It's my favorite
She
movie.
wore a crown and she came down in a bubble,
I'm
dog!
not fighting with you.
Grow
I'm not
up,
fighting
bro!
with you.
Grow up!
Get educated.
Hold on! This is my favorite!
You get educated, bro. Get educated, bro. You need to get educated. You're making me play You're making me play South African songs. What are you doing? You're making me play South African songs. Why are you doing this? You are literally making me play South African songs. You're literally making me go, okay. Google Chrome. You're literally making me go, like, okay, YouTube. And you're making me go, Youngster CPC. Yeah, okay, well, I have to go there. No, you are making me do this. And I'm playing it. It's fucking banging though. Hold on.
Crusader. Put it down like what my name is. Capstar did it. 3T.
Is she drunk chat? No. I'm like
Crusader. Young Van Ribbing. I put it down like Young Van Ribbing. What the name is? Young Van Ribbing. Capstar did it. Young Van Ribbing. Young Van.
we can play a different we can play a different one.
Young Van Ribbing. It's the Crusader.
But you're making me do this. I could just play Zelda easily. I could go. What's the best cop?
My bro.
This is so
There's
funny.
a white bra. He's gonna be in Boelkaap 3 o'clock. Pink shirt.
This is so funny.
bring him
This is
to
so
me.
funny.
Away.
Away. Bring him to me.
Yo, good morning, Cape Town. Coming at you right now. This is your DJ, Mr. Man, makes me live. Yeah. What is this? The man you told me to go pick up me, bro. This is the wrong guy.
My bro, don't tell me it's the wrong guy. You said go to book up the bra by the pink house, the white bra by the pink house.
Not the pink
White
house.
bra
the
by the pink
shirt.
house.
Yo, my bro, what am I gonna do now with this man?
My bro, you will have to but take him to youngster. He'll know what to do.
Youngster will know what to do. Hey, chat.
It's the WESTSIDE. Na 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 na. It's the one and only.
They accidentally they
coming from the West Coast. Yeah, we got the best.
They accidentally kidnapped someone who was white. Which blows my mind. No, we accidentally kidnapped someone who was white in South Africa. Yeah, in Cape Town, that makes sense.
Good dope. We be saying na 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 na. It's the one and only CPT. Yeah. Now where I come from is not a puzzle or a riddle. 4 fingers up, 2 twisted in the middle. If I was Bruce Wayne, that would be my bet symbol. And where I'm from, DJs don't smile, no dimples. But let's get to some worse or something we can nibble. Roti and chicken curry, eat the crumbs and the criminals. I told Yamal Ganja, Cape hip hop is hardcore. B-boys on the dance floor, graffiti art on walls. Mr. Selector, play a vinyl set. King of the mother city, jungle on the lion's head. Skitting, slutting donuts, we Tokyo drifting. Playing young'uns numbers in the system, go to Clifton. And everybody's coming to the western region. They must.
Do you know what they mean by donuts when they say slutting donuts? They don't mean like we're eating donuts. They mean our cars are making donuts on the tire tracks. Yes, Squirrel Emperor.
Love cops start during the festive season. Women weeding weather like Biggie said. But now Biggie's dead because he went to the WESTSIDE.
I know it's not a South African thing. But I love when people think, oh, no, we're gonna get donuts. Yeah.
It's the one and only CPT. I'm coming from the
West Coast.
Yeah, we got the best side. Good dope. We be saying na na na.
And remember, dop means drink. Dop is alcohol.
It's the one and only CPT. Yeah. You can tell by the way I talk that I come from Cape Town. A Cape Malaysian, this is a Shabir shakedown. And when it comes to women, none is like the cops. But my girl,
kick her like your heart.
I don't have a type, but I have an appetite. So I had to grab a diet up in gangster's paradise.
Diet means like I had to grab some food. That's it. That's what diet means.
Athlone, golden dish platter served. The wrong turn and we ended up in Menenberg. Back in the day, that turf belonged to Stucky, but I'm lucky I got a couple of brassa in the churches. I even knew this Rechken from Valhalla, but I didn't dollar cause a brother was a junior mafia.
He's saying, I knew this very beautiful girl from Valhalla, but I didn't dollar, I didn't like trace her, I didn't like try to have sex with her. Because I knew her brother was a junior mafia.
And KO is the god of the Skanda. I'm the king of Cape slang, driving in Impalas. The mother city took me in for adoption. I feel like I grew up in Compton, but I'm from the West Coast. Yeah, we got the best side. Good dope. We be saying na 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 na. It's the one and only CPT. I'm coming from the West Coast. Yeah, we got the best side, good dope. We be saying na 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 na.
They're saying best, high, and good dope. They're saying yeah, we have the most amazing weed and good dope, alcohol. That's it.
It's the one and only CPT. I'm coming from the West Coast.
That's Signal Hill in the background.
Good dope. We be saying na 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 na. It's the one and only CPT.
Are we young?
Anyway, but that's how it is. That's literally like they be like that. But I love Youngster CPT. But it's Switch Capture. Let me put Hassan up. I love the Hassan is Like
It
Austin
would
is
have been
not
better
there,
than
and
there
he's
be
like,
no
nope.
pact. It would be better.
Oh
for
my
them to
god,
not
he's
occupy Poland,
literally
but
doing
if
less.
you were in the particular place and the particular industrialization level, facing the same kind of danger, I don't know if you would have made better decisions particularly.
All right,
especially
let's
when
see.
there was goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would have prevented all this nonsense to begin with, or at least greatly affected it.
Oh. Do you think the Soviet Union would have survived if they weren't so kleptocratic? I don't. There's so much more that they did wrong.
I have no idea.
It's I don't know. I don't know how the Soviet Union would survive. All right, we're gonna get back to the world now, as it exists currently. CNN asks Hamas official why group hasn't backed or hasn't agreed to U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal. Okay, right, and we're gonna cover that. We're gonna cover that. Meanwhile, you can cover your eyes for the next 3 minutes. If you don't want to see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, by the way, the pier has broken again. I repeat, the pier has officially broken once more.
Since the 7th of October last year, when Hamas militants streamed into Israel, killing hundreds and grabbing hostages, the war in Gaza has been an unrelenting nightmare of death and destruction. Talks to end the war
How are you
are
liking
once
to
again
the
bogged
Kingdom
down,
versus Breath of the
as
Wild?
every day the death toll mounts.
I have
In Beirut,
no
we spoke
idea.
to senior Hamas leader Osama Hamdan, one of the few privy to details.
It's too much. It's too much.
But not privy, he claims, to the condition of the 120 hostages still in Gaza. How many of those 120 are still alive?
I don't have any idea about that. No one has any idea about this.
The Wall Street Journal recently reported that messages from Gaza Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar to mediators and other Hamas officials included one in which he allegedly said the deaths of civilians in Gaza is a necessary sacrifice. Hamdan insists the messages were fake. After 8 months of this war, more than 37,000 Palestinians have been killed, probably more than 80,000 injured. Was it a necessary sacrifice for the people of Gaza?
You seem that you can't start from the beginning. Let's start from page number 1. Why to talk about the page of the 7th of October? What about the Israeli occupation for the Palestinians?
I'm talking about what came after the 7th of October.
Well, the 7th of October was a reaction against the occupation. What comes after that? It shows the real face of Israel. It shows how Israel is occupying the Palestinian lands, demolishing the situation of the Palestinians, killing the civilians. It's not the first time they are killing the civilians.
But, I mean, Hamas is an organization. Does it regret what it did on the 7th of October, given what happened afterwards?
Wait, they give me only a wooden stick? Okay, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Dude, it is crazy.
No, I'm cooked.
You got like an official fucking spokesperson.
I'm cooked.
And it's
That's
like,
it.
It literally,
I'm
you have
cooked.
an official spokesperson, and like you're doing the Piers Morgan questioning. That's so nutty. Asking the fucking spokesperson of Hamas if he condemns Hamas is crazy work, bro. I swear to God. Like, what are we doing? What is going on? Bro, there's more pressing matters, dude. Like, there's a ceasefire proposal.
What?
In the works. That's
How
they
did that
baited me
win?
into watching this.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is only possible with a Western mentality. It's a fucking cinema. I just like.
How do we win this? I have no idea.
I'm shocked, dude.
Dude, hold on.
Asking Hamas to condemn Hamas as Sigma, dude. It's like, I don't know what to say here. Like, I'm gonna run it back. I just need you to watch it again.
Was a reaction against the occupation. What comes after that? It shows the real face of Israel. It shows how Israel is occupying the Palestinian lands, demolishing the situation of the Palestinians, killing the civilians. It's not the
I
first
feel
time
like
they are killing the
I
civilians.
literally get cooked.
Hamas as an organization, does it regret what it did on the 7th of October, given what happened afterwards?
We are living with this for the last 75 years as Palestinians.
Now, CNN spoke to one of the doctors
Okay,
who treated
one of them is cooked. One of
Israelis
them.
who were freed on Saturday, and he said that they suffered mental and physical abuse. And what do you say to that?
Well, he is an Israeli. He has to say what the Israel authorities are asking him to say.
Wait, it's not actually going.
Images of both
It doesn't
before
move.
and after releasing, you will find that they were better than before. I believe if they
Okay,
have
what the fuck?
problem, this is because of what Israel have done in Gaza.
But in addition to what has been said about the 4 recent hostages freed, there have been also claims about the dire conditions others faced while in captivity. The fate of the remaining hostages hangs
Okay, we'll
in the
keep this
balance.
one right
At the
behind.
G7 summit in Italy, U.S. Secretary of State
I think is devastating work to fucking present this, by the way, like in the immediate aftermath of a UN report with a shit ton of articles being written even in the Western media about like how Israeli prisons were anally raping Palestinian prisoners with like metal rods and shit. And then the UN report that also literally fucking talked about Israel's actions on October 7 and the possibility of Israel, I mean, not possibility, just like Israel committing war crimes in Gaza. Like to turn around and be like, yeah, that's, you know, all of that stuff is quite inconsequential, quite insignificant. 38,000 dead. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
What?
And being like, do you condemn
Single hit?
Hamas?
No?
To the
Okay,
fucking
I'm out.
Hamas
I'm out. I'm
spokesperson,
out. I'm
and
out.
being like, do you condemn the treatment of the hostages? That's wild stuff, honestly. I know
Nope.
that everyone will say, like,
I
liberals will
can't.
watch this
One
and go,
hit,
Hassan,
no.
are you kidding me? Of
Nope.
course, those are the
Nope.
questions that you have to ask.
As
Those are the
many
questions
rumors
that
as
must
they
be
have,
asked.
I
Of
can't
course
do that
he's
shit.
Doing a great job debating this man. And it's like, dude, it is yet another demonstration of Western hypocrisy and a lack of interest in seeing the 38,000 dead as real human beings, as simply just like, you know, the cost of doing business.
State Antony Blinken said he was hoping Hamas would agree to the latest U.S.
What is this?
ceasefire proposal.
The response we got was unfortunately not the yes that we were looking for, a yes that virtually the entire world has given.
Okay, Mr.
Oh my God,
Hamdan,
Antony Blinken.
Simple question. Why hasn't Hamas yet agreed officially to the U.S.-backed proposal for a ceasefire?
We said it's a positive step. But we need to see the facts on the ground. We need to know what exactly the president means by saying a ceasefire, a withdrawal.
Well, what is left? What do you need?
We need an Israeli, a clear position from Israel to accept the ceasefire, a complete withdrawal from Gaza, and
Like, yeah, that's incredibly fucking valid.
Very normal.
Like, if you have an issue with this statement, I don't know what to tell you. This is literally exactly what I've been saying for the past week or so at this point. And he just came out and said it. I hope that there is no more fucking confusion on the matter. Like, he just straight up says, we are not fucking personally saying no to this deal at all. We just want assurances.
I have no idea
We want a timeline.
how this works.
Meanwhile, the only people that are very openly, loudly, and proudly, if I do say so myself, declared this deal to be dead in the fucking water and have said, even though they say this is our deal, have very openly communicated contradictory information like how, yeah, we're going to fucking take the hostages out and keep bombing, has been Israel.
know what exactly the president means by saying a ceasefire, a withdrawal.
Well, what is left? What do you need?
We need an Israeli, a clear position from Israel to accept the ceasefire, a complete withdrawal from Gaza, and let the Palestinians to determine their future by themselves.
Are you optimistic at this point in time that you will reach some sort of agreement?
Well, I think if the United States administration acted in the positive way, seeing the situation not only in the eyes of Israel, we can reach soon an agreement.
And in the absence of an agreement, this war goes on with no end in sight. Ben Wiedemann.
We expect more decisions from the Supreme Court this morning. Yes.
What?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain this to people. Like, do people that see this, do they not recognize like what doesn't make sense here?
What?
Where's the full interview? CNN.
Oh, there
CNN
you
will
go.
never upload the full interview. I'm pretty sure they're experts in twisting stories and facts. I mean, it's like it gets to the heart of the matter. It gets to the heart of the matter. No, YouTube comments are like, where the fuck is the full interview?
Wait, there are people down here?
Like, he straight up asked him directly.
Owned.
What's up? What's the deal here? What's going on? Why are you refusing to sign this ceasefire proposal? And he's like, we're not refusing it. We want assurances. Perfectly valid.
What the fuck?
Meanwhile, America's too busy. Joe
No.
Biden's too busy claiming that, like, oh man, it just feels like it's impossible. Anyway, let's get to our own fundamentalists here, American-born fundamentalists, and their fucking, you know, I guess their attempts to further erode civil liberties, such as women's bodily autonomy. And a massive failure for them for once, but you know, just a short-lived failure for the most part. Supreme Court has preserved access to mifepristone in major abortion-related ruling, on obviously like the least consequential way in which they could protect it, but still.
We expect more decisions from the Supreme Court this morning. Yesterday, the
Oh my god,
justices
literally,
rejected
there's one
restrictions
last
on a
person to
drug
kill.
used in abortion pills. It was the court's first abortion-related ruling since it overturned the Roe v. Wade decision. That was 2 years ago now. Jan Crawford is at the Supreme Court. Jan, good morning. This was a big decision yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God,
Gail,
we
and
killed
people are
it.
saying
We
on
killed
both
it.
sides that the fight over the pill is far from over, but it's remarkable that the justices were able to
How?
find common ground in a divisive case. I mean, unanimously rejecting the idea that access to the abortion pills should be scaled back and saying this group of anti-abortion doctors had no business filing a lawsuit over how that pill was approved. Now, the decision, like I said, was unanimous, written by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and it reversed some lower court judges, conservative judges.
I sound mad
who
that I
had
did
okayed
it.
the lawsuit
Yeah.
against the FDA to restrict access to that drug nationwide. Now, it's not a ruling on the merits; it's on standing, but it still has some really important.
Yeah, it's not a ruling on the merits, but on standing.
Hey, Fizz. What's up?
I have a
Do you
question
see I
for
got
you guys.
Hassan to watch something that like was fucking insane?
It says that this Suzuki
It was. It was
is
insane.
best before June 7th. It is now
I'm telling you, I'm so tired. Oh my god.
June 14th.
Fizz.
I just opened it. You think it's still good?
Did you see that I got Hassan to watch something insane? I tweaked my back. Were you working out? Okay, wait. Fizz. What did you get him to watch? Oh my god, you're gonna love it. Okay, I'm gonna make it full screen. It's so good. It literally is that good. Videos. My chat has watched it so much that they're like, no, what the fuck is this? But like, it is that good.
True to their principles during the
No.
occupation of Poland.
That's the sound watching his stuff.
Collapsed and was followed by appeasement in Munich.
Wait, is that like that far back?
America's most significant action.
No.
Exactly great.
When was Austin on? Was he there only for a little bit?
Contributions in World War II were very significant.
No,
would
now I
never
need
say
to
that it was not.
search.
That is.
Was it much earlier? When was 1 hour exactly? No, 1 hour ago exactly. 42.
Like
142.
what a
Oh
ridiculous.
my god, let's go. Fizz, you'll love this.
Know what's going on? Like
But after this, okay, hold on.
Footage of babies
After
lit
this,
on fire
after
with
this.
kerosene.
Fizz, it's so good. I sent this link to Hassan. I thought he would not say yes.
Playing soccer
But
with the
he
baby
was like, no,
stuff.
no, actually, I'll click it.
That's right. That's why Israel has a right to defend itself. No, if I say something, we do it. Fail. Like keep his business.
I'm skipping. No, you'll love it. You'll love it. You'll love it. Wait. It's this. It's this. I linked this to Hassan. I linked this to Hassan. Watch. Fizz, watch. Just watch.
Wait, what is this? You need to see this.
When do you think film was made?
What?
When do you think movies were?
Well, they have documentaries about the world wars.
When? No, hold on. Don't say anything. When do you think?
What is this clip, bro?
Keep going.
World War II was?
When do you think World War II
I mean,
was?
I know
do
when
you
it
think
was.
In the 1800s?
Oh my god. Oh
That's
no.
not right.
So you think they had the power?
It wasn't in the 1900s.
You think? No, hold on a second. You
Fizz,
think
just wait.
in the 1800s that they had the power to make an atomic bomb and send it?
Oh, the atomic bomb was World War II. So that was what, like 1920?
Oh fuck.
He's getting closer. Technically, he's getting closer.
Do you know about like the crash of the stock market? Do you
2008?
understand?
Oh no.
Like
no.
when? What year do you think?
When did film become a thing?
In the
Well, it wasn't the 1800s, Nick.
So when
because
was
they
Wizard
were
of
still
Oz?
riding horses.
I thought
in
we
the
just
1800s.
celebrated
Wait,
the,
hold on,
the
they had
100-year
cameras
anniversary
in
of
the
Wizard of
1800s.
Oz.
And what year do you, we did not? It's not been 100 years. You don't know anything.
Joan of Arc's a gay icon.
We're not getting out of this. When do you think the Wright brothers made the first plane?
The 1800s.
No.
It was like
When do you think the
19,
Titanic
19
was?
teens, I think. 19 something.
like
The 1900s.
But what time?
Oh, it was
Like
1908.
20s. No,
1903.
they had those big skirts. So maybe like 19.
Guys, I don't think you realize, but jet airplanes have been around since
okay,
like the
1908 is like, isn't that like remarkably close?
50s. You guys, one thing that I think shocks a lot of people is airplanes, like jet airplanes, have been flying since like the early 50s. And, like, we have not
We're
really,
still using the same planes from that
like
time.
we have not like air travel. We've been able to fly the same speed since like the 50s in the air. Like we haven't gotten much faster. We did briefly with the Concorde,
Columbus,
and then
yeah.
it was very
It was a
inefficient
mistake,
and crashed
yeah.
a lot.
1992.
You were going back to Columbus to 1492.
1776. America became a country.
He's just trying to fucking say things that he does know from history.
Was this a song?
So
in 1776, when they still used
Titanic
muskets,
had to have been the early 1900s.
the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
1912.
08. 28. 38.
So 1939 is when The Wizard of Oz was made.
1 second, I'm getting a call. No, Fizz, it's right here. This is the thing. Oh my god. Fizz is like, I'm getting a call. Oh my god. Fizz, we're waiting for you. Okay, here.
1939.
We're almost at its 100. Is that crazy?
So
No.
1939. So
We're like-
when let's see when the first
The Wicked Witch of the West is a gay icon. Now, come on now.
When do you think World War II was? Give me a year, because it was like.
Was it before or after that?
Why don't you tell us?
It had to have been before.
He said that because he's seen Wicked on
You
Broadway.
mean to tell me they made The Wizard of Oz and the worlds decided to still go to war?
I love it.
No, it was before that. Was it? Was it?
This is the most homophobic thing you've made me watch on Pride Month. Like, this is.
Was it?
Okay,
You don't know.
It was the same time.
I don't think he's
Well,
dumb.
no
I think
wonder
he's
it was a war.
misinformed.
World War II was
They
starting
wanted the
up
movie.
in the mid 1930s is when everything
He just-
started
he didn't-
developing, and by the
he just
1940s,
hasn't learned
early
about it yet,
1940s,
right?
we were at a full
The
blown
Wizard
World
of
War
Oz
II.
came out during the war? That was America's
He's
answer?
like you when you get into a plane.
Well, I don't know if
Doesn't
we
know
were
what to do.
directly involved yet because we hadn't been bombed by Pearl Harbor, but Hitler had already started
the war
working his
started.
way
That
through
was
Europe, and we were trying not to get
very
involved.
Yes,
Wow,
nobody wanted to
I
get
just
involved.
assumed it would have been before that.
FDR wanted to get involved.
Yes, I know. FDR was trying to ship. They were shipping weapons to the UK or ships and stuff to the UK.
Oh,
trying to find
fucking
ways-
leftist.
And then Pearl Harbor happened, and he was like, "Come on, guys, we got hit. We got to do it.
Yeah.
We got to do it
And
to
then
him."
Fucking
Germany, then
leftist.
Germany declared war on the United States, and then the United States. Well, we declared war on Japan first, then we declared war on Germany. After Germany declared war on the United States, and then we got involved, motherfucker. And then the greatest
makes you
fucking
think.
war of all
this
time.
This is a gay that also doesn't read but watches a lot of documentaries.
No. I'm telling you. Look, I know
we're in the pocket.
The Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front, but we, the Americans,
You
okay?
cannot say
Look.
that the Russians did some stuff on the Eastern Front. That's 80%
All
of
I'm
the
saying
war.
is we were
Oh
against
my
Hitler from
god,
the start.
Austin thought.
It was 80% of the war. That's
Austin
crazy.
thought
That is crazy.
that it was
they did some stuff
America.
like liberate most of the camps.
Yeah, look, I know D-Day. How about D-Day? And
Okay, that's great.
also,
D-Day is
also,
great.
we were fucking rocking shit in the Pacific.
This is like
okay?
when British people talk about Dunkirk. Okay, it's like it's an afterthought in the grand scheme of things.
Look, are you kidding me?
What are we talking about?
Are you kidding me? Fighting a war on two fronts, we were fucking rocking shit in
It's
the
like
oceans.
when British are like, remember Dunkirk, mate? Fucking hell, like we did the fucking thing.
Dunkirk was just a retreat.
Yeah, but like again, if you ask a British person, there was a fucking poll that we looked at literally the other day. They asked British people like who shared most of the responsibility on like who was most responsible for fucking defeating the Nazis, and they were
said-
like most British people were like, of course England.
They said England?
Yes.
Well, I mean, England did do a great job of never surrendering. Okay, they did. They stuck it.
They keep calm and carried
Never
on, lads.
They did, and Hitler made some very
They
tactical
kept
mistakes.
Look at this. How insane.
Yes.
42%.
Mm-hmm. France? What the? Wait,
That's dude.
are you fucking kidding me?
12%
France?
United States. 12.
France surrendered.
France and the Soviet.
He completely jumps to France when the United States has doubled that. I love it so much.
You didn't have the same.
What? France surrendered.
There is a right answer to this.
They
There's a right answer.
surrendered.
This isn't one of those things where it's like, oh, it's
They
a matter.
folded. They folded like 6 months into the conflict.
Dude. There is literally, this is not like a thing that is subjective. There is an objective answer to this.
How
And
did
the
they-
answer is the Soviet
The
Union.
Netherlands just didn't even fight. They just gave up.
They're literally talking. Well, that's why they're at 0%. But like,
I know, but they made the list, is what I'm saying.
They made
the point, yeah, they
list.
made it to dunk on them.
And 21% of people said
All
irrelevant.
of these countries had, well, with the exception of like Canada and shit, like all these countries had their own form of resistance, including France. Okay,
Yes,
including
I
but
know.
not
I
limited
know
to
that.
France.
Yes.
The ridiculous part of this is
Anyway.
42% of the Brits think they did the most to defeat Nazi Germany.
Well, I mean, that's wrong
That's insane.
because we did the most to defeat everything. If without the United States, we'd be all speaking German.
Okay,
This is my most patriotic take, and I will never surrender.
but it's just objectively wrong. Like I am not one that discounts America's contributions in World War II. I
Yes,
think
you
it
do.
was fucking awesome.
We did amazing things in World War
it's
II.
like it's
Look,
the
I can.
I watch Band of Brothers and I fucking stand up and I salute. Okay,
That's all I'm saying is
that's bullshit.
The Soviets had a lot of help from weather. I just want to let you know they had good RNG. No, and yeah, look, realistically,
yeah,
yes.
America carried the most because
Yes,
Germans
yes.
looked at American
Yes.
engineering and innovation in the field
Yes.
of racism
Guys,
technology.
I know.
Germans were like, damn,
I
those
know
guys
how
are
critical
great.
the Soviet Union was to defeating Nazi Germany and how many lives were lost by the Soviet Union fighting Nazi Germany.
Thank
okay?
you. Put some respect on it.
I do concede that it was not just us. And I know part of the Americans were aware of the Soviets' contributions in the European theater, and that was part of the justification to use the nuclear bomb not once but twice, so that the Soviets didn't have any claim on the United States wanted to be the ones to take out Japan.
This is one of the most insane things I've heard. You should read more literature about World War II, Hassan. You're blasting out 4chan takes.
No, hold on. You don't think that is true?
What did I say that was I want to know what.
Wait, are they question marking me?
No, they're saying
The Soviets were going to get involved in Japan.
Austin, not everything that they're responding to is responding to what you're saying.
They were though. They were, and the United States was aware of that.
I don't know why this dude thinks
yes,
that.
they were. Oh my God.
I'm so shocked. Soviet forces killed more German soldiers than the Western counterparts. According to 76% of the German military is dead. Yes. This person,
Anyway.
I need to know what he means. I didn't hear Austin Law what he's saying. No, you're talking. Address what you mean. What did I say? As far as like America's contributions were phenomenal, both in the field of battle, okay, on the Western Front, but beyond that, with offering material support. Okay,
No, it was
very
real.
significant. I've
Like,
never actually said
like
I've never actually
literally,
discounted
like Austin was like, no, it was the U.S. Like he looked at the chart and he was like, what the fuck, France? When the Soviet Union was below France. Oh God. Regardless, very funny. We did not learn much because Hassan was like Soviet Union, but Austin was like, was it though? Well, I need to make it bigger here and make it smaller here. Very funny. How have they never had this convo before? Maybe World War II is the great equalizer. I don't know. The great equalizer being World War II is fucked though. No, because here's the thing, Viz, is like, my father grew up in fascist apartheid South Africa. Okay? I had to have a conversation with him like 2 years ago. Being like, you know America was not the country that won World War II. And he said, what? My partner said you sound more British than usual. Okay, whatever. But anyway, like, my father was like, what? It wasn't the British that won World War II? And I was like, no, it was the Soviet Union. And he literally stepped away from me. And I was like, fuck, my entire life, I have learned that it was America that won World War II. That was the fascist South African teaching, you know? So you never really know. Especially with elder people, you know? Okay, let's go back.
Original labor protections that exist in this country.
There's no one there.
And that's precisely what America's contributions to World War II. It's like one of the most patriotic fucking moments.
No, why is it not doing it live? Oh, so annoying.
Not substantive, and that the board has been successful using
There we
either.
go.
Starbucks said in a statement, it would continue to work towards reaching a ratified contract amid the ruling. Anyway, let's get to Trump. Garnering GOP support and return to Capitol Hill for the first time since the January 6th attack. That's right. Donald Trump, and I did not know this, has not been to the Capitol since January 6th, which I think is kind of funny. Kind of weird, but also kind of funny.
It's very funny.
The expected GOP presidential nominee met with Republicans in Congress and said they were unified ahead of the election. Robert Costa was there.
A spectacle of support on Capitol Hill.
There's tremendous unity in the Republican Party.
Former President Trump returned to Washington Thursday to huddle with congressional Republicans who treated him with reverence.
I'm with them 1,000%. They're with me 1,000%. I've had a really great relationship with just about everybody here.
Even Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell, who once called Trump morally responsible for the Capitol attack, offered a hand after not speaking since late 2020. For Trump, the visit was also a chance to reassure his party after becoming a convicted felon last month. In a closed-door meeting with House Republicans, sources say he lashed out at the Justice Department, calling it dirty along with an expletive. This was Trump's first visit to the Hill since the January 6 attack in 2021. And Republicans seem to avoid the topic.
Did January 6 ever come up? No, it did not.
Still, the Biden campaign put a hot political spotlight on Trump's return.
On January 6th, Donald Trump lit a fire in this country.
One person not meeting with the former president, Maryland Republican Senate candidate Larry Hogan, a Trump critic. But on Thursday, Trump threw a curveball and said he would endorse him in a key race that could decide the balance of power in the Senate.
I would like to see him win, and we got to take the majority.
Hogan, however, didn't welcome it. A spokesperson said Governor Hogan has been clear he is not supporting President Trump, just as he did in 2016 and 2020.
To understand how cozy it got, just know this. As senators left the meeting, they told me they presented former President Trump with a birthday cake to celebrate his 78th birthday today. Nate?
It seemed like they were all happy to see him. Bob, thank you.
President Biden is billing his re-election campaign as a fight to preserve democracy. Tonight, how that notion is going down with Trump supporters, as well as one...
Of course they fucking welcomed him. Why wouldn't they? They're on the same side. That's their fucking god.
He's right.
In a post-Biden world, the Democratic Party's chances of winning elections is going to go higher. Unless they keep doing Biden-ass fucking reactionary realignments. In a post-Trump world, the Republican Party's chances are fucking cooked regardless. Why? Because the problems that the Republican Party currently faces is more holistic than the Democratic Party's issues. What do I mean by this? People don't like the Republican Party because of the Republican Party's successes. The Republican Party cannot escape its successful policy changes. Everybody knows they're responsible for the abortion shit. Not only that, but also for the past couple decades, the Republicans have also leaned into the more reactionary constituents that they have, creating an environment where people are bloodthirsty for more and more reactionary sentiment. To a degree where liberals don't appreciate it, you know, or to a degree where even, you know, the lifelong Republicans who are well-educated suburban liberals, well-educated suburban conservative Republican Party voters do not appreciate seeing the fucking freaks run amok. Anti-science freaks, the dudes standing outside of abortion clinics, like everybody thinks they're fucking gross, right? Dudes constantly chirping about like trans people's trans people's like genitals and shit. They're weird. They're gross. The normal people. They hate that. They don't want to be associated with that. They think it's like weird. Now, that problem is not going away anytime soon. The Republican Party has to push its base, and the base is excited for all of the worst policies that the rest of the Republican Party's constituencies kind of look at and go, that's a bit much for me. I said this a while back. Either Fox News and this kind of propaganda actually melts the brains of enough Americans that they also become the fucking right-wing fascist, openly fascist rabid freaks, or the Republican Party has this internal struggle where they don't know if they go in the Mitt Romney route like they did against Barack Obama, a more moderate Republican.
Yeah.
Or they lean into the Trump style politics further and further. Now, the question is, Trump, in a way, is similar to Barack Obama. He's a once-in-a-lifetime candidate. So, because of that reality, given that Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime candidate, very charismatic, has his own base of support, people love him. He is one of the only people who can, like, manage the last successful cycle of Republican politics.
No! Is it that difficult?
We'll see
like, is it that difficult?
What do you mean by that? We've had two
No
once-in-a-lifetime
shot.
candidates. Yes, Barack Obama was incredibly charismatic. Barack Obama was able to bring together bases of support that no Democrat has been able to
5
capture in the
hours.
same way.
Okay.
Barack Obama won the Cuban vote in Florida. That's never happened before and will not happen after. For Donald Trump, it's the same thing. He has like this way of capturing a lot of people's attention and even making them dream that he's a more moderate person, just like people dreamt that Barack Obama was a progressive person.
Oh, I need to go to this guy.
So they're not going to be able to recreate Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis is a perfect demonstration of not being able to recreate Donald Trump. If you focus too much on the policy front and you start doing groiper-ass policies like Ron DeSantis was doing, but you don't have the charisma to make that
DeSantis,
stick,
Jesus Christ.
then you're fucked. Then everybody looks at you and goes, you're gross, you're weird, you're a loser, shut the fuck up. Trump has charisma. He had aura, just like Obama did. But anyway, let's take a look. These Trump supporters say U.S. isn't a democracy and they're okay with it.
Author who's made describing how democracies fail her specialty. More from CNN's Donny O'Sullivan.
What happens if Trump loses?
I don't see him losing.
I don't think he lost the last election, to be honest.
Do you think he's going to
my
win?
God.
Yes, without a doubt.
No doubt.
What if he doesn't this time? What happens to the country?
We're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
Done. Biden talks about democracy, you know, saving
Hi,
democracy.
Rex.
They're the ones that are killing democracy.
Obviously, there's a lot of criticisms of Trump that he is bad for democracy, that he's bad for American democracy.
Okay, we are a republic.
We're a republic.
We are
We're
not a
representative
democracy.
republic. We're not a democracy.
One thing we've been hearing at Trump rallies like this over the past few months is that America isn't really a democracy.
America's not a democracy, it's a republic.
It's not a democracy. Okay, democracy is actually not as good as you think it is.
But for centuries, America has celebrated its democracy.
Democracy is worth dying for.
Democracy remains the definition of political legitimacy.
But some Republicans and pro-Trump media are pushing the idea that America is not a democracy.
The United States of America is not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic.
The United States of America is not a democracy. You don't want to be in a democracy.
We are not a democracy. We
What?
are a republic.
Is America a democracy?
America is a democracy. It was founded as a democracy.
I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. I hear a lot of things out on the road. But to hear Americans, people who would describe themselves as patriots, say that America is not a democracy, that stopped me in my tracks.
You are hearing people say America is not a
still new
democracy
Sullivan.
because there are people around Trump who want them to be saying that, who've been planting that narrative.
Is America a democracy?
Yes. No, I don't. I think. Well,
not right now.
Anyway,
Dude,
I'm gonna
people
go bed,
fucking
chat.
say-
But like,
Republicans have been saying we're not a real democracy. We're a democratic republic. We're a republic always, dude. That's not new shit.
is it not new
What
shit?
matters more is what they mean, and always they've also technically
Anyway.
said that because they are
But I'm
fascist.
going.
They were fascist. They still are fascist. That's it.
And you'll see me tomorrow. But I need to go to bed. I need to go get some nice food.
This is not like a Trump.
Who is
phenomenon
live?
At all.
See you in bed. Okay,
We're a
Fizz.
constitutional republic.
The giant Ewok. How long is they? Jacob Johnson's been lying for 21 minutes. Okay, perfect.
They did not say democratic republic not once in this vid. It doesn't matter. It still means democracy. And I'm not talking about democracy. I'm talking about democracy from a liberal sense, okay? It's not like
There we go.
it's still the same. It's still democracy as in majority rule, okay?
Much
When
love to all
think
of you.
like, having the majority of people have their wishes met, that's what democracy is in the most reductive terms. A constitutional republic,
But bed for
or
me.
whatever the fuck you want to call
I
it,
need
is
to go to
still
bed.
under the literal different variants.
Be nice
of
to Jacob
democracy.
Johns.
Oh, sorry.
Goodbye,
we're not a
everyone.
democracy, we're a fucking parliament. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It doesn't matter.